should be live now, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Let's get the music started then. Okay. Let's get the music started then. Okay. Let's get the music started then. Oh, don't want the echo. Just making sure everything is working. Alright. I almost forgot. Alright, where did I put the other thing? Alright, here we go. Alright, everything is posted there. Let's get in on this. Do I have anything here? Right, hi Tall Hour. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I just logged in. I don't have old man. Okay, how about my alt? Right, I don't have old man. Unfortunately, no old man. Would be nice to have old man, but game says no. It's been months. Oh, oof, man. That's scuffed, man, if it's been that long. Oh, wait. I think people are gonna kill the world boss in a specific area. So I'm gonna warp myself to my ult. Who's waiting? Where it looks like someone is waiting for the world boss? Maybe? Because there's a world boss here. Let's claim all the stuff we can first. Right, hopefully someone is trying to kill that boss. Because I obviously need it. Oh, just looking at my Titan mats from it. Right, I still have to do like all my weeklies. I haven't done them yet. Right, we gotta get those done. Right, we got those to do. Daily bounty. My ult has to kill exoskeletons. Hi, Terra. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's see what my daily bounties are. Okay. Oh yeah, what's today's join off? I wanna check. I might start there. We have Deep Sea. God damn it, it's the annoying one. Alright, let me switch to Fizz. In a sense, kinda, yeah. Oh, it is what it is. Alright, let's go in here. I didn't really sleep that well after I ended the stream. I quickly cut out the thing and then uploaded it, the part of that thing. Because there was like so much noise going on, I couldn't really sleep immediately. And then when I tried, when I actually went to try to sleep, I got freaking, like my freaking phone kept going off crazy, making noises because of some stupid Amber Alert. I'm not gonna... It got really annoying. The freaking Amber Alert just was like being spammed on my phone. It was just really, really annoying. Like, it got like extremely annoying and just the noises kept coming. It's like when I would try to and then freaking Amber Alert. Yeah, they're really annoying, man. They're really annoying. there are these stupid ass alerts that you can sometimes get on your phone that are just really loud and obnoxious. Because of some Pepega person. But yeah. Like, they're just really, really annoying. Like, they're just really, really annoying. It's just... Like, sometimes it, like, if just in case those things randomly happen, it, like, makes you want to, like, turn things off. Just so you don't get them. But, like, yeah. It's like, they just come out of nowhere. Oh, well, they exist where I live, and they're really, really annoying. Yeah, like, switch off. And, like, it's even worse, man. It's like, when you do, like, pick it up and, like, and close the notification, they'll just send the notification again after. It's like, no, I already saw the notification. I don't need to see it again. And then they'll get, like, you'll see it again after that. And then a third time, and then a fourth time, sometimes. It's just annoying, and then it's its own other annoying message you turn off your phone, because then you just get spammed with a bunch of notifications when you do turn it on and connect to everything. So it's like you get a different set of conveniences and your phone just goes crazy. So like there's a problem on doing that thing too. And like the thing is, it's like extremely loud. But like for some reason, like whatever you're setting your phone to, whatever for the volume, they'll just blast you at max volume. For some reason. They'll just bypass it all and then blast you at max volume for no fucking reason. Right, like... It's just really annoying. Okay. Got our chest. Oh yeah, we were in channel 2. Alright, what are my dailies? Overpowered turret, appearance, all this other stuff, okay. Oh shit, I accidentally clicked maximize on a window for my ult. Well, that's new. If you accidentally click maximize, clicking the thing again doesn't fix it. It'll just save that. You have to like go into the resolution settings. That's a weird bug. But whatever. But like yeah, it's just annoying when you get these alerts and stuff. Like it makes you wish you just didn't have any connectivity on your phone. Just so you wouldn't be able to get them. Because they just really are just that bad. And then like imagine trying to sleep and you just get spammed with them. Right. Like it's just the worst. Yeah, well, it's not gonna get me to help find whatever is going on, man. It's not gonna help me. It's not gonna get me to help. It's not like I'll be able to do anything. Like it's just way too annoying. Sometimes you just wish you didn't have to deal with all this stuff. You didn't have to deal with having a phone and everything. Just so you wouldn't have to get annoyed by all the crap there. Sometimes. You know? Alright. Gunner, channel 3, sure. Right, like, just so you wouldn't have to deal with them. You'd rather just them not exist. You remove the battery and you put airplane mode, mute notifications? Yeah, fair, but then if you need to get something, you need something and it's like you can't. Because you turned the thing off. Well, that's just great. What if you want to use your phone and then the thing comes up too? Yeah, and then, what the fuck am I gonna do if I'm trying to sleep? Hey, turn off the internet, toss that phone away. I mean, turning off the internet won't do anything. The phone will do it without internet access. It doesn't need that. It doesn't use the internet to do that. Most of the time, like I never turn on mobile data unless I'm gonna use it on my phone. But like turning off the internet, it's like it's not gonna change anything. Then the alert will just still come up. Yeah. It's still just annoying either way. Okay, it goes to the cell towers. They're the ones blasting me, man. It's just the fucking cell towers. They're blasting me. Oh, there, I adjust the volume a bit. Alright, and like, I don't want to deal with it. I'd rather not. But, you know, that's the world we live in, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the world we live in is shit. Alright, let me just swap this for Claudia. Okay. Let me summon myself over. Oh, damn it. If you're like too close to the freaking specific barrier where they disable your relics, it's annoying. Alright, what else do we need? Overpowered turret and heavy armor guard. What does my ult need? Alright. Yeah, I always do this. It's faster. It's faster to just glitch out of bounds and just launch my way through. It's just faster, man. Work smarter, not harder. Rules are meant to be broken anyways. Right, rules are meant to be broken. So, like, who cares? I am the rules. Screw the rules. Doo-doo. Right, hi KNJ fan. Welcome, welcome. I mean, I'm just doing it the way I normally play. Which, yeah, of course out of bound abuse. That's what we're all about here. Right, we're all about breaking out of bounds. That's what we're all about. And we're gonna get the gunner as the challenge raid next. But like, you know, it is what it is. Alright, how many of these did I do? So I need to do it 6 more times. Okay. Gotta get it 6 more times. I really do wonder though if we'll get the gear upgrading event or whatever that CN has. Cause it'd be nice if we can get that. It'd be really nice. Alright, let me have my ult go kill the next thing while we wait for the next world boss. Alright, because we gotta make sure we kill all them world bosses. I'll go kill the NPCs for my ult that are in the not network map. While we wait. We probably will. It'll be interesting to see how they handle it though, because the stats on the gear stat rules on global are not the same as CM. We don't follow the same rules. Right, like stats here are not the same as CM's. We have a lower stat range overall on global. We have a higher floor but lower ceiling for stat rolls as well. Like, it's not the same. So it'd be interesting to see what would happen. You know? Alright, my health is done with all its dailies, I think. Wait, no, I need to kill another WL6. God damn it. Alright, there's the ground controller boss, which I'll probably just go kill. Oh, a Papa's chest. Let's go, a Papa's chest. Alright, we'll go kill another world boss. Well, we'll loot another world boss, I mean. A spirit world boss. Best world bosses to loot. For Force Decipher. Gotta love having the chance to get dream machines and stuff to spawn from these. As well as like the most important thing from them. Vehicle parts. Oh. Let me claim from you. Honestly, I guess it's not worth keeping these running here. If they're not gonna give me, like, dominiums. At least they'll give me dominium. God damn it, Zeke. Why not give me my dominium? Alright, they're at least finding stuff for me. So I don't have to go do them myself. Too bad we can't deploy more on one map. I wish I could deploy like everyone in like Right, imagine if we could put all the characters in just Vera and just get all the stuff done there quickly. It'd be nice. Oh, looks like Subtech is next. Let's go to Subtech. My all got a dream machine to spawn. I mean, I already finished all of the main I mean, I would dump them all for Dominium, actually. I would dump them all in Domain 9 just for Dominium, man. I would finish Vera first, then dump everyone into Domain 9. Gotta get that Dominium, right? We all gotta get that Dominium. Very important currency, after all. To get all the Dominium. So, like, yeah. Would definitely dump it all if I could. Right? Like, who wouldn't? Right? We would get all the Dominium. Like, you just complete it, you get Dominium. Easy Dominium farm. Because you can never have enough Dominium. Yeah, you would do the same since you already completed that one. I mean, I never finished Vera, so like... There's a lot for me to get in a Vera map, so I would still, you know, send stuff to go do things for me in Vera, but then after that, you know, gotta get all that Dominium. That very, very important Dominium. Very important, very useful, very valuable Dominium. Whee! Yeah, now all we get are the stupid elemental rocks, yeah. I need my Dominium. God damn it. People here waiting. Few more seconds. For the inevitable. The inevitable frostbutt. Cool, I got my dream machine. One of them. And then now there's no world bosses. Alright, let's go to Gunner. Alright, might as well go to Gunner now. Alright, we might as well go to Gunner. Where the fuck is the boss? I don't see the... Oh, there it is. Time to kill Gunner. Come on, Gunner. You're almost dead. Alright, we got another one? Alright, we got Gunner. Yeah, free is free. I got 5 of these, and we got missing more stuff there. We gotta loot all of them world bosses. Doo -doo -doo. Oh, they're just doing gunner chest here. You know, let me go do one of my dream machines while we wait. Alright, my dream machine was over there. Might as well go and do a dream machine. Right. Either we get a dream machine or we get nightmare fuel. Oh, Sobek is about to respawn here. Alright, I'm gonna head to this Sobek. They're too busy checking all those channels there. I'm too busy killing Asperia World bosses. Oh yeah, Oscar dashes faster. Cool. What are the other world bosses? Alright, let me go check Lucia. I'll take Lucia, Robarg, and then Apophis. Alright, surely I'll be able to loot all of them before they can do their thing. Before they call out the next gunner. Surely. let me check Rollbark now. Oh cool, Rollbark is up. Very nice. Very, very nice. And then now for Apophis. They're still doing the thing there, so... Oh, gunner chest. Alright, time to loot the chest. Nice. We got to kill a bunch of Asperia World bosses while they were doing gunner. Now I get to loot this for free. Without having to work for this one. Very, very nice. Right, working smarter and more efficiently instead of harder. Gotta love doing that. Working smarter and more efficiently. Let me check Asperia again. See if there's another thing to loot. Because now we're on channel 7. Alright, so I might as well check. Alright, let me check Barbarossa. Barbarossa's up here. So I might as well give him a look. I guess that means I did loot all the those materials in the week. But I might as well still get the points of the other thing. Right, no reason not to get the points. Right, so I'm gonna go get those. Alright, now we gotta do dream machines. Alright, at least I got that main weekly done. Alright, we got the main stuff for the weeklies done. The fuck? Why didn't it let me warp? Well, that's something. Frostbot is here. So, like... Alright, might as well loot him, it's free. Alright, I might as well. And then my ult has a dream machine at Apophis. Alright, I might as well loot the thing for free. Free is free. Right, free is free. I mean, not the greatest dream machine though. This is a Pepega dream machine. But I still will get all the energy because I do want to get the gold. Because the gold is still useful, I guess. Alright, now we can go to the end. Alright, and then I'll go check where my ult is, my ult is with its stream machine. shit. My ult died when trying to open a dream machine because Apotheosis respawned. Alright, let me just pass my self lead and then warp my ult to it. Because hey, free password chest is free password chest. Can I get another dream machine? No, but let's see what my ult gets. Where's the mini one? Right here, let's see what my ult gets. What dream machine will my ult get? Alright, let's see. Oh, it's this. Okay. That's whatever. I need another dream machine. Oh yeah, I should buy the vehicle parts here. Okay. Gotta buy them all. Alright, all bought. And then I'll buy them on my ult as well. I think there's no reason not to. Hi Grimjaw. The ceiling's up. Alright, we need to go get some dream machines. Time to go get some dream machines. Right, we want to go to Vera. Let's see, can I get some dream machines? I need to get 2 more dream machines. Right, we're doing all my weeklies now, because I didn't do them earlier. Alright, we've been slacking in 2 days late to finish all them dailies. Not dailies, weeklies. But they don't take long anyways. Oh, there's a gunner taxi. Let's see, can I spawn a dream machine first? And then we'll go to the... Come on, give me a dream machine. Oh, there we go. There's a dream machine. What am I in combat with? The fuck? Alright, what dream machine is this? I'll send my ult to Gunner. Oh god damn it, it's this piece of shit. Great, now I need Land Umbrella. Oh yeah. Hi Tayo. Welcome, welcome. Fucking hell, man. I hate this stupid dream machine. When I get, like, stuck in the wall or whatever. Shit. Alright, we're at 12. And then 14 and 15 are here. Alright, at least it was... I guess I don't really need advancement module 1s anymore. We end up with just so many of them. Because I can't, like, use them. I probably have enough advancement module 1s to get everything to 65. But I'm being held back by not having the other material. It is what it is, though. Alright, we'll put Anka back. Anka Banka. Alright. Alright, then we go kill this one. Hi, Megumi. It's the what we need are the booster. I need booster module of 3s. I need the new ones, man. Yeah, I saw it. It sounds fucked, man. They're gonna like do triple patches at once. They're combining 3 patches into one. And then like, so like the power creep is gonna literally triple in speed temporarily for global. It looks like a cost-cutting measure, to be honest. Because of like how things get handled there, and also like, cause like what? You don't have to publish nearly as many updates for a bit. You literally only have to do 1/3 of it by merging them together. You end up with more FOMO and stuff for people to pull on because the things will move rapidly. Yeah, they're basically merging 3 patches into a thing, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, they're trying to cut costs. And the thing is, the benefit of having everything on the same version is you only have to publish 1 version. Right? If you only have to publish 1 version, that's a lot less work you gotta deal with. It's a cost-cutting measure. And the thing is as well, it's gonna be even worse for whales, so the people who whale in there. Because I'm pretty sure they're not gonna give you triple the resources that you can whale with and for. Hey, Guru, they're not making enough money, so they're doing whatever they can, man. They're cutting costs in PGR by slowly trying to speed up and merge them with CN. They're gonna try to merge global with CN for PGR. It's a cost-cutting measure, man. That's the only way I see it. It's a way to cut costs. Because, again, like, if you don't have to maintain as many versions, right, that's a lot less work you have to deal with. You don't have to bother going back to fix bugs that you might have already fixed in a later version as well. Like, there are advantages to doing it. Like, there's a reason why, like, Snowbreak only has one version and they sync global with CN. It saves them a fuck ton of money. It's a cost-cutting measure and they're trying to do it. Fair, but the problem is, the short term for the next year, it's going to be painful. Their compensation, I looked, is like, oh, you get like 300 vouchers to pull a character, but one pull is 250 vouchers per patch. Right? Like, you're going to end up with less resources than if they release the patches individually. At the same time, the way the stuff worked was, the cycle of release units is like, you have a new S rank character. The next patch after is a new A rank character, which is free. And then you get another S rank character. And then the patch after that is either some sort of free unit again, and then another S rank after. So you end up with patches where like now you have 2 new characters to pull for, in one patch, and then another new the next patch. Instead of having a patch to take a break in between, at the same time, right? So like you're gonna need 3x the amount of resources effectively, but you're obviously not going to get that, right? And for people whaling, they're gonna need to go even further, and like. The content in PGR, they want you to have a team for all this stuff. Which is what, like 7 teams total? 1 for each element at least. And then like, another thing for uniframes. And then I don't know what the other one was for, but like 6 or 7 teams or something is what you end up needing. Like, it gets crazy, right? Especially because like, how many teams you need for Norman? You need like a lot. Right, and the trial stuff in Norman is like super Pepega too. Like when you could try to use a thing, it's like not enough. Like, for like that game one. I don't know about the other one they added as well. And the thing is, every time they release a new S rank, there's a new cub that goes with them, on top of a weapon for them, that you're kinda gonna need to grab. And then some of the more recent characters, because they started putting breakpoints between S rank, the double S rank, triple S rank, and triple S plus, you have like weird points where you need to target a specific thing in between some of them too. For like bare minimum functionality, on top of character kits needing the respective cub, right? Like there was that version of Lucia that had the I think it was Crimson Abyss that had the motorcycle thing. But if you want to get the skill, if you need to get the skill that you need to get her to go on the motorcycle, you need to have her signature cub. Like it's a requirement. You have to pull for another thing. Like you had to like pull so many different things to like make them like functional. Like it's a weird mess, man. They're like drastically accelerating things. And the thing is too, right? Imagine you're getting power creep at 3 times the speed. Because power creep in PGR was pretty crazy. And now imagine doing that at triple the speed. Especially with like the amount of total things you would need to pull for. It's just all being sped up so they can catch up in a year. That's what they're trying to do. Like, overall, I don't like it. But I don't play it anymore. I don't like them doing it that way. Right, because they're not gonna give you 3 extra stuff. Apparently, they said they're gonna double the stamina you get every day or whatever from the daily. But, like, that's not gonna get you 3 extra resources. Especially for some of the content that had, like, actual, like, seasonal content that had stuff locked behind them. That had, like, fixed rewards there. They're not gonna just triple all your stuff. You know, farming Phantom Cage to get that one character dupe, right? You can barely do it like once every patch or something. Once every patch or 2, get like a dupe for one of your S ranks. What happens when you get like, you know, double the amount of S ranks per patch that you're going to need to pull for? to get at least one copy, trying to get that first dupe. Like, you're just not gonna get it, man. It's just hell. Like, it just does not sound good. To me, anyways. The fuck? She's just one-shotting me. What the fuck? I just frig hitting so hard. Yeah, like it's ridiculous. Like the way they're gonna, it sounds like they're gonna handle it. And like, it makes sense why they're doing it. Imagine you only have to send in like a third of the amount of content to publish, right? Like, it makes sense why they would want to do it. But the consequences are gonna be a lot more severe than people may think. It's going to have its severe set of consequences there, whether you like it or not. So like, obviously for me, like, if I was still playing it, I would not be happy about it. Because there are actual downsides for rushing it that way. Right, you guys remember how damaging it was for impressions when ToF was like speedrunning stuff on global for the first year and a bit, right? You remember how crazy that was when we were like speedrunning everything. And like we weren't even near that pace in terms of speedrunning. We were like moving at like 1.3x the speed for speedrunning for global to catch up. Right? That's why it took slightly over a year to catch up to CN. And we're still like a little bit behind and they're gonna keep us there. But yeah, we can look at the news and stuff on it later. But like, it's kind of fucked. We did that. We were doing that for the first year and a bit. You didn't know? Like, for the first year and a bit, we were speedrunning our updates to try and catch up a little bit to CN, but we have different content from CN and different balances. There was a little bit of speedrunning for the first year and a bit. Right, keep that in mind. When ToF Global launched, CN was in like 2.2. Right, CN was about to release patch 2.2 when Global 1.0 came out. Was it 2.2 or... Yeah, 2.2 or 2.3 or something. It was like around that point. Right, like... They were speedrunning us to try to catch up a bit. Now we're just a version and a bit behind them. Well, it is what it is, man. Right, and obviously CN was moving at their own regular pace too. But like, you know... You were just vibing, you didn't really notice, yeah. Well, that's why content came out quite a bit faster back then. Right, like that's why, if you were wondering. Why we had stuff like that back then, that was why. Okay, next week new battle pass, cool. But that was why it was its own mess. But that's what happened. I still need to do the Jingchan weekly raid. And then I need to get the other thing too. Oh, like new player asking how to change clothes. Damn. New player right there. Yeah, I have no materials to... What do I even enhance now? Is it just this? And then I have to work on these pieces there? Yeah. Okay. Give me dream machine. I need dream machine. There we go, there's my final dream machine on my main account. And then I have to get my dream machines done on my ult. 2 of them. But like at least it doesn't take too long to get all my weeklies done. At least it doesn't take too long. Though these dream machines suck, but it is what it is. Alright, let's go get the dream machines on my ult. Oh, thanks for the follow as well, Canolionid. Yeah, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Though, it would be nice if I could read that in English, please. I don't know how to read Russian. Alright, let's go put that there. And let's try to see what dream machines I can get. Yeah, English is good. English easy. English easy to read. Right. Alright, let's see. Oh, here, let me just bring the mini off from my alt account back in view.
Target eliminated.
We just need to get 2 dream machines. That's the only thing we're trying to do now. Give me 2. Oh, there's 1 dream machine. But is it a dream machine or is it nightmare fuel?
Awaiting command.
God damn it, is this useless crystal dust? Alright, let's go get the one over here done. Or not. Huh? Oh wait, it's that one, and then delivery, and then... Okay. So those are the weeklies I have there. Yeah, English only. I can only English. I can only English. I went to my last stream machine though. For my ult. Oh, there it is. There's the third dream machine for my ult. Ooh, here we go.
Target eliminated.
Oh cool, they sent an update in the NTE Discord on something. And guidelines and stuff. Okay. Okay, so apparently next week they're gonna announce the actual CN list of people. Next week they're gonna announce the CN list of people there, and they just updated the rules for content creators in the on the NTE Discord. Basically, they're gonna announce the full list of like sometime next week. They're gonna announce the list of people who can participate in the beta officially. Right, and like the stuff in there is like the usual terms of service stuff. Right, the usual rules. Right, so we'll find out next week. Right, that's all. Yeah, time to gear up the shield. Well, we have to wait, man. We don't know yet. We don't know anything yet. They said that the actual finalized list will be announced at the beginning of next week. And then from there, we'll figure things out. Right, so we just gotta pray. They got spikes to the shield, oh boy. What's next? You gonna hold the Rocky helmet too? You gotta make sure you hold that Rocky helmet with what? And then have rough skin or iron barbs. Yeah, we're gonna have. banana sword. You're not afraid to use it. Alright, you have a good night, Zenmeister. Alright, we'll finish the last bit of weekly we have here. And then we can start looking at reacts. Alright. First things first then. Let's get Claudia. We're almost done with all the weeklies. Didn't even take an hour and a half. Right, we're only like an hour and a bit in. And I'm already almost done with every weekly. Gotta love Claudia Macro. Attach it to your shield, save a human shield. Oh boy. That would be something. That will be something. Alright, let me go over here. My alt has fruit foraging while I have the Solan mission. Alright. But yeah, I wonder though, like, how they're gonna handle, like, the anniversary thing for ToF. For CN, especially because they're gonna get a mecha. Of some sort. Right? Is what the rumored leaks are saying. They're gonna get some sort of mecha. So I'd like to see what they get. And how that'll work. It'll be interesting if it does, but imagine if it doesn't. Imagine if it doesn't power creep Jetpack Claudia. Jetpack will never get power crept, man. Look at Jetpack Claudia, it's still the fastest mode of transportation. When you can't use the car properly. It's still the fastest. Jetpack Claudia is still the fastest. Imagine power creeping Jetpack Claudia. Claudia just way too good, man. And then they made the Spider-Man relic to combo with it. Just because. Right, you can't forget that. They made the freaking Spider-Man relic. And then it just works with it. Yeah, I'm done with all the weeklies. Not even an hour and a half, not even 90 minutes to get all my weeklies done. I wasn't even trying to speedrun it. It just ended up being that way. Imagine. Not even trying to speedrun. Oh wait, no, I still haven't done the weekly raid. Alright, we need to get people for the weekly raid. Weekly challenge raid, come on. Alright. Weekly raid, come on. It should be easy. Four out of 8. 5. Right, 2 more spots, weekly challenge. 2 more, fill it up, come on. Come on guys, you know you want to fill it. Alright, let's go. Alright, and then we'll be done. Okay, we have 5 minutes to be under 90 minutes. We have 5 more minutes. We got 5 more minutes to be done with all the weeklies and under 90 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Which we will hit. It's this Jingchon. See? Done. That only took like a minute and a half to kill. Easy. Only took like a minute and a half to kill. Or something, not even. Right, very quick there. Oh wait, no, I forgot to do the Solon one. The Solon delivery. And that won't take long. Oh, where's Claudia? There you are. Honestly, it's probably faster to fling myself there. Because then I won't have to go through a loading screen. Okay, there we go. Still under 90 minutes. All weeklies done on both accounts. Right, all done. We got my alt. All main weeklies done again. All done, both accounts. Right, it's all done on both. Don't gotta worry about doing anything. All of it's done. Right, crew weekly is also done. Alright, it's all done there. Now I can make it so I can go to the AFK spot and get the points or whatever in the indoor zone. Now we get to go do that in the AFK spot, which is quite nice. Okay. So we have all that taken care of here, and now we can AFK there. We'll just have it play the ad there now while I go get set up here. Okay. I know we got a bunch of stuff to look at. And then there's like a bunch of different videos there. Right, we didn't finish reacting to the Kuro one being the Saint Tontas one thing. I saw this as well about Shinova. I think we'll go look at this one first. I saw this was like a short one, just like in my recommendations, because apparently we got someone trying to doom post Shinova. Apparently. It used to be believable. Damn. Definitely better than the modern audience slop in like Valorant and Apex. Bro, whole content is hating on things. The beta did feel unbalanced and messy, but it was tons of fun. Valorant takes itself too seriously. Community is toxic. Okay. The reason why they quit Valorant for Shinova. They're literally hop on Shinova with your friend alone, and then when it comes out, uninstall Valorant. I mean, you won't have to get Valorant's anti-cheat stuff that needs CPM, I think, right? Yeah. So in Top Story 1.0 compared to the original, they deleted the famous part when the bunker got invaded and you have to shoot the ship with the Gatling guns is gone. Really? They got rid of that. The scene where a hyena took the drug and turned into a giant zombie is also gone. Wait, why? Why'd they get rid of that? That's something, but why? I guess they didn't want to optimize it instead. They, like, it was, like, good. It was just kind of scuffed with the models and animation, but, like, it was a cool part. Weird. The video to be invalid as soon as the game releases, and then, yeah, so apparently this guy is hating on Shinova. I don't know, I had fun when I played Strenova. I thought it was cool. Right, I thought it was cool. When's Strenova releasing? Oh, I guess it's already out or something. Or soon. Maybe we'll play it tomorrow.
Strenova is coming out 22nd November, and this game is about to have the worst failure of 2024. You see, guys, this anime shooter game that's copied Valorant's roles and Overwatch
I mean, those are just basic roles.
maps to the T, has a lot of glaring issues, and I'm going to be discussing them in today's video on why Strenova is going to fail. I'll be giving you 5 reasons,
There's a CSGO rank mode that I
can't
liked
even
as
argue
well.
with this, because if you played this game during the global beta, you'd understand why this game sucks. Alright, reason number 5 is the Stringify mechanic is cheesy. So basically, Stringify is the main mechanic in this game, and it is so corny. Your triple D cup waifus turn into A cups because they turn flat into paper.
Yeah, they turn into paper. Yeah, that's part of the game. Yeah.
And this mechanic is used in fights to dodge shots, and you also get penetration resistance, which obviously sucks. Everyone wants to penetrate hot girls, but unfortunately you can't. Now the issue arrives with
Strenova was fun, man. I liked it.
Snipers in this game are so overtuned. Now if you play in the top ranks like me, obviously you guys wouldn't relate because you're all a bunch of feminine soy losers. But if you play in the top ranks of Strenova like me, you'd realize that these sniper players, they're just spamming Stringify after every shot. And also, because it's not like Valorant where you don't have to spend 4,700 for an op, Konami and Kokona keep their snipers every round, and using Stringify, they can play anywhere on the map. They can play up front, they can do back shots, they can play missionary. You guys are gonna get screwed if you come up against snipers in this game. And what's worse is, guys, you're coming up against these aim labs players, and they have no movement penalty, and the aim hitbox is so generous in this game. So to put it simply, snipers in this game are overtuned, and it's not gonna be a fun experience if you come up against a good sniper in this game.
I don't know, man.
Number 4 is power creep. Now,
tomorrow,
power creep is okay in gacha games where you're playing against AI. However, when you add it to a competitive setting, that's when the tides change. Now, when Strenova releases globally, okay, we're gonna have a starting roster of characters that are really bad, okay? Michelle sucks, Yvette sucks, Flavia is ass, Ming sucks. But as the seasons go on, guys, you'll realize that they're releasing agents that are just way too powerful, such as Aka, Fragrance, Galatea. These agents are so broken, and it ends up in a scenario where the Kumas can't select their favorite waifu because then they'd just be throwing, okay? I don't want a Celestia or Audrey on my team. I don't care you got a new skin for them that makes you release yourself everywhere, okay? I don't want that on my team. I want to win the game. Alright, number 3 is throwables and abilities redundancy. To put it simply, why would you pick Celestia on your team when you can just buy light regen armor upgrade for yourself? Or why would you even carry smokes in this game? Because smokes are completely useless, because Luwin and Konami, they can just trace you through the smokes. In Valorant, smokes hide you from scanning abilities, but in Strenova, you can still be seen through the smokes, which makes smokes completely useless. Overall, a lot of overlap with abilities and throwables in this game makes you wonder why you should even pick certain characters like healers when you can just carry a healing grenade yourself. Number 2, guys, is the obtaining of skins. They are so stingy.
I mean, you get a limited amount of healing with grenades. You don't get that many. You will run out. I guess if you're gonna die before you can, before you run out of them, then sure. But generally, you will run out.
You'll get a couple epic
he doesn't understand target audience,
shower you with free credits
the guy's too sweaty, man.
and wishes, but after that, guys, it slows down so much. Here's the issue, okay? Banners last for 40 days. To get the legendary skin, it's a 90 pity, and you're not even guaranteed the skin. You could end up getting the weapon.
Same in Chinese, it should be pity. The pity in Chinese is 30. Okay.
There's also a second pity for epic skins, but most of the skins on the banner can be bought with normal credits. The issue is, after level 35, you only get one wish every 5 levels, and just to put it in perspective, I only get a wish every single week. So yeah, all those cool legendary skins, you're not getting them anytime soon, buckos. Alright, number 1 reason why Strenova is doomed to fail as a game is because this game is going so woke, it's not even funny. According to the TOS, you're not even allowed to trash talk. Like, come on, really? You're not allowed to say a couple mean things. It's gonna hurt your feelings.
I mean, Chinese game. Yeah, what you expect, man.
You know, guys, playing in Chinese servers, it was actually really refreshing because Chinese people are actually, like, very nice. Like, whenever I got downed on Chinese servers, the Chinese players always made it their first priority to come heal and revive me. Like, they were really nice guys. They really took the game seriously and tried to win and support each other. But now, unfortunately, the game will be releasing globally, which means I have to play with degenerate Westerners who are gonna log into ranked all drunk and high, and then they're gonna bottom frag and then complain that it's the patriarchy and misogyny that's holding them
I mean, you could always just play with people you want to play with instead. Just play with friends then.
back. Like, guys,
You don't
this
have
is
to
the
deal with
issue
the problem
modern gaming,
then.
okay? You make these games free, which means these fentanyl drug addict feminists are logging onto the game, performing poorly, and then complaining online that, oh my gosh, guys, it's sexism, it's holding me back. Like, honestly, screw you guys, okay? The reason Genshin fans are all fat is because they're all losers, okay? When you allow these free bums to play these games, it's gonna end up with the Valorant e-data infestation, and it's gonna become even worse because this is an anime shooter. It's just very sad how Stronova is going to fall as a game as soon as
This guy is just weird, man. Weird. Weird, man. This is definitely a bait video, man. If what else do they think is like his whole channel is hating on things? Okay, who is this guy? So he make a video attacking the thing they're comparing to Genshin, and look at that. Right, then oh look what he has his content here. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is just ridiculous. Game trying new things. Yeah, you're concerned with cheaters. That's the thing, right? Right, like of course.
So, dudes, it's your
There's also like this one here, old school versus new school gacha. Right, we might as well try to like clear through and get as many of these tabs that I have open like slowly removed. So like, you know, I can have my browser nice and clean because you guys keep sending stuff faster than I can look at them. Right, it'd be nice to like actually get them cleared out and then I just see you guys sent even more. Great. Great, we got more to look at.
boy too. In my previous videos, I've talked about how I've played a lot of gacha games, right, over the years, and still do, by the way. And because I'm more of a fan of gacha games in general, not just any one in particular, I'm personally invested in seeing the evolution of gacha games, if you will, and the direction that they're headed. So that got me thinking, how exactly have gacha games changed over the years so far, right? Many of you guys may not know what gacha games were like before Genshin Impact, so what are the key differences between old school and new school gachas? Not to mention I was a history major back in college, God forbid, so for the sake of finally giving my dusty-ass diploma some purpose, I think it'd be pretty cool to document in video form how gachas have evolved over time. And again, given how many gachas I keep up with, there's no better content creator to do that than yours truly. First, for context, let me lay out a chronology of all the gacha games I've ever played. This includes the ones that I've tried out, but no longer play too. My first gacha ever was the NA server for Fate Grand Order, and that came out in 2017. Next were Girls Frontline Global and Azure Lane Global in 2018, Magia Record Global in 2019, Arknights Global and Genshin Impact in 2020, Touhou Lost Word Global and Blue Archive Global in 2021, Nikke Goddess of Victory in 2022, Honkai Star Rail, Ether Gazer, and Snowbreak Containment Zone in 2023, and finally, Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero in 2024. Couple disclaimers.
That's all he played.
First, obviously, gacha games have existed for a
while.
Those
are the only ones he's played.
I myself got into them. Realistically speaking, I started playing back when the era of old school gacha games was on its way out, and the era of new school gacha games was starting to replace them. This means that my knowledge of old school gachas is mostly limited to the ones that I've played myself, and that there can be older gacha games out there, or other old school gachas that did do things a little bit differently. Second, out of all the gacha games that I currently play, I consider Arknights to be the start of the new school gacha era, because that's the first gacha that I picked up that have many of the features that I would consider to be new school. This means that the 3 old school gachas that I still play are FGO, Girls Frontline, and Azure Lane. So let's get into this. What separates the new school gacha games from the old school ones? From my experience, there are 3 main things: pity, or a gacha guarantee mechanic, inventory and character mechanics, and everyone's favorite, grinding. First up, pity, the mechanic that gives you whatever the top rarity character is after you've rolled like a certain amount of times on a banner without getting a 5-star or whatever, right? If a new gacha game comes out these days and it doesn't have a pity mechanic, well, good luck getting anybody to start playing it. But having no pity used to be reality for old school gacha games. Back in my day, during the heyday of what was basically the Wild West of gacha games, I suppose you could say, there was no such thing as pity, at least not for a lot of old school
I remember
games.
playing
It was
some of
either
those
you
back
got
then.
who you wanted or you didn't, right? If you did, great. If not, you better start swiping, buddy, or you can go fuck yourself. I mean, technically that hasn't changed, but at least with new school gachas, you know that there's a hard limit to how much you have to swipe to get like a maxed out character or however many copies of a character you're looking to get. But with a lot of old school gacha games, especially back in the day, nah bruh, nah, you just didn't. Like, you didn't know when the pain would end. For example, in FGO, the 5-star servant pull rate is 1%, and its old rate of used to be 70%, so back in the day, it used to be a 0.7% chance to pull a rate-up 5-star character, and with no pity. This means that rolling gacha in this game has always been a complete crapshoot, even after the rate-up got buffed to 0.8%, and they increased the multi-roll from giving you 10 rolls to 11. You can luck the fuck out and get what you want in a single ticket, or basically a single roll, or you can be a friend of mine who had to spend almost 3,300 Saint Quartz for a single copy of Abigail back in the day, which in dollar terms comes out to be around $1,580. And gentle reminder, that should be more expensive than going for a C6 or E6 character or whatever.
No, that is not more expensive than C6, E6. That is not more expensive. C6, E6 is around 2,000. No.
And a copy of the signature equipment in a Hoyoverse game.
No, he's exaggerating there. He's saying it's cheaper than it actually is. It's not.
For a single copy of a rate-up 5-star character in FGO. Girls Frontline works a little differently. It has what's called a construction gacha, which is a gacha system that was more popular with old school gacha games like Kantai Collection, if you remember that. Instead of gacha currency, you have resources that are used for a variety of mechanics, including rolling gacha. And to do that, you have to input recipes that have a chance of getting what you're looking for. Here's the problem. There was no pity. And because it's a construction gacha, right, where you can input your own custom recipes if you want, the rates aren't listed anywhere. Matter of fact, I still don't know what GFL's official rates even are. So just like in FGO, you could spend all your resources trying to get a new character and not get them. Even worse, there's also another character gacha in this game that's literally 10 times more expensive than the regular ones, I shit you not, where you roll for a specific class of characters that you can only get from there, the shotguns that is. And that gacha also has no pity. Basically, imagine if in Star Rail, for example, the preservation characters are locked behind a separate gacha banner that costs you 16,000 Stellar J's to roll, and you have no pity. And that's heavy construction gacha in GFL. Granted, that's not technically a fair comparison because obtaining resources in GFL is far easier than getting Stellar Jades in Star Rail, but let me tell you, man, having played this game for far longer than I should have, I sincerely hope that none of you guys ever have to experience the void that is this specific gacha called heavy construction.
Yeah, it's so hard to watch this video because, like, his freaking camera is, like, at a weird FPS, at a weird frame rate.
Azure Lane
It's like so
surprisingly has a
scuffed.
really generous gacha, not just for old school
It's
games,
like,
but
this is
just
hard.
gacha games in general. 7% for SSRs, actually.
Okay.
However, the actual rate-up rate is only 2%, meaning that most of your SSR rolls from any particular limited time banner will usually be not who you're looking for, unfortunately, which means that sometimes it can take a frustratingly long time to get who you actually want, even with a 7% SSR rate. Oh, and as usual, there's no pity, so it's just you, your resources, and your luck to determine whether or not you get the characters you actually want. The first gacha that I play that included pity as part of its gacha from launch is Arknights. Its 6-star operator rate is 2%, with the usual rate of being half that at 1%, but the way its pity works is that every roll you do that doesn't get you a 6-star increases your 6-star chance little by little until you're guaranteed a 6-star roll, though unfortunately it doesn't guarantee you the rate up. And every gacha game that I picked up afterwards features a pity mechanic of some kind. Genshin and the other Hoyoverse games have their soft and hard pities, right? Alternating guaranteed rate ups, where if you get spooked on character banner, your next 5 stars guaranteed, and this applies to Star Rails and Z3's weapon banners as well. And pity build up, where the game remembers, right, how many rolls you've done towards your next 5-star and lets it roll over to the next banner when they change. Ether Gazer, Snowbreak, and Wuwa all follow this Hoyoverse style gacha model as well. Blue Archive and Nikke have the Spark style pity system, where every roll that you do also gets you a ticket or a token of some kind that you can then spend on obtaining the rate up character directly if you accumulate enough of those tickets or tokens or whatever. Nikke has the superior version, as it lets you keep those tickets when banners change, meaning that you can instantly pity a new rate up SSR character the moment they come out if you already have enough. And this counts for collab characters too, by the way, which is insane that they let you do that. Whereas in Blue Archive, you have to use your points before the current banner expires, or else you effectively waste them. As time went by, pity mechanics have also evolved for a lot of gacha games. Early on, for example,
his video quality is just that. His video quality is ass. It's only his camera that's ass. It was the same with his previous video too. I don't know how, like, why he can't, like, get, like, a good camera recording. Okay, you got a link to it? We'll look at it after if you got a link. But, like, yeah, his camera is just ass. This part, when you're seeing gameplay, it's fine.
Spark mechanic for limited character
but his camera is garbage.
Where every roll gives you, again, that special token that you can exchange directly for rate-up characters, or even previous limited characters if you accumulate enough of them. And they've even added special banners that, for example, guarantee you a 6-star operator that you don't have when you roll them, among others. Even MiHoYo slowly updated their own pity systems by first giving their Genshin weapon banner an actual pity, even if it still sucks, and they improved the weapon banners in their subsequent games by putting only one weapon on rate up, thank god, and giving you 75-25 odds of getting it. Wuthering Waves takes us a big step further though by giving their limited weapon banner a 100% rate up guarantee. Hell, they even separated their perma characters from the perma weapons, right, by making 2 separate banners for them. And for the perma weapon banner, they let you set which weapon you want to roll for with its own 100% rate up guarantee, meaning that both weapon banners in Wuwa are much more worth it for players to roll on compared to the MiHoYo games. Ether Gazer takes this further with its recent limited character banners, which have a guaranteed rate up after 90 pulls, and its weapon banner, or their equivalent of it at least, allows you to roll for the special gear or equipment of characters anytime you want.
It's all the money went to waifus,
even further by not only giving its limited character and weapon banners guaranteed rate ups, but also every 130 rolls or so that you do for the limited character banners, you can select a batch of tokens for a specific permanent SSR character that you want. Same thing for the limited weapon banners, except instead of tokens, you can just straight up choose a whole new permanent orange.
Yeah, you can just choose it. You can't choose which one you get, but you get a random one in the crate. But at the same time, you can still choose one of these if you with the other currency.
Hell, even the old school gachas have implemented their own pity mechanics into their banners as a way to sort of like keep up with the times. Ever since Azure Lane started doing ultra rare banners, the UR characters have only a 1% pull rate, but they also come with a 20 multi-spark, where
all this money went into waifu pillars.
No matter what you got, you can redeem a copy of the rate up ultra rare, no questions asked. More recently, they've even included this 20 multi-spark into their standard banners too, as they've put some of the older ultra-rare characters at this point as part of the permanent pools, and you can even select which UR character you want when you hit the spark. However, this pity only exists for the ultra-rare characters. While you can directly obtain the older SSRs and SRs from shops, some of them at least, there is still no pity system for new banner SSRs and SRs. It's basically the same as it was 6 years ago. Girls Front Frontline has also included what they call an anchored construction, I think.
Yeah, don't
which
touch
acts
it.
like a pity in that you are guaranteed to obtain
obviously
the
you
character
wouldn't
that
wanna
you want
touch it,
from
man.
a batch of new characters. However, I say like a pity because it's still pretty shit for a pity since it only works for one unit, and once it's used up, it's gone, and you can't anchor another unit. And there are typically at least 4 or 5 new characters in a batch. FGO is also
That's a lot of
unfortunately the
characters.
same way. Matter of fact, it's since gotten the most atrocious excuse of
Oh
a pity
boy.
I've ever seen any gacha game have. How it works is this. You are guaranteed a copy of the rate up 5-star servant of any particular banner after 30 multi-rolls. And mind
30
you, the standard
multi-rolls, never
among
mind.
the gacha games that I play where, you know, they have the style of pity is usually 20, right? Which is the case for Azure Lane, Nikkei, and Blue Archive. Only Arknights also has a 30 multi-spark pity. It used to be until very recently that FGO's pity only worked once, as in you were only guaranteed 1 copy of the rate up 5-star on banner. And even worse, if you got that copy early, before you did your full 30 multi-rolls, then the game counts that early copy as your pity, and now it's gone. And if you want more copies after that, you're on your own. As of JPFGO's 9th anniversary, they've updated it so that apparently pity is now repeatable. Thank God, it's not just for your first copy anymore. But it's still 30 multi-rolls to hit pity in the first place, and it took 9 fucking years for this game to finally get a pity that's worth calling a pity. Oh, and before I forget, FGO's pity also doesn't carry over, meaning that the whole building pity strategy that you can do in like the Hoyoverse games, for example, does not work in FGO. Old school games will stay old school, I guess. Second is the inventory and character mechanics, specifically how gacha games handle your character inventories and certain character mechanics like deploying dupe units and their rarities. In old school gacha games, it was common to have finite inventories that hold your units, and if you have too many units, you'd be capped out and wouldn't be able to play the game until you cleared out your inventory and made some space. FGO, GFL, and Azure Lane all have this inventory mechanic.
Oh yeah, I remember this. I think even I remember playing even the Fire Emblem Heroes one had this too. That was like one of the old ones that I played back in the day as well. The Fire Emblem one, you also had that issue too. Where like you could run out of space because like you pull duplicate characters, if you don't fuse them together, they would just take up space and stuff in your inventory. And then you would eventually run out if you don't expand it enough and stuff like that. You couldn't get anything.
Thankfully, FGO lets you expand your inventory using in-game currency, or in other words for free, though with quite a bit of grind. But GFL and Azure Lane both require you to spend premium currency to do the same. Granted, these games do give you some free gems, so you can spend those on, you know, expand your inventory, I guess. But remember, these are gacha games, and new characters are always coming out all the time, right? So running out of inventory space can be a very real concern that you might be forced to deal with eventually. A silver lining of sorts, if you can even call it that, of having an inventory style like this though, is that you are allowed to have and even oftentimes use dupes of the same character. This doesn't really apply to FGO though, since the game doesn't allow you to bring 2 of the same unit of your own on the same team, only if one of them is a support, or in other words, if that character belongs to another player, which ironically is how you'll be playing that game most of the time anyway. Where they are relevant though are in GFL and Azure Lane and other gachas like them. In Azure Lane, as long as they're not part of the same fleet, and as long as you're not doing the upside game mode, you can have 2 separate fully invested dupes, one in each fleet, going around kicking ass. GFL takes us to a ridiculous level, because in this game, you can have up to 10 different
advancement
squads
unit
called
in
echelons.
Azure Lane.
Just like an Azure Lane,
because you can level your ship fast enough.
Of the same unit in the same echelon, but as long as they're in different squads, hey, no problem. And given GFL's extremely meta-driven gameplay, where you either abuse the top tiers, or you just fucking die, it's not uncommon to see high-ranking players have like a copy of like P22, for example, in as many squads as they can. You don't really see this in new school gacha games, for better or for worse. All the gachas I play, starting with Arknights onwards, do not have a character inventory. When you roll a new character or obtain one, you just get them and they're added to your account directly. End of story. There's no need to buy like extra inventory space or shit like that.
That's the thing we don't have to deal with anymore,
For weapons and miscellaneous materials though, that might be a different story depending on the game. But that also means that it's impossible to have 2 or more separate dupes of the same character, meaning that you can't just throw Bennett onto both sides of Spiral Abyss.
You wish.
Sorry,
You would
players.
wish.
I know you'd fucking kill to do that. And
A lot of
whatever
people
extra
would,
copies you do get are just automatically converted into like character tokens or something. I should also add this tidbit. It's possible for you to delete your own characters in older gacha games.
Yeah, that was
even
the
ones
thing.
you have.
Yeah, I remember like some of them would give you resources by doing that. You delete the character, you get resources. I've seen one where like you could take the skills and abilities of one character and give it to someone else by deleting them. Like I've seen those mechanics too.
Completely maxed out, and there have been incidents of people accidentally deleting characters that they didn't mean to, just because they weren't paying attention. So at least in newer games you don't have to worry about doing this, because you can't really like delete any character that you've obtained at all. Like you can only get rid of like equipment and like materials or whatever. Oh, and almost forgot about character rarities. Old school gacha games typically have lots of different rarities. FGO rarity, for example, goes from 1 star all the way up to 5 star. There's even a joke character in the game who's officially listed as a 0 star, but functionally acts like a 2 star. Girls Frontline is similar, with its lowest rarity being 2 star. And
because to max advance the stars you need to be at least level 70, and then before XP booster and super grinder,
goes up to 5 star naturally, though some 5-star units can hit 6 star rarity if they have a mod 3 upgrade available. Azure Lane rarity goes from common, then rare, then super rare or SR, then super special rare or super rare or whatever, basically SSR, and then finally ultra rare or decisive if they're from PR. New school gacha games typically only have like a couple of rarities comparatively. All the Hoyoverse games and others that take directly from Hoyoverse, like Ether Gazer, Snowbreak, and Wuwa, only have 2 rarities for characters at least, 4 star and 5 star. Some newer gachas have 3. Blue Archive has 1, 2, and 3 stars, and Nikkei has rares, SRs, and SSRs, though to be fair, the rares are kind of an afterthought and are basically never used. The reason why newer gacha games have less rarities is actually pretty simple. In older games, the lower rarities were typically used as like some kind of enhancement fodder or a resource of some kind,
that was
since
used
they're
before.
easy to obtain, usually by grinding.
Yeah, because you would then also destroy the character and use them for materials in those games. That was the thing too.
In FGO, for example, lower rarity units can be used as XP in case you don't want to use your more valuable, higher rarity XP cards. In GFL, the 2 stars are used to enhance other characters' stats, and the higher rarities can be dismantled for cores on other units too. And in Azure Lane, the commons are used again as enhancement fodder, and the higher rarities are retired for medals to exchange for other units or items in the shop. But in newer games, there's no longer an easy way to obtain characters. Typically, the only way you're able to get more characters is by rolling the gacha. So with less characters overall, the less of a need gacha games have these days of separating their rosters into like multiple rarities. There is one exception among the gachas I play, and that would be Arknights, which makes sense because I see it as a sort of like a bridge between old school and new school. Even though it has a lot of new school gacha features, one of the few old school traits that it does have is that it has 6 different rarities of units, going from the 1-star robots all the way up to the limited 6 stars. But rather than be used as enhancement fodder like in other old school gachas, the lower rarities are designed to be easy to use and level up so that new players can get as far as they can into story or event content quickly until they can grind enough to level up stronger, higher rarity units who can handle the harder content. And lastly, the grinding. Oh dear god.
He's really hardcore.
Old school gacha games are infamous for being grindy as fuck.
Yep.
To an extent that if you've never played an older gacha game before, or even other
Oh yeah, I remember. I remember back when I played Fire Emblem Heroes, actually. I would put it on an emulator. There were stages that you had to grind like crazy, and then I would just automate the entire process. I would put some of them on an emulator, and I would just leave it there and just let it grind. Yeah, if I had to farm this specific thing for like a specific material or whatever, I would just put it in there, and then just leave it there. I'd make an entire script where I cleared it, and then I would just put the thing on loop and have it play to like the actual natural region, and I would just leave it on my computer running. That's what I would do. I wouldn't fucking touch it normally myself.
Genres
no.
that are known for being grindy like an MMO, like it's gonna be pretty hard for you to wrap your head around just how grindy the old.
But that was like a
gachas
problem
were.
with like the older ones.
Perhaps still are. In
Right, hi,
Azure Lane at
Volvin.
launch, for example, you couldn't feed units with XP items to give them XP directly like you can now, or just in
Okay.
most gacha games in general. You had to manually grind XP for them the good old-fashioned RPG way of toss them out into battle. You also had to grind for weapon blueprints, and the top tier ones back in the day were rare event map drops, and that you couldn't
Yep.
obtain anywhere else. Like, I still remember back during Anime Expo 2019, we had an event going on at the same time as the con. So I was walking around the LA Convention Center with my tablet in one hand playing Azure Lane, and my phone in the other, since my tablet was tethering off my phone, grinding
God
blueprints
damn.
for the French 138.6mm destroyer gun. Hell, the priority units that I mentioned earlier are characters that you can only obtain by grinding, so no getting lucky on gacha or anything like that.
Okay.
Since the idea is that you can obtain some of the best characters in the game if you put in the work for them. And back in the day, PR grinding was absolutely atrocious because of how restrictive the grind used to be. Jesus, where do I start in GFL, bro? The problem here is that this game has so much shit that you have to grind. You have characters who need to be obtained from gacha or from events, leveled up, limit broken, and enhanced. Oh, and by the way, some characters also have mod 3 upgrades that are meta as
Okay.
fuck, so you better upgrade their asses. They also need gear that also need to be obtained either from gacha or from events, enhanced and calibrated. You've got the damn fairies that you have to obtain from construction gacha first, then level
boy.
up and enhance. You have the coalition
That's
girls
too
that you
much.
not only have to roll from their own separate gacha banners for, but you also have to give them their own coalition minions that also need to be leveled up, limit broken, and enhanced, all with their own separate resource pipelines that are separate from the ones that you use to level up your normal units. You have your HOC
Of
artillery
course.
squads that, surprise, surprise, need their own resources to be leveled up, limit broken, and enhanced. And lastly, you have a goddamn main battle tank and a mech to take care of, because why the hell not? And whatever you do not ask a girls frontline player what corpse dragging is. But by
What?
far the worst
Corpse
grind
dragging?
that
What
I've
the hell
ever
is
had
that?
the displeasure of doing was for FGO. The sheer amount of grind that you have to put in for a single 5-star character in this game, if you're a new player at least, is ludicrous. Like, the amount of materials that characters need, especially at higher rarities, is insane. Material drops are RNG, meaning that the amount of time that you need to farm everything that you need to level up a character can vary greatly depending on your luck.
That's
A
not
lot of
good.
materials that you need for newer characters are locked behind later story chapters, so if you're not all caught up with the story, you might be fucked. But worst of all, FGO
Yikes.
to this day does not have any kind of like built-in auto farming feature. This game has always been intended for you to grind everything manually, and because this is a turn-based game, right, you have to input commands
Yeah.
for your teams every single turn, which means that grinding in this game is dreadfully tedious. So, of course, this has to be the one gacha game where we have dedicated events where you do nothing but grind the fuck out of the game, like lotteries and
course.
raids. In comparison, every single new school gacha I've ever played, with the exception of like maybe Arknights, the grind has been nowhere near as bad or as god-fucking awful as the old school ones. And this makes sense too, because as more gacha games come out and the gacha market becomes steadily more and more saturated, people can
Yep.
only play so many of them at once. And the vast
Exactly.
majority of gacha players certainly don't want to sit down and play a dozen of them at once like me. So new school gacha games have evolved over time in order to better attract new players for themselves by streamlining the grind that's required for them and or reducing the overall amount of grind in the first place. Gacha
Okay.
games these days have things like auto farming, multi-running, which is when a gacha lets you pay the stamina cost of multiple runs of a farming node up front, but you
Yep.
only need to complete it once yourself, and sweeping, which
Arknight-
is like multi-running, but you don't even need to manually finish a run yourself. The game just automatically gives you the rewards for as many runs
I don't
as
know.
you
I
have
never
the
played
stamina for.
Arknight.
And for open world games like Genshin and WoWa, you can even farm for some of the materials that your characters and weapons need by collecting them directly or by killing enemies that drop them in the overworld.
Yeah.
So it's at least fun to, run around beating the shit out of enemies
I
while
s- I
farming,
hate that
rather
shit
than do
still,
like
regardless.
dozens, if not hundreds of of runs on the same node over and over for hours on end. So whenever you hear a Genshin player or anyone else who's only ever played like the big trendy gacha games bitch about how grindy their games are, right? Kindly remind them that it used to be so much fucking worse. One last thing I forgot to mention.
The thing is though, there were still ways to automate the old stuff if you knew how to use an emulator. You can't exactly automate an open world game, unfortunately, in an Android emulator, but some of those other ones you could. You could automate them in an Android emulator, some of those other ones, but good luck trying to do that for fucking Genshin or WoW.
In newer gacha games, going through story
I have no
is
plans to
super
ever
easy,
touch it, man.
or in other words, story battles are rarely ever challenging since they're designed for even casual players to be able to get through easily.
Oh yeah, that used to be a problem with some of those older games where they would actually make them hard. I remember playing some where they would actually make difficult story challenges.
Hell, on 2 separate occasions, MiHoYo felt the need to make a story fight easier. First, the Tartaglia boss fight in Genshin, and second, the Aventurine boss fight in Star Rail, because casuals thought they were too hard. But for old school gachas, story content is oftentimes legitimately challenging, sometimes even just straight up bullshit. The Cernunnos boss fight at the end of Lost Belt 6 in FGO, basically every late game story chapter in Girls Frontline 1, at Worlds 12 and up in Azure Lane, just to name a few examples. This is because unlike newer gachas that isolate their endgame content into their own dedicated endgame modes like Spiral Abyss, MOC, Shiyu Defense, or TOA, older gachas don't do this, and so they integrate their endgame content into the story itself, in addition to making them a part of their events. And those are the main things that separate old school gacha games from the new school ones in my experience with them over the years. Hope you enjoyed listening to what was basically a gacha history lesson by a dude who's been playing them for way too long. If you liked it, make sure to like the video and subscribe for more. I also dual stream to both YouTube and Twitch, twitch.tv/ToSniper98, so stop by on either channel, doesn't matter which, if you want to hang out.
Alright, let's go to the next one. We have this one here. The Game Awards are a fucking joke. But we're slowly gonna go through everything, man. We have so many things to react to lined up. Let's see what Rev has to say about the Game Awards.
What's up, guys? Rev here. So today we're going to be talking about the Game Awards. They're having their 10th anniversary this year.
10th anniversary, damn.
A lot of people are talking about them for reasons we'll get into. Now, with an award show on subjective topics like Game of the Year, you'll never make everyone happy, but there is very understandable concern about the picks that are going to be selected by the Game Awards, in particular this year, based on who is running the show. Essentially, the people who are controlling the votes and who wins and who doesn't are the biggest shills in the gaming industry, in particular, journalists, who often are pushing an agenda. So a lot of people are very concerned that this is going to prioritize an agenda push instead of giving the rightful winners the awards they deserve. So I don't think anyone would be too surprised to see something like the Veilguard end up winning Game of the Year, despite the fact that a lot of people really dislike it. But anyways, the reason a lot of people are concerned is about how the winners are selected. So this is right from their website. Winners are determined by a blended vote between the voting jury, 90%, and public.
The voting jury gets the majority of the vote, 90%. Goddamn. So effectively, voting on the list does not matter. Your vote does not matter. Because whatever it is, like, the public fan voting is only 10%. It really doesn't matter. What matters is what the jury thinks. Because of this weight.
Fan voting, 10%. So basically, the voting jury is the controlling factor. 10%, yeah, it sounds great. But really, the deciding factor in all of this is the jury voting system here. And who's a part of this jury? Well, this now deleted screenshot from their website contains some of the people who will be controlling these
They deleted
awards,
from the website, damn.
IGN, Inverse, Polygon, PC Gamer, the LA Times, The Verge.
The fuck is the LA
Pride,
Times doing?
NPR, Game Rant, Variety, and so on. So this is a very confusing list. Even for the networks here that are actually involved in gaming, they don't inspire any confidence that they're going to make good choices. I mean, look at IGN, for example, right? This is the same company that has reviewed multiple games from this year like Dustborn and Concord and giving them 7 out of 10 ratings, and giving Black Myth Wukong an 8, just barely better than those games in the eyes of IGN. And also, they're the ones who gave a 9 out of 10 to Veilguard, which also pushes the concerns that that's going to be a big push for Game of the Year. But looking around, I mean, some of these organizations make no sense. Like, what is the LA Times doing here? Or NPR?
What the hell are they doing?
Or Pride? Is this a game award show, or what is this? It sounds like a bunch of potential virtue signaling. And also on this list, you'll notice a group called Kinda Funny. Now, that's kind of ironic because I was planning on talking about one individual from their group here, Andy Cortez, who's been going on a big rant about DEI in video games recently. He clearly very much loves DEI and is very angry at anyone who dares to criticize it. So he made this tweet relatively recently saying, if you're angry at the games industry for being quote-unquote too woke, I think you're a dummy. If you then fall for the right-wing grifts and allow someone to profit off of your anger, the grifter thinks you're a dummy too. Don't be a dummy. So yeah, a lot of projection here, and as always,
that's a lot of projection,
the word grifter, the phrase has lost all meaning. Like a lot of words on the internet, people misuse it all the time. So besides just basically calling you stupid for enjoying videos of someone criticizing anything to do with DI in video games, they're also trying to say that people sharing that narrative are grifters. And if you don't know what a grifter actually is, because places like social media and Twitter in particular have misled you, a grifter is someone who shares or pushes an agenda that they don't actually care about or believe in whatsoever. They're just doing it for a profit. And basically people like Andy Cortez just label anyone who disagrees with them as a grifter. They can't possibly understand that someone might actually believe in what they're saying that is contrary to what people like Andy think. A lot of people are very critical of DEI, and that's a very relevant topic because it's completely eviscerated the gaming industry. So that's something a lot of people are talking about who care about games, because that's how bad things have gotten. But it goes way over Andy Cortez's head, and it seems like he has this issue with anyone who's making some sort of a profit or expanding their career by talking about these things in the gaming industry. And I can see that's a lot of projection. I can see like how this channel is performing. This is a multiple person unit running this account, and they're getting steamrolled. They're getting absolutely bodied by one-man shows across YouTube who are just recording in their bedroom talking about gaming and criticizing DEI. So I guess it must be very frustrating for them. But anyways, this is the coup de grace here. This is a minute-long rant that he recorded and posted himself for God knows what reason, where he talks about the truth involving DEI and the angry Griftubers.
You fucking need DEI because you wouldn't have jobs if DEI didn't exist to complain about. You wouldn't be making money on YouTube if DEI didn't exist. So you're really the ones that need it.
Yeah, that's a very weird point.
That is a very weird point.
Nobody,
so they're saying we need it so we can complain about it. The fuck? We'd rather not complain about it.
Criticizing DEI, they don't want it to exist. They wouldn't be talking about it if it didn't exist, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, that'd be a good thing if it didn't exist.
Like, we invite the challenge. If you want to get rid of all this DEI, if you want DEI to leave the industry, perfect. That's like complaining about a cop saying like, oh, you wouldn't have a job if there was no crime. Well, duh, that'd be a great thing, but that's not the reality. A lot of people are criticizing DEI because it's had a very negative impact on the gaming industry, and I think that is a normal and healthy thing to do. You're supposed to point out problems and talk about it if it's affecting your hobby and medium.
Unless your game has only white dudes, if you have a woman, she better be fucking hot.
Yeah.
You know, get an ugly woman out of my game. That lady better be super smoking hot. Yep. That's the way they think, right? Back in the day.
So again, it's more weird projection and talking about a world that doesn't really exist. Okay, there's been diverse characters in video games forever, but the difference is that diversity was just a natural function of the story or whatever was going on. It wasn't forced diversity to push an agenda. That's the difference. That's what people have an issue with. Gamers aren't just angry because
we don't want the
diversity in
the
games.
forced
They're
crap.
angry about forced diversity, where they're being fed a message they don't want to receive, and their immersion and their ability to enjoy the game they're playing is ruined because stuff's being pushed on them 24/7.
Game development studios were primarily white dudes, and they didn't really think about diversity. And that's one thing, right? It was a lot rarer to find non-white dudes in game development. And as that changes, and as college and learning and all that stuff kind of becomes more ubiquitous and more available for everybody, more and more people from different walks of life want to get into game development.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong
He
with
already
that.
said, what an elitist sort of point of view. We're saying basically, back in the day, we had all these uneducated white people making these games.
Uneducated,
but now
goddamn.
people are going to college and they're getting an education and they're swooping in and saving this industry by making it more diverse. Like, that is a crazy thing to say.
Fanta.
But also, he'll continue on and really hammer home this point that basically the entire industry from its inception was just
It's
a
about
bunch
the
of
Game
white
Awards,
dudes
man.
making
The
white
freaking panel being
characters, 'cause apparently
Papega,
there's
the
been no
DEI
diverse
stuff.
characters ever until the last couple of years.
You got
And what
weird ass
happens
people
then?
in
They're making
the
the characters
freaking
the
thing
people
there.
that they know, the things that they see.
And it's
And that's such a juvenile way of looking at games. It's not about telling a story, it's about self-inserts. You know, that's the issue we're seeing in a lot of games like Concord and other ones that we talked about so far this year, where there's a big self-insert
Too many
problem,
self-inserts.
okay?
Yeah.
You can tell a story without having to insert yourself into it. Like, it's such a weird thing that they try to normalize here. Like, no, tell a good story. It's for other people. It's not for yourself or expressing yourself or including yourself or telling your story or anything like that. It's just a very weird thing to justify.
Just like the white people did.
just like you put yourself into stories, right?
Yeah.
And I talked about that with Dragon
Yeah,
Age
I don't think
Veilguard,
that's
how
what they
the
were
game
trying to
director,
do.
Corinne Bush, she's a trans woman, and sometimes in games you just put in your own sort of experiences, and that's so natural to happen.
No, it's not natural to happen to do a self-insert on a story. That's why you have these massive $100+ million projects failing, because
That's why other projects are failing. It's great.
it's more of just like a
to
fun
watch them
little
there.
hobby,
Yeah,
so
they
you can
keep-
self-insert
they
and,
keep doing
and
their
share
stupid
whatever
shit.
agenda you want. It's not about telling good stories. It's not about anything like that. It's about checking boxes and giving yourself as many pats on the back as you need. It's really pathetic that we have to sit here and actually try to rationalize and normalize whatever they're trying to say here. Like, you're supposed to just allow people to self-insert, put their own agenda in, and that's supposed to be okay and normal. No, just tell a story. Stop making it about yourself as the person creating it. Make it more about the experience for the gamer, who's probably very tired of being lectured at by a bunch of out-of-touch people from the gaming industry.
Yeah, they
But
need to bring
anyways,
back the
you
mental
get that,
asylum.
and
Yep.
There's also some weird drama
And
involving
toss
Andy
him in.
Cortez recently, where he went after Smash JT. You can see his response here. He says, "I'll delete it because I'm not a complete piece of shit. Only about 90% when it comes to dealing with you all. Sorry you were harassed. I know you never bothered to attack anybody on this website. So what's this weird passive-aggressive backhanded attempt at an apology? What is this about?" Well, it's a very disturbing story where Andy shared what he thought was his expose on Smash JT. It turned out it was a bunch of forged and altered screenshots where Andy and other people were trying to say that Smash JT and his wife were active members on some weird cuck hookup site or something. And Andy posted that without any shame, not realizing, or maybe realizing, who knows, that all of this was just fake. It was just a bunch of slander. And then when he gets caught in 4K and, you know, humbled, he instead lashes out at Smash JT, basically being angry at him for disproving false information that he was sharing. Very weird stuff. But I say all of this to remind you, these are the kinds of people who are going to be making these decisions.
Yeah, these are the people, though. Like, the thing is, these are the people that are basically going to be voting for the Game of the Year stuff.
For this Game Awards.
For the
show,
Game Awards.
okay?
Because the reality is, right, audience score is only 10% of whatever goes. Your vote is only 10%. It's shared. The entirety of the audience one is only worth 10%. It's all going to be guest votes. So basically your vote does not matter. It does not.
These are the type of people who clearly have a very, very obvious agenda and have certain biases that they are going to be operating on. But going back to the Game Awards here, there's some more bizarre news involving that. So apparently the creator Jeff Cayley is trying to trademark Game Awards, meaning nobody out there would legally be able to create a show with Game Awards in the title. Think about that. They're like trying to monopolize Game Awards. It's a very weird thing. And on top of that, I said earlier that the screenshot of the list of the jury vote is gone, and that is the truth. It appears after some coverage of that list, the Game Awards have gone back and hid everything. They've hid all of the jury selection, and they're making it so you don't know who's voting. But unfortunately for them, the screenshots are already out there, and it's a little bit too late to try to reverse course here.
Is the Oscars of gaming completely made up? Of course.
About the kinds of entities that will be participating in this award show.
Own mess.
Myself and many others included don't really trust the people responsible for this, and I don't think it's going to turn out very good, to be honest. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your...
Alright, we can move on to the next one. Hi, Bootla Gamer. We have a bunch of stuff here. Oh boy. Someone wanted me to look at some Genshin thing. Whatever it was. Oh, what was it? What was the thing called? Alright, here, let me go look it up. Here we go. Animations and gameplay. These are the animations. You got a motorcycle here that is kind of dumb. Alright. So you got this. Right, someone made a thing with their animations. Okay, she got a sword thing. You can't wait for the PvP, it'll be funny. We'll check comments after. Alright, we can look at it now. Okay, never mind. They're just talking about the pyro stuff, whatever. Why the hell do they have a motorcycle in Tavant? It doesn't work. It doesn't fit. Especially because they don't have any roads in Nalan. Nola's long-lost cousin twice removed, and good for a reason. And for good reason. Can't wait, yeah. I mean, well, we can go check Gates' video. I'm pretty sure he made a thing where he added something as a tag or something. So we can check it, like, one of those later. It is just out of place, man. What the fuck is this? The fuck is that? Yeah, a lot of this stuff just don't make sense. Okay, what the hell are these animations? It just looked really out of place and weird. It looks kind of goofy for what they were trying to do with this one, instead of like an actual real animation they would do. Don't worry, yeah, they're gonna be the Wawa people as well mocking. They're gonna have their crazy ass PvP. Oh, it's this one, another character? And they got a big pillow, okay. Yeah, it definitely does look like they were inspired by a certain dead game, for sure. And then there's lying down on a pillow and there's a little pet thingy there. Does the pet thingy also attack too and become hold attack gameplay? Are we gonna get hold attack gameplay? Or none? You like the pillow? Fair enough. Okay, she throws the pillow. Okay. She can throw the pillow. Right, so she can throw the pillow. Reveal I guess, and then there's this weird glide stuff. Okay. And there's your alt animation. Dude, the stuff is just out of place though. No matter how you put it, it's just out of place. No hold attack though. Alright. And then we had another character here. It's green, so it's an emo character. She's an emo character. Yeah. Well, it is what it is, man. You wouldn't be surprised if Genshin devs are playing ToF? That'd be funny, yeah. It would be funny, but yeah. Yeah, it's a Shiro weapon, yeah. Yeah, Shiro weapon. 2-star Shiro. The Shiro weapon. Well, what do you expect, right? What do you expect? Oh, we got a bunch of other stuff. We have so many stuff to look at. What the hell did they respond to? Why are they getting angry? The fuck is that?
Asmongold just exposed.
Behind Game of the Year ban. What is this? What else we have here?
The Japanese media coverage of the American election.
I think we already saw this though, didn't we? I don't know why I didn't close this.
So what?
I don't know if we're gonna watch that or not. That one's a long one. Oh, here, the Saint Tontas video, Game of the Year, guys.
The Game Awards is widely considered one of the most prestigious events across the industry, and over the past 10 years, it's drawn hundreds of millions of viewers from across the globe for one simple reason: the recognition and award for the best games released every year. With categories ranging from the top titles across genres to the best games on specific platforms, there are a lot of products from a lot of developers who've gotten exposure through these nominations. Oftentimes, exclusion from these rewards is just as big of a statement. Rest in peace, American developers. And it just so turns out that Wuthering Waves by Kuro Games has had its name put forward for the best mobile game of 2024. If one thing's for certain, they've earned this nomination and potential victory. That victory won't come easy either. Wuthering Waves and Kuro Games have some stiff competition.
No, the biggest competition is not a gacha, it's fucking Pokemon.
With one title in particular backed by one of the largest communities and budgets.
These guys have
gaming.
no idea just how massive Pokemon is. Remember a couple years ago, right? Pokemon is such a massive IP. You had fucking clowns campaigning, talking about Pokemon Go way back in the day. Remember? Remember when was it what 2016 or something? You had freaking people like you had those freaking politicians campaigning, talking about Pokemon going to the pole or something, which made no sense because of just how big the IP is and the amount of like people they got playing, right? And then now they have the trading card game as well on mobile. That is the biggest thing, right? At least ZZZ is trying. Thing is, I don't think either of those is going to win it. It's fucking Pokemon, right? Right? Either Flagger, right? Like that's the big one. They don't realize it's a thing, right? Pokemon is the biggest one, right? It's the biggest IP by a landslide. Yeah, Pokemon literally got people to touch grass. These guys do not understand just how absurdly massive the Pokemon IP is and just how much they can live off that name. The thing is, it's like, the thing makes way more money. It's worth way more than all the other shit there that's gonna be at the Game Awards combined. Everything else at the Game Awards combined is still gonna be smaller than the Pokemon IP. These guys don't realize and don't understand that. It is. It is on the awards. It is. No, like, it actually is. And the thing is, Pokemon has a wider, more broader mainstream appeal as well. Let me go on their website. Where's the website link? It's here. Pokemon is here. Nominees. View all categories. It's right here. Look, there's a Charizard. Everyone loves Charizard and Mewtwo. Everyone loves Charizard and Mewtwo. Look at that. These guys are all nothing. What was this here? What is this? Right? It's just a trading card game, but like, yeah, it's the big one. That's the big one there. That's their biggest competition. Pokemon, that's the TCG game where it's just as big as the RPG. Exactly. They have no idea. The amount of people that go crazy to scout fucking Pokemon cards. Here's the thing, man. I go to my freaking local store there, right? Like a regular chain store. The fucking Pokemon cards are locked up. They freaking have them on display and they're fucking locked up. I go into the freaking local store that you can go buy them. They fucking lock up the Pokemon cards because that shit, people go crazy over that. People have no idea just how absurdly big Pokemon is, including the trading card game. The trading card game, in terms of sales and stuff like that, it's way bigger than the actual games. It's massive. It's fucking massive, right? Where you have people selling freaking first edition Holo Charizard cards for over $10,000 for just one fucking card that they go crazy over, right? Like for a fucking first edition Charizard card from before I was born. Well, before that. Like, they'll have people going crazy over that. These guys don't understand just how massive Pokemon is. They don't. They're freaking worth more than the 2 biggest IPs that Disney can have combined. They're worth more. Right? Freaking Hoyo is barely 5% the value of what the Pokemon company is worth. They're 5%. Right? Like, Hoyo, you combine what Hoyo's has, their IP stuff, it's worth like 5% of what Pokemon is worth. It's fucking nothing. It's nothing. These guys are just way too clueless and don't understand. And like the trading card game is big with those people. Right, there's a ton of like big videos where people are just opening card packs of Pokemon. Like, it's a big thing that's still like massive that you can look up online today. But these guys are just extremely clueless. No, the biggest thing they have to deal with is Pokemon.
However, those...
And the other thing too, right? Nintendo, right? The thing is, who do you want to be in the best graces for, especially if your entire business model revolves around you getting stuff early? Who do you want to butter up? Right? Who would you want to butter up a bit? Right? Getting things early so you can go put out your reviews on time and stuff like that? Who do you like to butter up, right? And who's also the scariest company to deal with in the industry there for this type of stuff? Who's the scariest and who do you want to butter up? Right? Like, that's what these guys also do not understand. It's fucking Pokemon's gonna win that. It's like, it's pretty obvious. Whether or not you like the card game or not, that thing is way more massive than anything else.
Those that have experienced our journey with Kuro Games across the past 6 months understand that Wuthering Waves, despite its flaws across technical issues and story pacing in early months, checks off nearly all the boxes when it comes to Game of the Year. And today we'll be taking the time to document and examine what those boxes are. It's shocking that Kuro Games wasn't nominated for Best Community Support, because the Gacha community...
Yeah, as if when you have literal like game devs doing like weekly streams to talk to their community and everything. The fuck is this clown, man? Imagine. Oh, what you expect from the #1 Kuro show.
Hasn't seen a developer this synced up with the player base in a long time. As always, if you're enjoying this content, please hit that like and subscribe button. One of the greatest parts of Wuthering Waves is something that isn't stated enough. That strength is how incredibly easy it is to enjoy the game without spending a single dime. Many viewed Wuthering Waves' technical issues at launch as one of the worst things that could have happened to the game, and while those issues could have led to a decline in active players, they also led to one of the greatest free-to-play experiences in gacha gaming. With the ability to immediately pull 2 standard 5-star characters, 1 random and 1 selected, and a follow-up beginner banner to select a 3rd, every player, as long as they viewed some type of guide, was able to craft a strong roster that could fill every role needed on a team and steadily work towards endgame content, all without spending a single pull on any of the game's limited banners. Combined with the fact that Kuro also made 5-star weapons incredibly accessible through free rewards and a targeted banner, it was incredibly easy for any player to enjoy this game and their progression across the game's world without feeling like they were held back by bad luck or RNG, which is what many consider the biggest problem in gacha games.
But even more so by the material grind.
To reroll, and having such a strong free-to-play foundation made pulling on limited banners a decision on what you liked versus what you needed. And when players pull for who they want, they simply enjoy the game more.
Yeah, too bad I didn't get to pull on who I wanted, because I didn't want anyone. It would help to actually have something to want in there, but that didn't happen. So I couldn't pull on who I wanted, because I didn't want anyone.
Ease and enjoyment was something that was also apparent across every other avenue in the game. Exploration streamlined with near instantaneous access to helpful gadgets, built-in mechanics like wall running, and a simplified overworld experience that meant 100%ing the map and actually completing the game felt like a game. This was a breath of fresh air compared to many other titles, specifically horror.
I don't think this guy's ever actually played actual games.
Exploration and map complete completion became more of a chore than an enjoyable leisure activity. Frustration in Wuthering Waves didn't come from gameplay. It came from the lack of gameplay after you finished everything, built from a desire for more content. This focus on player enjoyment extends into what many of WoW's biggest critics consider the weakest part of the game, its 1.0 story. A player's enjoyment of the story is, at the end of the day, subjective, but the fact of the matter is that Wuthering Waves simply allows you to skip it if you—
I mean, if you want to just skip it and you don't even want to deal with it, that's its own— it opens up a new can of worms and problems. Because now you just don't want to interact with something they put in there. And it's usually something that would help hold you over and keep you invested, but that just gets taken away if you just skip it all entirely. So being able to skip isn't always the greatest thing. As good as it as nice and great as it might sound, because it can backfire in its own other ways. It definitely can backfire, because it will make you lose interest more quickly if you just skip all of it and you feel compelled to do so. I guess now you can, but then okay, what's left? Okay, you skip the story, now what's left? What are you gonna do now? You skip the story, and now what's left? Right? It's not always the best thing to just be able to skip all of the story. It's not, the ultimate solution, It's not always going to, be the solution there. Because now there's a new problem where you want to just skip it and get around it and not deal with it. You end up with that problem instead. Right? Do you like that problem now? I don't know. Right, how do you feel about that?
You have the conscious decision to avoid engaging with content that you don't want to see and focus on the aspects of gameplay that you prefer.
Well, I can't skip the grind, so that's not true for me, because I don't want to deal with the grind. So I cannot do that. Right, that's where he's technically wrong there, because I don't have the ability to skip all of that. I wish I did, but I don't. You mostly just want to fight, but what happens if they get in the way with you being able to do that? Do just that, right? You just want to fight, fair enough. Except the game doesn't even let you do that either. It's a single-player, narrative-heavy game, right? Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the way it's set up and executed. That's its own problem. Right, and that's where I have problems with it, because it's not exactly great. And yeah, I would rather just skip a lot of the stuff in there, because, well, they created the problem there, and I want to just not deal with it. Right, you kind of don't want to be in that mindset where you just think about skipping. It's generally not a good mindset. Right, keep blazing Pokemon will win. Yeah. Honestly, I'd rather Pokemon win anyways, wouldn't you? As much as I hate them for doing going after the Palworld stuff, I'd rather them take it.
Instead, Kuro didn't want to force enjoyment of their game. They recognized the faults in their early storytelling and instead made the story updates in every version after 1.0 so compelling that players viewed it willingly with their complete consent. After coming from titles like Honkai Star Rail with its incredibly lengthy and overly wordy monologues in Panikani, or Genshin Impact with its absurdly bloated, dull, and unengaging world quests, and ZZZ with its absolutely mind-boggling implementation of TVs at launch, this kind of consensual storytelling was refreshing. In WoWa, you can make the conscious decision not to care about the needlessly complex backstory of the package courier who lost their dog. In other titles, you are forced to. Kuro gives players a
Not all of it, but sure. The thing is, if you don't want to, you don't want to. And if you're in that mindset where you don't want to, the reality is your attention span is just going to be significantly reduced in terms of how much you want to put into the game, because you already aren't in the mindset that you want to keep playing it. You're already losing your motivation there if you're only thinking about skipping like that. You already aren't in the best mindset, and it's just only going to get worse. But he keeps talking about Hoyo. He talks about it too much. Right? He can't go a single video without talking about Hoyo. He can't. And if he does, he'll talk about Hoyo multiple times too. That's all he can talk about. It lives like rent-free, man. It's really living rent-free in his mind.
Choice, and they've made the choice to skip harder than ever in recent updates by making their in-game dialogues and cutscenes some of the most well-animated in the industry.
So he's only talking about the animation, not the actual content of what they're talking about. Just the animation, guys.
Complex facial expressions and real, meaningful gestures to drive their storytelling. They give you the skip button, but a lot of reasons never to use it. And that's what happens when a developer is confident that they're delivering a good experience, instead of other devs who force you to engage in that experience and gaslight you into thinking it was good through the sunk cost of your time. One of the most valuable resources you can spend. Wuthering Waves had many amazing systems in place since day one, but the biggest reason why it's such a strong contender for Game of the Year is how diligent these devs have been when it comes to new features and updates to the game. These developers actually play their game. These developers actually listen to player feedback. These developers actually want to make this game as enjoyable as possible. When problems are made known across the player base, all it takes is as little as 1 or 2 patch cycles for changes to be made. Friction and exploration from having to switch to pistol characters for shooting challenges? Eliminated in a patch. Players tired from overworld farming for materials like echoes or ascension ingredients? Dealt with across multiple patches. Players missing the elusive realm? It's gone for one patch, while returning the next with the feature update so massive that the version's main event is completely centered around it. There's quite literally too many quality of life focused changes to fully list out, and it's clear that all of these updates serve one purpose: make Wuthering Waves a better game. When you look at how other developers in this space respond to feedback, it's like night and day. Zenless Zone Zero had 3 beta tests and 3 amazing opportunities to integrate feedback from players and make their game better. TVs and their horrifying implementation were present and heavily critiqued across all 3 of these beta tests, with many citing the awful experiences they led to in gameplay. The game released with these TVs. These devs did not listen across 3 beta tests, and even if they're starting to listen now, it doesn't have nearly the same level of impact and confidence as the listening done by Kuro Games. When it's been 4 months since the release of ZZZ and you still can't walk around the overworld with 1.0 characters, you have to ask yourself, what are these devs prioritizing?
You still can't? Okay.
How did Kuro Games add more characters?
So what? They still don't have any new pistol. They haven't added a new one, yeah.
Characters to the elusive realm.
They don't have any.
With their own unique
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember seeing someone complaining because he couldn't use Alto in there.
Upgrade trees and insane modifications to gameplay, then Hoyoverse, with their monumentally larger budget, can add walking animations to their 1.0 roster. When you see the effort one company is putting into improving their game for their players and compare it to the bare minimum getting pushed forward by others, it becomes clear who should be the top pick for Mobile Game of the Year.
Let's go. Pokemon trading card game, let's go. Yeah, it's clear who's top pick. Pokemon trading card game.
There's one game in particular that emphasizes gameplay and enjoyment far more than others, and we've only taken a look at how that enjoyment is built into the game's systems outside of combat. Kuro emphasized the game part of Gacha game when they developed Wuthering Waves, and they've carried forward that mentality in every way possible with every update they've made to the game. If that isn't worthy of Game of the Year, these judges need some time for self-reflection. As always, if you enjoyed this content, please hit that like and subscribe button. Peace out.
He doesn't understand the DEI judges, man. You can't forget about the DEI infested panel of judges. You're not gonna beat the DEI infested panel of judges. Well, like, what does he know? Jack shit. But like, yeah. He said game of the year, man. It's not. Turn off the glazer. Exactly. Exactly. No, he's not Kuro employee. It'd be understandable if he was, man, but he's not. Like, if you're gonna be a shill, at least be paid to do it. But he's obviously not. Well, he did get $1,000 from them when he won that video contest thing. But that's its own other situation there. When he won that. Right, he did win that one contest thing, but, you know. That's just that. Alright, let's go to the next video. Right, because he glazed them the hardest. That's why. Alright, let's scroll up. What else do we got here? Unless we have other things. Oh, here's this one. People losing over the Game Awards. And then there's the Buddha Heart video, which is I was also sent. Right, we're on the Game Awards topic, so we might as well, like, keep it rolling.
People are losing their minds over the Game Awards.
Yeah.
People are losing their minds over the Game Awards. I mean, I feel like this sort of thing happens just about every single year. I mean, it's everybody's favorite hobby, right? You have your favorite games, and when they don't get nominated or recognized, you start to ask some questions. And to be honest with you, over the last couple of years, the way that things have been going, I think people are asking questions for all the right reasons. I want to say this first. I am so happy that I was wrong in my assumption that Black Myth Wukong was going to get pushed out of the Game Awards, especially with how that game was treated up to its launch and then thereafter. It's actually funny. I saw a bunch of people go back to my video from a couple weeks ago talking about that very issue and trying to rub my face in the fact that I was wrong and that it got nominated. I'm just sitting here like, yeah, no, that's good. I'm happy that happened, especially after everything that game went through. What were you expecting? Hold on, I'll do it the right way. This is what you want.
Okay.
So this morning, I woke and I looked at myself in the mirror and I questioned everything about myself. Who is this lie? Who is this shell of a man? You don't even belong on YouTube. How dare you say your opinions on the internet, you fool!
You can't have opinions.
I'm so sorry.
Oh no, you can't have
Now I'm
opinions,
getting a
man.
Game Award. But that doesn't mean that this year's award show isn't without controversy. There's actually plenty of it. Not only are we seeing a poker roguelike slip its way right into the Game of the Year category, but we're seeing a DLC and also even some underhanded or seemingly underhanded changes to the voting process before the nominees went up.
Oh,
now, one of the things that I've actually seen quite a lot of recently is people asking, why are you even upset in the first place? Who cares about these awards? They're meaningless. It's nothing but a show of vanity more than anything else. But I'm here to tell you that they mean a little bit more than that. Many people dismiss the Game Awards as a shallow vanity showcase, a glitzy night where the industry insiders pat each other on the back and there's little substance that comes from it. But this perspective overlooks the tangible benefits that ripple through the industry, particularly for the developers who win and the players who engage with their work. The Game of the Year award in particular serves as more than just a shiny badge. It's a moment of recognition that often carries significant financial and cultural weight. For developers, winning Game of the Year can be transformative. It's not just a morale booster for the team, it's a marketing gold mine. A game that wins the award can see a surge in sales, especially with the Game Awards coming just before the holidays, as both new and returning players flock to see what made that game so special. It's the kind of exposure that the most aggressive advertising campaign can't buy, because it means that your game is genuinely one of the best of the year, if not the best of the year. Beyond the immediate revenue, it often cements the developer's reputation, making it easier for them to secure funding or creative freedom for future projects. That recognition becomes a signal to investors and publishers that the studio is capable of delivering on excellence. giving them the leverage they might not have had otherwise. While a lot of sales can turn a lot of heads, continued recognition, player engagement, and media representation can sometimes push these games even further beyond. Just using Baldur's Gate 3 as an example, while it soared at the start, smashing sales records for the company, it was ultimately recognized as the ultimate game of the year, earning the award on every professional stage across the entire industry, totaling 7 different Game of the Year wins. As a result, the game stayed in the news circuit, keeping invested players engaged in discussion outside of the game and helping it to reach the ears and eyes of more players around the world. Hell, it's still talked about and referenced even a year later.
Yeah,
well, this is a testament to the excellence of the game
yeah.
itself. Baldur's Gate 3 is genuinely one of the best games in the last decade, if not one of the best games of all time. There are quite a few people that are out there that keep seeing this game talked about, keep seeing it win, and say, fine, okay, I'll try it. Now, players also reap the benefits, perhaps not in the most obvious ways, but a Game of the Year win sets a bar for quality that other studios want to strive to meet. It tells the industry this is what resonated the most with an audience and critics alike, and developers take note of it. The success of games like Baldur's Gate 3, The Last of Us, Elden Ring, Breath of the Wild, all of these inspire trends in storytelling, world building, and gameplay mechanics that ripple into future.
And this is part of why you don't want Moogold or Genshin winning. Because we don't want more of it. We honestly do not. We don't need more of it. It's better if we don't get more of it. Right, that's kind of what you don't want it to happen.
For titles. It raises expectations and in many cases pushes the industry forward. Even acknowledgement of smaller titles in other categories can give a moment of spotlight, bringing a niche experience to players who may not have discovered it otherwise. I can't tell you guys how many times I found an indie title or a gem that I otherwise hadn't heard of, and it was just because it was nominated in the Game Awards. At its best, the Game Awards is more than just a vanity parade. It's a cultural touchstone for the gaming community, celebrating not only what games are, but what they can be in the end. They drive innovation, give well-earned recognition to creative teams, and expose players to games that they otherwise may have overlooked.
In an ideal
while
world,
the event is undeniably flashy, its impact
in an
is
ideal
far
world,
from superficial. It's a celebration that benefits the entire ecosystem. Now, I'm not saying that the Game Awards create success by any means. It's just that they're giving them a little bit of an extra nudge, that little extra added momentum that's helping them get even more successful than what they were at the very start. And this is especially true for holiday buyers because they walk into stores or maybe they see an ad pop up on social media or on an app or something like that. They see that a game has a Game of the Year sticker and they think that it's a solid buy, a great Christmas gift for somebody. And chances are, more times than not, they're right. That ends up being the case. I know for years, my mom almost always would buy me the Game of the Year game because it was the easiest choice for her to make because she didn't really understand the game or anything like that. And, you know, as a kid and then even then after, yeah, it worked almost every single time.
Yeah, it works.
But
because a lot of people
the thing
don't
is
know or
that it goes
understand.
beyond that. It's also just the recognition of being nominated in the first place. In a lot of cases, especially for the players, this is a way for us to come across games that we otherwise didn't have any interest in or maybe didn't even see at all. I think one of the best examples of this is Balatro. The game has exploded all of a sudden. Now everybody's talking about it, and for the most part, the vast majority of these folks haven't even heard of it. And honestly, they should probably be thankful of that. I have over 400 hours in the game, and I wish that I could get that time back. No, I actually don't wish I could get that time back. I don't know where that time went. I thought I only played it for like 10 hours, but sometimes I hear the music in my sleep. That's the power of these awards. That's what they can do for these companies. It's also what they can do for the players. Not only is it setting an example for games that we want in the future, and it's exposing players to games that we otherwise would have overlooked, but it's just that recognition that a lot of these studios deserve for the hard work that they put in delivering something that we actually wanted. And I think that's one of the most important part. But let's not kid ourselves. At the end of the day, we love validation. It's one of the reasons why we like social media so much, is because we like seeing the little dots and likes and updates and all that good stuff. And we want to have our opinions validated. And we love to see the game that we love the most voted as the best game of the year. And, you know, there are a couple surprises this year. Paul Tossi of Forbes wrote up a solid summary in an article titled What Got a Game Awards 2024 Game of the Year Nomination and What Didn't. Writing the nominees, Astrobot, the platforming love letter to PlayStation, is one of the best entries in the genre in years, and it's no surprise that it's a celebration of not just the PlayStation IP, but what feels like gaming in general is nominated here. I would personally consider this the front runner. Metaphor Fantasio, a stunning new RPG entry from Atlas of Persona fame. This latecomer immediately captivated audiences and launched it into a surprise Game of the Year contention, which has been realized with a nomination here. It could definitely win. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This was effectively a sure thing in terms of landing a nomination, beloved by critics and most fans. A win, less guaranteed, but it feels like it's dueling for the top 2 or 3 for sure. Black Myth Wukong. It has both a whole lot of fans and set explosive sales records thanks to its popularity globally, but especially in China. It's an extremely competitive year, and the game reviewed well, albeit not spectacularly, and I wasn't expecting it to make the cut. I was wrong. Here it is on the list, selected by a jury, landing a top spot. A win does feel difficult given the competition, but we'll see. Balatro. Unlike anything on this list, the brilliant card game has been a sleeper mega hit all year, and I thought it might slide into a nomination here. You love to see it. Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree. In the last few days, there has been a flurry of drama over the fact that the Game Awards confirmed that yes, DLC or expansions could be nominated for Game of the Year. While the immediate aftermath of this discussion was about a likely nomination or even win for Shadow of the Erdtree, it was still up to the voters whether they considered whether or not they would count it. Enough did, it seems. Could it win now? That would spark some more opinions. Now, these are the games that did not receive nominations. Helldivers 2, an explosively popular game that shattered perceptions of whether Sony could produce a live service hit. It has certainly had its ups and downs since its release, but it's hard to forget that stellar initial launch period, and it's a multiplayer entry.
It was all great until Sony wanted to do something to it.
That failed to get a nomination. This may be the biggest snub if we're playing that game. Silent Hill 2. This one was bound to be controversial as a remake, but Silent Hill 2 put up a large amount of nominations overall before the Game of the Year slate was ever even announced. It did not, however, land an actual Game of the Year nomination itself, which was a bit of a surprise. Dragon Age The Veilguard. There was some theorizing that games journalists would rally behind this game to get it nominated, but despite its solid enough reviews and many Dragon Age fans enjoying it, it's not exactly a product similar in the full-on glory days of BioWare, and as such, it did not land a nomination. Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. Certainly a departure from the traditional Zelda game, but still a bit of a surprise that it didn't represent Nintendo on the Game of the Year list. I suppose it's not a mainstream entry, but you don't often find Nintendo missing out on a best game contender during a given year. Tekken 8. A 90 Metacritic score might normally guarantee a placement on the list in most years, but Tekken suffers from being in the relatively niche fighting game genre where it will unfortunately be overlooked by most voters. It's likely a favorite for best fighting game of the year, obviously. Now that we've gone over the summaries, a few of these games stand out amongst the rest, and they've caused quite a bit of criticism. Helldivers 2 not being in the running, Silent Hill 2, while a remake, was still received incredibly well. Balatro is an indie hit that many haven't heard of, but it still made the list, and Dragon Age The Veilguard, for all of the praise that it got, ended up just being in the accessibility category next to Diablo 4, which, let's be real, that's more or less them just thanking them for coming. I'm genuinely shocked that Palworld wasn't mentioned anywhere.
Exactly, Palworld, or Palworld,
that game on release, but the biggest sore thumb is Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, a DLC. This has to be the first time ever that we've ever seen a DLC creep into the category of Game of the Year, and people have been talking about it. While most people seem to generally agree that a DLC shouldn't be in the running for Game of the Year, and are upset that it likely will push out whatever their favorite game is, there are some in game development and games media that have begun to push back. As an example, Greg Miller of Kinda Funny Games tweeted out saying DLC should be eligible for Game of the Year. It's a game people played this year. If it's that good, it should be honored. Thomas Mahler of Moon Studios also tweeted out saying, it seems that a few people
just
are
make a
upset
new category for DLC. Instead, they killed Palworld,
DLC has been nominated for the Game of the Year award at this year's Game Awards. Let me be clear, I'm 100% on board with this decision and told Jeff Keighley the same a few months ago. The industry is changing, and we're moving from box products and sequelitis more towards games that are kept alive. It makes sense to do so. I think that in the future, we're going to see more and more games that are treated as mere platforms that are receiving updates continuously, and we should celebrate those achievements.
But there's already a category for best update of the year.
Just as much as we are celebrating entirely new
products. There's already a
products.
category for that.
Now, I could go through a ton of other examples. A lot of the conversation is revolving around the exact same thing, but I just want to say that the quality and vastness of the content is not in contention. Shadow of the Erdtree was exactly what fans wanted and more. It's one of the biggest highlights this year. It was one of the things I was looking forward to playing most this year. With that said, it doesn't matter if Shadow of the Erdtree was 4 times the size of Elden Ring. It's a DLC, not a game.
Yep.
You have to own the base version of Elden Ring to play it. It's not a standalone title. And from my perspective, this sets a bad precedent, not only for the Game Awards, but for the industry, especially because now we are just normalizing games, especially single-player games, becoming a continued platform that is recognized for the
They want to try to normalize single-player games as a service, man.
same achievements as newly...
Yeah, you cannot play Shadow of the Erdtree standalone. You have to play Elden Ring. You have to kill a specific boss, and then you have to buy the DLC, and then you can play it.
Minted titles. Developers making brand new games incurring significantly more risk in doing so. They're not just continuing a game that's already successful. DLC is released every single year for an assortment of games. There is no reason that there shouldn't be a category for best DLC or for the games with the DLC to be included in best ongoing game.
Exactly.
Are we supposed to believe that making a DLC is just as challenging as creating a new IP from the ground up? So from my perspective, it actually feels as though Shadow of the Erdtree is more or less a proxy that was put in place to block the nomination of something else entirely.
Oh, they wanted to block a nomination. Maybe that's why it's there.
Whether that was Space Marine 2 or Helldivers 2 or maybe even Dragon Age the Veilguard. Now, I realize this is more of a conspiracy than anything else, but keep in mind, Paul just said there was some rumblings of games journalists that were trying to push Dragon Age the Veilguard through, regardless of everything else that was going on around that game, and maybe forcing Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree into the conversation blocked that game or some.
It seems that you're just you're calling your thing called standalone mystery game.
Other game from being nominated. It's too easy to vote for. It's likely the most widely played game this year by the most people and one of the most well-known names in all of gaming. It would be like if Baldur's Gate 3 released a DLC. It would be the exact same thing because it's the most popular game. It's one of the most talked about games and everybody has seen it, especially if we're talking about the panelists that they've included in this, and we're going to talk a little bit on that as well.
Oh boy.
I've seen a lot of chatter about Balatro specifically. While there's been some people pointing out Shadow of the Erdtree, a lot of it's actually been pointed at Balatro and saying that it doesn't deserve to be on the list. And while I think you could maybe make a case for some of the other indie hits that came out this year, the game deserves its nomination. For the people that are out there that are just thinking that the game is purely poker, I'm sorry. You haven't played the game. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. The amount of people that are trying to minimize this game while saying that all the other games are that much more innovative and creative when they're quite literally just copies of other games themselves is ridiculous to me.
A lot of them are just copies of other things.
Plus, on top of that, I just personally really like the story of how the game came to be in the first place. Guys working a part-time job or a full-time job while he, at the exact same time, is working on a game for like 2 years, trying to put this together by himself to make a portfolio so that he can get a job in game development. The game explodes, it blows up. It's already spawned copycat games. It sold millions of copies. It really is a innovative, interesting game. Super fun to play. I recommend it to everybody. I made a video on it like 7 months ago. You guys need to go watch that. It was actually really good. But it's one of those games that I definitely think does deserve its spot. With that said, I will say that there is some serious inconsistency with some of these nominations. And I think the reason why is because of how these awards are being conducted. Not only is it some of the changes that they made, to their website, to their rulings, to the games that could be nominated, but it's also the paneling. And I understand why players are upset about a lot of the nominations or how this is being handled because they don't feel like they're being represented. To be honest with you, with some of the things I've seen people talking about, well, they don't want to see you represented. Ever.
They don't.
In an article from The Gamer titled, "The Game Awards has a bigger problem than Shadow of the Erdtree," the writer Stacey Henley effectively hand-waves the players' questions and criticisms, saying that the rules haven't changed last minute, and these awards were always going to be controversial. While at the exact same time, the article only cites itself and refers to itself when using that as proof. Literally every single link on this entire article is just referring to another one of their own articles or another writer from The Gamer. This article is all in response to people taking notice of a few things before the nominations were revealed and some of the changes that were made over on the Game Awards official website. One of the first being that DLCs were now recognized where they hadn't been in the past. Again, something that feels artificial, especially for this occasion specifically, because if not, then we would have seen Cyberpunk's Phantom Liberty nominated last year. But
exactly.
Now, along with all this, players also noticed that the voting is calculated with a voting jury taking up a whopping 90% of the vote.
Right, you got this. Right, you got this. Even more reason for Pokemon to win.
While players and fans only make up 10%, meaning that players are only a deciding factor in the event of a tie, and even then, their votes are likely not even a factor. And that's the reason why players are raising questions over the awards, because they feel like they aren't being heard or represented. And in fact, we know that we're not being represented. The panel of judges are from outside outlets that have nothing to do with gaming at all. Looking at some of the outlets in the US, we have Entertainment Weekly, the LA Times, the New York Times, Pride.com, Rolling Stone, The Atlantic, NPR, and Variety. Looking at the UK, we have Discussing Films and The Mirror. Many of these sites and magazines are nothing more than celebrity gossip and tabloid magazines. Nothing representative of gaming culture, the perspective of players, or representative of the industry in any way. I'll be straight with you guys. This makes no sense to me whatsoever. I know that Jeff Keighley has been pushing for the award show to be more like the Grammys or something like that, upping the ante each year, but this feels like groveling at Hollywood's doorstep more than anything else. Jeff, we're winning. Our industry dwarfs music and television by a country mile. We do not need their approval, and frankly, the last thing that any video game player wants is Hollywood's influence in the gaming industry. Henley chalks up the awards being controversial no matter what because of toxic gamers, hand-waving their concerns, saying maybe it's more controversial this year because of everything that's going on in gaming. There are a few who dread Shadow of the Erdtree's potential nomination on quality. It's roundly considered an excellent expansion to an excellent video game. The issue is the principle of the thing, and gaming has been short on principle this year. A groundswell of toxicity has risen unchecked this year in gaming. It has an outsized influence in the YouTube algorithm and on X, the everything app, as long as it aligns with Elon Musk's increasingly erratic views. But it is still disheartening to see gaming companies shove their fingers in their ears, though it's impressive that they manage to do this while their heads are buried in the sand at the same time. I don't expect Keighley to address this on the show, and I don't think he could say anything to help, but his stay out of everything attitude will not wash this time. He'll be in the meat grinder with the rest of us, and it remains to be seen how a man buoyed by populism and never having a public opinion beyond loving a video game deals with that. She then goes on to say that if Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade don't sweep the awards, then gamers are going to feel like the entire thing is rigged. And after stating, when these folk demand Black Myth and Stellar Blade sweep the board, I see replies like, what about Final Fantasy? What about Astrobot? What about Metaphor? What about Infinite Wealth? What about Dragon's Dogma? What about Balatro? What about 1000 Times Resist? And the reply I see from these apparent fans is always the same. I haven't played most of them. These people don't even have opinions on games. They just like being mad. They're the only people who ever cared about Dustborn or Unknown 9, and yet they parade around their heads as if they bested Rob Stark. If this campaign had started a few months earlier, Hogwarts Legacy being snubbed at the Game Awards 2023 would have been huge news. People that like Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade are immediately looped into the group of these people, games that only had controversy because it was manufactured by Games Media, and the players felt that they had to stand up to protect those games that they love and enjoyed, and they want to make sure that those games are recognized. Right, so the only solution to players not feeling represented by the industry is to have the industry speak out against those players that you disagree with, to put them in their place. And you're upset that Jeff Keighley doesn't want to get caught in the middle of that and feels like it's not his place to do so. This is no different than the media campaign to get Keighley to say anything about industry layoffs. Like, that would have any impact outside of virtue signaling over something that you can't control and ultimately don't even understand. If you're wondering where all of this is coming from, it's because we're already dealing with so many issues where players are not feeling represented by these gaming outlets. Our perspectives are not shared, and oftentimes it feels like the media's perspective seems adversarial to its own audience. That's why players are speaking out. It's only controversy because you made it controversy. The disparity in representation of the Game Awards voting process highlights a troubling disconnect between the event and the games that it's supposed to celebrate. When 90% of the vote is controlled by a jury of industry professionals, who some, actually, a lot of them...
Industry professionals who don't play games. Right, we've seen how some of them have played games. Remember when Cuphead was, like, shown off and stuff like that? You had, like, that, the game journalist like failed to like follow instructions on the screen to even beat the tutorial. Remember that?
And have nothing to do with gaming at all, it undermines the credibility of the awards. Players see this as yet another example of their voices being sidelined, a reoccurring theme in a relationship between gaming media and its audience. This isn't about players just wanting popular games to win, it's about us feeling like our preferences, priorities, and experiences are dismissed in favor of industry politics or critical preferences that don't align with the average player's perspective. Players invest countless hours into games, dissecting mechanics, narrative depth, and the passion behind the development process. I think what we're seeing right now is a massive contrast in the games industry because of social media, the internet, and gaming's explosive popularity, where gamers are now more educated and engaged with these games than the journalists that are scoring them and the panelists that are awarding them. Players love their games. Of course they're going to be upset when they see that their favorite game isn't being recognized. But when they see an industry that is constantly pushing back against them, that's including gossip magazines to vote the best game of the year, who are you to say that they're wrong? And I think that's my biggest concern when it comes to all of this. It's that growing divide between games media and the games industry and the players. And it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And you're only making it worse when you're adding in NPR and Variety and Rolling Stone and New York Times and LA Times. What do they have to do with video games?
Yeah, okay, he's just gonna keep yapping. I guess we can go to the next one.
Hello,
I think
guys,
was this the one that was sent? The Mudahar one? Let me double check. I think that one was what I saw. We got Asmon Bull Shenanigans apparently. Ida Bag, whatever that is. We got Warcraft 3 Reforged. We already saw the Appabend one. Yeah, okay, that one is there. We didn't see that one. Right, and then like even more was added while we were watching the Yappin', man. We had this get added. This roguelike game was apparently added. Right, we get stuff added as we go. The list never ends, man. The list never ends. Right, what the fuck? You got Kazuhana here? No, it's not. It's competing against Pokemon. They don't realize just how massive Pokemon is. Why would the fuck? Why? No, I hope Sony doesn't buy them out. We don't need Sony getting bigger, more Pepega. Alright, okay, we'll go to this one here, then.
Well, it's me, Mudahar, and every year we've got those Game Awards, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the Pepega Game Awards.
This year's Game Awards are a little bit disappointing in terms of what they're kind of pushing it over to. But I feel like every year it's kind of been this huge thing where people watch massive reveals. And to be fair, all right, if it is just for the reveals, I can say it's a pretty fun time, okay? I'm always hoping that games like Grand Theft Auto 6 get their second trailer during the Game Awards. But then again, I think it's better to believe in the fucking tooth fairy than hoping Rockstar gives us any more tidbits of information anytime soon. But, so yeah, I was at the Game Awards over here, and I wanted to just go through the voting round and kind of talk about some of the games that are on display over here, ladies and gentlemen. So it's apparently on December the 12th, okay? Now, there's about 29 votes to be cast, and for anybody that has no idea about this year's Game Awards, apparently DLCs are now actually being treated as entire video games, even though at best they're just expansion packs. So Game of the Year, recognizing a game that delivers the absolute best experience. Now you've got Astrobot, which I think is a fine platformer, but is it Game of the Year worthy?
Yeah,
I wouldn't think so.
Black
Myth Wukong. I played through this game like probably 20% of it, and then I actually really just got bored of it, to be honest. So I'm not even going to give this the consideration. Shadow of the Erdtree for Elden Ring. Which, you know, I like Elden Ring, but I'm not going to sit here and jerk off Shadow of the Erdtree as the best DLC. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, it's fine. Metaphor ReFantazio, I still have yet to beat it. The fact that we're adding DLC and they didn't even put Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty makes me want to die, okay? Why is it that's not in the Game of the Year? And there are so many other Game of the Year picks like Silent Hill 2 Remake. Okay, what about Yakuza Infinite Wealth? When is my favorite franchise gonna stop getting snubbed, okay? When are we gonna just have a Yakuza game win Game of the Year? That's all I want. But if I had to go game of the year, it's going to be Balatro. All right, if you haven't played Balatro, this game is like doing a line of cocaine and instantly getting addicted like crazy, okay? You just can't stop. It's like one of the most addictive roguelike card games. I bought it on a whim, and I literally spent the entire day playing it, like from dawn to fucking dusk.
Wait, why does he have two... Oh, wait, no, wait, never mind. That one's spades, the other one's clubs, never mind. I thought he had two queen of spades for a sec. It's just, it looks a bit boring.
If a game is good, that's usually my metric. So I'm going to put that as my game of the year. Best game direction. Bro, what? This is the same
It's the same thing. It's the copy paste. They copy pasted it.
It's the same list.
They copy pasted it. Goddamn.
That's why no one takes this shit that seriously. Bro, you just copy Control-C, Control-V the game of the year list to this. Awarded for outstanding creative vision and innovation in game direction and design.
It's the same list, man.
I wouldn't know. I mean,
Copy Pasta Awards
is basically the original
the
game.
Copy Pasta Awards.
Shadow of the Earth Tree is just the same game, all right, as you played before. Yeah, all these. I'm gonna have to give it to Balatro again, boys. I'm gonna have to do it there. That's fun game design.
Best narrative, okay.
FF7 Rebirth, I mean, I've already played the original FF7. Silent Hill 2 is actually pretty good.
His
Like a
favorite
Dragon
thing.
Infinite Wealth is pretty good. I'm going to have to actually give this to Silent Hill 2.
Okay.
This is probably a narrative that just had me gripped the entire time, so I'm going to give it to that one. Best art direction. I haven't played Neva, but if I'm going to have to give best art direction, while I haven't finished Metaphor Refantasio, it's always Atlas that just makes the most artistically games you could ever imagine. So I'll go there.
Makes sense.
Best score in music. This is between Silent Hill 2 or FF7 Rebirth. And you know what?
Okay.
I'm going to have to give it to FF7 Rebirth, all right? That's a pretty good, solid soundtrack.
All right, then.
Best audio design.
Audio design.
Oh boy. Recognizing the best in-game audio. That's going to be Silent Hill 2. That's not even a question. That game is absolutely, half of the horror in that game is actually the sound design.
Best performance.
So best performance. FF7 Rebirth by Brianna White, Hannah Tell. I actually have not played Life is Strange. Star Wars Outlaws was okay. I wouldn't really, fawn over it like crazy. I'm going to have to probably give this to Luke Roberts for Silent Hill 2. Game is solidly well delivered. Innovation in accessibility. Recognizing software and or hardware that is pushing the medium forward.
So where's the hardware?
Features, technology,
no
and
hardware. Where
to
hardware?
help games be played. Well, once again, I say if Diablo 4 is somehow a playable game, then realistically, it's an innovation in accessibility, because only truly those who are completely disabled in every mental faculty are playing this game. So if you're managing to play Diablo 4, you probably win accessibility. But in reality, I guess I'd probably say like Black Ops 6. Like if you actually play all the accessibility settings in that game, I would say that when it comes to customization and modifying the experience for your play style, or like how you want to play, probably the better example. Though to be fair, most of these titles are pretty good when it comes to accessibility stuff. Like all of them have features that basically make the games totally functioning. But I guess for the meme, I'll give it to Diablo 4, because really, whoever's playing this game, God bless. You have
who plays that?
God bless, you need some help. For a thought-provoking game with a pro-social meaning or message. Now, I've never played through any one of these. I haven't played Closer Distance, Indica, Neva, Life is Strange, Senua, Tales of Kenzera Zhao. I haven't actually played any of these games, to be honest with you, so I don't know if I can give this shit a vote. But I guess maybe I'll go for Hellblade 2, because I played the first one and I thought it was pretty awesome. So I guess the second one might be as good. Best ongoing. Oh man, this is like the Participation Trophy Award. Awarded to a game for outstanding development of ongoing content that evolves the player's experience over time. All right, so Destiny 2 keeps giving you content, as confusing to play it, need a college degree to figure out how to buy shit. Not going. Once again, I think you all have understood how much I love Diablo 4, so I'm going to skip that option. I actually had stopped playing Final Fantasy 14 online. I actually got a World of Warcraft subscription, so this didn't capture me as much as I thought.
Okay, he's playing WoW now. Okay.
Honestly, I've been playing so many like Fortnite like custom creative matches.
Okay,
I'm probably gonna have to give it to Fortnite.
Damn, Fortnite.
I'm probably
It gives it to
I put more
Fortnite.
hours into Fortnite than any of those other games in that list in the last year. Best community support, recognizing a game for outstanding community support, transparency, and responsiveness. So again, you got Baldur's Gate 3, which is it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't really know that I engage much with the community for this.
That's 14, not 16.
14. No, don't engage. Fortnite. No. You know what? No Man's Sky gets this. Everyone in this goddamn game is some of the nicest people you'll ever meet. Okay, seriously, join any expedition. This is one of the nicest gaming communities. They get a vote just for that.
No Man's Sky.
Best independent game. Oh, dude. Oh, dude, that's obviously
Yeah,
it's Balatro, dude. Clear sweep there. Best debut indie game.
I mean, again, it's the Balatro.
Well, I think you guys know where the fuck it's going. It's Balatro. Best mobile. Wait,
no, they're in here too. Man. But he's gonna vote Balatro, but then there's Pokemon. Like, the three gachas, who cares? Right? Like, this one is actually, like, in contention for Game of the Year, man. I didn't realize it was the same game here, but, like, yeah. You got Pokemon, and then you got Balatro. These are the actual things that are frontrunners here. The gachas, who gives a fuck? Right? Like, who gives a fuck? You got the biggest IP in the world, and then you got a freaking contender for Game of the Year because of how scuffed the awards is. Gacha's gonna lose, man. And that's good. Good. They better lose. Like, who the fuck is gonna vote for a gacha when you got these here? Technically, the Pokemon TCG is a gacha. Right? TCG, the original gacha game.
Blasto's on cell phone? No way. No shot, bro. It's on iPhone? Oh, well, you know that's getting a vote right there. Oh, clearly the best mobile game.
Yeah, clearly.
Best VR AR. I actually played one game out of this list, and I really fell in love with it. Batman Arkham Shadow. So this game, VR-wise, it's probably one of the best examples of like if nobody has ever played virtual reality, give them Batman Arkham Shadow. Like, they will actually love it beyond belief, because it's not one of those VR games that like requires like so much prior knowledge of playing VR. It actually tutorializes you pretty well.
Yeah, for real game, exactly.
Pretty much matches that of like Half-Life Alyx, right? I've also heard Metro Awakening is pretty good, but I haven't played that yet. But Batman Arkham Shadow, absolutely one of the best VR experiences of like last year. It's kind of a shame that it's literally just locked to the Oculus Rift.
And like the funniest shit though is like gacha gamers are too papega to understand that there's a world outside of that.
But then again, I guess they're really putting in tons of money into their exclusive games. All right, so best action game.
Best action game.
Black Myth Wukong is pretty good. Helldivers 2 is pretty good. Warhammer 4. I haven't played Warhammer 40k.
And then there's also Stellar Blade there.
Black Ops 6. It's fine. If I'm gonna have to give any game in this the best of the list, is probably Stellar Blade. Like that is actually
Stellar Blade.
Stellar game. All right, best action adventure. Let's see: Astrobot, Prince of Persia, Silent Hill 2. Star Wars Outlaws, or well, if you're combining combat with traversal and puzzle solving, dude, honestly, Astrobot's
yeah, I guess Astrobot, because it's kind of like a bootleg Mario game mixed with other stuff, right? If you're combining action adventure with the puzzles and stuff like that.
No, to be fair, the new Zelda Echoes of Wisdom is pretty good there too. So it's really a toss up between this Zelda game and Astrobot. Silent Hill 2, I don't know if I'd consider it the best action adventure. Honestly, like the puzzles in Silent Hill 2,
of course,
at least
it's
the
rigged,
remake,
are and then they don't realize who they're up against. Gonna be hilarious when they realize who they're fucking up against. Right? Like, they don't know. They don't understand who they're up against. Right? Gacha gamers are a very, very small community. But you got some really, really loud and toxic people in them.
Pretty easy to figure out, and honestly,
they just don't understand. There's a world outside of it all.
I would say out of this list, probably gonna have to go with The Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, like up against the Game of the Year competitor, actual Game of the Year.
Best RPG.
Right, like actually, imagine. Right, like wait, where's this one? Right, like, I'm gonna, like, just... Right, like, this is just hilarious. Right, like, it is just funny. Actual Game of the Year nominee. Largest IP in the world. And then you got 3 Pepega Gacha games. Right, like, what the... Jeff doesn't like 2D games. Okay. But, like, yeah, like, imagine. This is the freaking competition here, right? You got the freaking nominee for Game of the Year. Right? You get the largest IP. And then you got these 3 Pepega pieces of shit here. Right? World's largest IP and overall Game of the Year contender are not. Or a crying wow, who cares about that? Right? There we go. Right? Like, who cares about an AFK game, a sleeping ZZZ, and or a crying wow? We'll put that in there. We'll just put the usual thing here. Yeah, we'll just leave it. We'll leave it like this. Right, a crying wow. Then you got like the actual Game of the Year nominee and the freaking Pokemon trading card game pocket. Alright, like imagine that's your competition here. Right, and especially there, right? That's gonna farm hate views, I know. But the thing is, it's true. Like, this is fucking contender for actual Game of the Year. This is the largest IP in the world by a lot. Who the fuck cares about the 3 things here? Right? Like actual Game of the Year. Like, the Balatro is, like, actual nominee for overall Game of the Year. And then you got Pokemon. Right, like, it is just, it is what it is. Right, if FM7 Remake Part 2 can be... I mean, they're not even in the same freaking categories, they wouldn't be. But, like, it's just hilarious. Right, you got Balatro here. You got a fucking Pokemon trading card game. Right, like, you know. Well, we posted the tweet.
Gee, ooh, oh man. Match game with rich player customization. We got Dragon's Dogma 2. Not getting into that one, that's for sure. Shadow of the Earth Tree. I mean, that is... I have to give it at some point. You know what? Best...
Right, you can't wait for Gacha gamers to get a reality check. Oh yeah, it'd be funny, man. And then Game Awards would be... It's just gonna be hilarious. We'll see what happens after. When's the Game Awards actually happening? Because, like, you just realize, oh yeah, that's right. Actual Game of the Year contender. And the biggest IP in the world. The fuck is, like, who the fuck wants the freaking random-ass gacha game here? Who the fuck cares about that?
Best RPG, I would say, is Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. They just expanded so hard on the JRPG stuff. So if you don't play Like a Dragon, there's the Yakuza franchise where all the way from Yakuza 0 to 6, it's like a beat 'em up. But like, since the last one, Like a Dragon, and then Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, these are two games that are kind of rebranded Yakuza titles where they're turn-based JRPGs. This is literally like the best modern day interpretation of like old school Dragon's Quest. This gets it. This absolutely wins the best RPG.
Okay.
So best fighting.
Multiverses, didn't they EOS? Didn't these guys EOS? I thought Multiverses EOS.
Play much fighting games, but I have played enough Tekken with the boys.
Yeah, I feel like that would be Tekken.
So I'm gonna give it to that one.
Right, Tekken is like, I mean, like, well, I think the ones that people will think of is probably gonna be Tekken. Right, for like a larger mainstream would probably be Tekken. Especially when, like, user only gets a combined share 10%. Right, Tekken is probably the one that people will think of. Right, and the other thing I can think of next is maybe the Dragon Ball one, because I hear a lot about this one. But, like, this really looks like a freaking Tekken one. Like,
Although
Tekken
I've heard Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is pretty good. But, yeah, I'm gonna go for Tekken 8.
Yeah, Kuroshio and Hoya Frog's melting down me the toppest of Top Kek. Yeah, they on season 4. Oh, I thought the EOS.
All right, let's see. Best.
I heard about them EOSing or something, and then coming back later. I don't know.
Family game. Oh man, the best family game.
Yeah, it's obviously gonna be Tekken. Especially when you look at like who the panel of judges are. It's like, what do you expect them to vote for? They're gonna vote for Tekken.
Astrobot, because that's the only one that I've really played in that list.
Astrobot? Okay.
That I would consider playing with, like, kids if I had them. Best sim or strategy game.
Alright, best sim or strategy.
Alright, so it's either Frostpunk 2 in this, or it's Manor Lords. And I have played a little bit more of Manor Lords, so I'm going to go with this one, just for my pick. Best sports or racing game. Oh yeah, the one field I don't play. Let's see, which microtransaction slop do you want, boys? I'm gonna go with WWE 2K24.
I feel like more people hear about F1 if you're in the tech space purely because unlike the other 4 slop here, F1 is actually used as a gaming benchmark. Like a lot of people reviewing stuff will use your racing game as a benchmark. Because it's actually really good for testing speed and stuff. Freaking F1 24, you actually see this shit get used as a gaming benchmark. Nobody gives a fuck about the other 4. Look up NetEase wiki, you'll see the revenue in Marvel game. Okay.
Because all I remember from the WWE franchise is basically playing the cage match as a kid, and then when me and Charlie were beating the shit out of each other, because Champ Chong made a video out of it, and I thought it was pretty awesome, so I'm going to go with that one. And, yeah, that's as far as my sports games go.
Okay.
Best multiplayer? Oof. Well, basically this comes down to which one has the most wild onset community. And I'm going to go for Black Ops 6 here.
Sure.
Actually, yeah, I'm going to have to give this one to Helldivers.
Is Helldivers still okay after the Sony thing, though?
I haven't played it as much as I should have, but generally, I like this experience because it's more co-op oriented.
Okay.
Best adaptation, recognizing outstanding creative work that faithfully and authentically adapts a video game.
Okay.
You know, I really wish I could give this a vote, but this is so bad, and I'm actually so triggered watching that I'm going to now add it into my script of videos to make, because this Amazon show, like a Dragon Yakuza, is like so bad that I swear to God the Halo TV show looks like fucking gangbusters in comparison. I'm going to have to go with Knuckles on this one just because Knuckles. I got to give my boy Sonic some credit, okay? My Sonic franchise got to get some credit here.
All right,
most anticipated game. Okay, so for me,
GTA 6 is probably
this is going to be a bit of a curveball to some people, okay? I might lose the gamer card here. So my most anticipated game out of...
I mean, I think what's obviously going to win this one is GTA 6. People have been talking about GTA 6 for how many years? Right? Like, that's the one people care about, like, and talk about there. People have been talking about GTA 6 for how many years? That's trending on the... they're on the beach, though. They're on the beach, okay? They're on the beach. What a title. They're on the beach. I know. They're on the beach.
Every single thing on this list.
But yeah, we're getting everything before GTA 6, babe. Yeah, the SpongeBob in the game singing, stepping on the beach. Yeah, but like yeah.
Is actually not GTA 6. I'm actually more excited for Death Stranding.
Well, he wants the beach down, but like everyone freaking memes about GTA 6. It's like I remember there was that guy who got like arrested or whatever for leaking GTA 6 not a while back, right, or something. For leaking something of GTA 6 apparently. But like
on the beach,
GTA 6 feels like the one
to the original Death Stranding. Like
here.
It came out at a time when I was seriously depressed, and like I had a lot of there was just like a lot going on, and it was the only time where I got to actually go into a world, start new, and just get lost in something that like let me learn to feel by myself and just learn to be like just be with myself. I like the story, okay. I like the world, I like the premise. I don't care if people say it's a walking simulator. I actually am really hyped to play Death Stranding.
Yeah, I doubt it. The thing is, it's a lot more niche. Like, Metroid isn't really worth that much. In terms of IP size, Metroid is tiny, man. Sure, you'll have like a small and dedicated group of people who really want another Metroid game, but you gotta be realistic, right? Which has the widest and broadest of audience and appeal? Out of all of the games listed here, which has the widest and broadest audience? Right? Which one? It's obviously GTA 6. Right? We gotta be realistic here. Right? If you're gonna be realistic, like, it has to be GTA 6 for this one.
Training 2 on the beach next year. Like, I'm excited for GTA 6 and Metroid Prime 4 and like every single game on this list is awesome. I'm more excited for Death Stranding 2, so I'm just going to give that vote there. Okay. Content Creator of the Year. Well, out of everyone that seems most wholesome, it's probably going to be Queso, so I'll give it to him.
Okay, then.
Best esports game.
Best esports, oh boy.
You know, I haven't played anything in this list. The last thing I played a month ago was some Counter-Strike, so I guess I'll give it to that one. And it's the one that works underneath Linux, so it gets it.
Yeah, Counter-Strike would work.
Best esports athlete. Ooh, let's see which one is awesome.
I don't know who any of them are.
They all look like gangsters to me, but I'm gonna have to go with Alex Sib, dude. That hair's just got it going on. So you get that, pal. Best esports team. I don't know FaZe Clan, but I'm gonna have to give it to Billy Gaming here.
There we go.
Because I like BillyBilly.com.
Yeah, Billy.
And notify me when voting opens with more rounds. So apparently there's more voting that goes.
There's gonna be more rounds.
But yeah, those were all the votes that I wanted to cast, and that's pretty much what it came down to. So yeah, at the end of the day, this Game Awards it's not something that I really think is that great. Like, out of all the awards that we've seen, of all the nominations, they've really missed a whole lot. Like, okay, Silent Hill 2 should have probably went up.
Yeah, she didn't even know. I'm not surprised.
As should Like a Dragon, like Infinite Wealth. As should Cyberpunk
I'm not
2077
surprised.
Phantom Liberty. So yeah, I feel like the list for Game of the Year is a little bit restrictive. But overall, you know, I think what most people are going to be watching this for is probably not the awards. They're probably going to be looking at the Game Awards for the game reveals.
Yeah,
and I
game
think
reveals,
hopefully,
yeah.
if God willing, we might get something more for Grand Theft Auto 6, maybe something for Death Stranding 2.
Yeah, GTA 6 would be
moral
cool
of
to
the
see.
story, okay? Game Awards,
Maybe.
they're kind
Maybe other
of
stuff.
getting shitty year after year on a personal
yeah.
level. But at least Balatro might win.
Balatro could be
Please
funny.
God, let Balatro win.
Honestly, Balatro winning would be amazing. Alright, because then it's like, imagine like they all lose. Imagine losing to indie game, small indie game made by one guy. No Pal World Sag. Then again, Pal World's still early access and stuff. I mean, if Pal World was in there, I'd vote for it. Imagine Pal World in there, I'd vote. I vote for Pal World, man. I haven't tried Balatro. I haven't tried it. Just win everything. Yeah, Pal World, this is fun for so many wrong reasons at times. I've never actually tried Balatro. Oh, they have a website? Available for limited time. Oh, that's just the thing. What is Balatro? Oh, it's gonna be $20 Canadian. This is card game thing, right? Card deck builder thing. I see. And then I got. I don't know if when I'll play again on stream. They're just like, I don't know. Balatro is roguelike, but the creator doesn't know about poker. Really? It's roguelike poker, but the creator doesn't know about poker. That is hilarious. But also, I'm not too surprising, because like, it's not like you see kids learning how to play poker and stuff. Just normally. It's like, in terms of like the main card games you'd see, that you'd probably know. It's like you'd have to learn poker from someone else or play it elsewhere. Right? And then he just somehow made poker. That's something. If that's the case. What else we got here? Apparently Sonic is homeless. Okay, why is...
So, we just found out that Sonic the Hedgehog doesn't have a home, and
Okay.
he never did. Here's what you need to know.
Damn. He never had a home.
This is Sonic the Hedgehog Annual 2025.
Alright.
It's a book jibbity jam-packed with goodies like puzzles, quizzes, character stats, and whatever else a hardcore Sonic fan loves. It's basically a neat overview of the franchise to celebrate the legacy of this video game icon. One
Okay.
of the pages is a brief description of our hero, complete with fun facts and top stats. It's innocent enough, until you read a sentence that doesn't match up with what we know about Sonic. After talking
Okay.
about his special abilities, the book claims that Sonic lives in Green Hill Zone, the first level of
He lives
the
in Green
original
Hill,
game.
okay.
Fans quickly popped off, sharing the exciting confirmation on Twitter that Sonic now lives in Green Hill Zone.
Okay.
I'm Sonic, a little ball of super energy in an extremely handsome package.
Unfortunately, this was never supposed to be. More details are revealed by Chris, the official associate lore manager for Sonic the Hedgehog
Okay.
at Sega. Yeah, that's an actual job position.
Damn,
and no,
that is a
I'm
job
not
position.
surprised. Sonic lore be wildin'. Sorry to burst the
Fair.
bubble so late here. This was something we caught early on, but it looks like an older draft got through on accident. Sonic doesn't have a home. He's still a drifter. We'll work on making sure this doesn't happen again. Thanks for catching this.
He's a drifter.
So Sonic is officially homeless. He goes from one place to the next, adventure after adventure, without having anywhere to go back to permanently. While Green Hill Zone is the grounds for his humble beginnings, he's always moving and grooving. As depressing as that is, it still kinda makes sense for Sonic as a character. He's a speed demon. He's not satisfied in one place. He's got the legs to take him anywhere he wants in as little time as possible, so he's using them. His home is wherever he goes. But what do you think of this fun fact about Sonic canonically being homeless? Will he ever find a place to settle down? Let's talk in the comments.
Oh, there we go. Sonic is homeless. Alright, what is this one? This is fine. What's going on with Rayman? What's going on with Rayman?
Rayman seems to be making a return, and many fans are incredibly excited. And while you can tally me as a part of being a group of those excited fans, there's a darkness looming that I think we kind of have to discuss. An elephant in the room, if you will. Now, before I even start, I have no issues with Rayman whatsoever. None. Zip. I think now is a great time for Rayman to make a return to the center stage and join his ever-growing family of platformer mascot IP making a comeback. But my concerns lie not with Rayman, but with a dark, shadowy cloud that looms over him. So overall, there's about 3, 4, 5... a lot of things that make me concerned when it comes to Rayman making his comeback. And they all revolve around one singular entity. And that is Ubisoft. So let's not delay and let...
Hey, man, this is the perfect way to describe the company, right? This is basically... their company is named after how they want their male consumers, the thing dangling between the legs of their male consumers to be. Right? That's what they named the company after. It all makes sense.
Let me break it down.
Right?
Now, I want to make it clear. I have teamed up and
that's why it's Ubisoft.
With Ubisoft in the past when it comes to review codes and numerous free games, and I was even brought in for a quick read and
names don't lie
at Ubisoft Toronto
names don't lie
ago. So just know and keep that in mind with what I'm about to say. Ubisoft, your business choices simultaneously terrify and anger me. I cannot stress to you how concerned I am that a modern Rayman game
Rayman
is
Legends is pretty good. Modern Rayman.
Your
I never played any of them.
It's not the devs. Nay. It's the suit and ties that...
it's not the developers that's the fault. It's the people controlling them.
Manage the devs.
Managing them.
The ones that want to jam a microtransaction into every single open orifice a game has. And I'm not even talking about your typical free-to-play multiplayer games. No. I'm legitimately talking about full-priced single-player experiences having a number of microtransactions added. Skins for characters? Why not? In-game currency to speed up your progress. Okay, sure, I want to finish the single-player game faster, so I'm going to pay money for that.
The fuck? That's almost the price of another single-player game. To speed up, you gotta pay the price of another single-player game, oh boy.
A fancy-looking horse? Seriously? And that is before the fact that you create 6 different special editions for one singular game that literally requires a...
Yeah, why is there a flow... Why do we need a flowchart for this? This is ridiculous.
Flowchart?
Hey, what's funny is this flowchart doesn't have everything, this one here. The ultimate thing here does not even have everything. Neither does the gold steelbook have everything. That's
for
funny.
You to figure out which version to get and what you get. And for some of these big expensive versions of the game, you don't even send a physical copy with them,
Yep.
but a nice little QR voucher code that tells you can download the game. I can't even imagine the stress that you, Ubisoft, put on your employees when it comes to them showing off the early stages of a game to all of you. I can just imagine executives not even focusing on the gameplay, but focusing on where there's empty spaces in the menu so that they can see if they can jam some sort of a shortcut to some sort of useless microtransaction. Ubisoft is also known for, well, let's say very, very poor PR. They almost shoot themselves in the foot on a monthly basis with statements and decisions that simply perplex every single person that is on this blue marble hurtling through space. You may have heard some of these classic lines recently, such as Assassin's Creed Shadows getting delayed because Ubisoft has now become notorious for releasing lower quality games, telling gamers that they have to accept the fact of not owning their games. Skull and Bones being called the very first quadruple A game. The Ubisoft stock currently free falling, and the creme de la creme blaming gamers for the poor performance of Star Wars Outlaws because, and I quote, "In today's challenging market and with gamers expecting extraordinary experiences, delivering solid quality is no longer enough."
Well, they're not even doing that anyways.
Sheer amount of L's Ubisoft has been handed recently is enough for them to start their own alphabet. In fact, the recent amount of disastrous statements and decisions
they can start an alphabet, guys,
caused the
with just
board of
one letter
directors
L
at Ubisoft to launch an internal investigation on the company itself to figure out why Ubisoft just can't seem to manage themselves. And need I remind you, this is the company that is currently handling Rayman. Now, let me get to my next point. And trust me, if you know this channel, this statement is going to make you raise an eyebrow, but I promise you it does make sense. My next concern is, it's a Rayman remake. I know, right? It sounds like I'm being a complete hypocrite, right? But let me explain. Remakes and remasters are fantastic ways to revitalize an entire game series. It allows us old fart gamers whose backs hurt when they get out of bed and scream at the Fortnites feel like a kid again. And it's a great way to introduce tried and true games to a brand new audience, which then leads to more popularity in the IP and in turn may cause more games to be made. But the problem is, and I think I can be pretty objective with this, remakes and remasters are typically far cheaper to make versus brand new titles. The story of the game is already there. The level designs are already established.
Just reuse it.
If the company has access to the original source code, the amount of work can be reduced even more. Some games even take shortcuts and just remaster the original dialogue. And sometimes they actually do a fantastic job with it. And honestly, there is nothing inherently wrong with any of these techniques or the fact that remakes and remasters are typically cheaper to make. There have been numerous remakes over the years that have been absolutely fantastic that utilized all of these techniques. The problem is when the suit and ties of the industry see this and think that they can shovel out garbage with minimal effort to get a quick cash grab on nostalgic IPs that they own. And sadly, we have started to see a fair share of low-effort remasters and remakes. Now, there are a number of different issues across a lot of these poorly made remasters and remakes, but a common theme for most of these poorly received games are coming from companies who are gigantic and or are poorly managed. Gee, I wonder what company fits the bill of, oh right, the company that's handling the Rayman remake. But wait, there's more! This next issue, which ties both into issues that we've talked about before, but also brings in a new loose thread.
Oh boy,
and that
new one.
is Ubisoft never specified which game was being worked on. Just a game in the Rayman universe. Now, why does this propose a problem? Well,
yeah, they didn't say
Rayman
which
is an
one.
IP that doesn't quite have just one genre. The very first game was a 2D side-scroller. Then, Rayman 2 and Rayman 3 were 3D platformers. Then, Rayman Raving Rabbids came out and became a gigantic party game starring the Minion-esque rabbits, which a lot of people got angry at because Rayman Raving Rabbids basically took over the entire franchise for many years. However, Rayman did return, but returned in the 2D space again with Rayman Origins and its following sequel, Rayman Legends. So when Ubisoft says a remake in the Rayman universe, which game are they referring to? The 2D platformers or the 3D platformers? And herein lies the problem. There are many people who want to see Rayman return to the 3D platforming space. But there's also a lot of people that want to see Rayman continue in the 2D space and want to have their third Rayman Origins game. No matter which genre is picked, there's going to be fans who are going to be severely disappointed and let down. Or, knowing Ubisoft's track record, the Rayman Raving Rabbids option is still on the table, where everybody would be vastly disappointed.
Everyone gets disappointed.
That's on brand for Ubisoft. Additionally, beyond ports and just a collection of up-res games, Ubisoft currently doesn't have any remakes that have been really released. If I missed any, I didn't see any, and if I did, comment below and let me know.
Yeah,
and of course,
Rayman,
there are some apparently Assassin's Creed remakes that are currently in development, along with a Splinter Cell and a Prince of Persia remake, but nothing right now physically tangible. Basically, we don't know if Ubisoft knows what on earth they are doing. Let me give you an example as to why this is such a problem. When rumors of Spyro making his comeback in a remastered form started up, all we had to do was look at the Crash Insane trilogy and say, yeah, okay, it seems like they know what they are doing. And lo and behold, they did. They showed that they knew exactly what they are doing. Then, when CTR Nitrofield was announced, lo and behold, it also did great by yet another company within Activision. And once again, we saw Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 get remade, and again, they did great. Then, when Blizzard dropped the ball so hard on Warcraft 3 Reforged, they brought Vicarious Visions on board to help with the Diablo 2 remake, simply because they didn't really trust their internal team anymore, which eventually actually led them to leading the project and fusing with Blizzard. And when the game came out, it did very well. So now when I hear that a property is getting remade by an Activision team, I can think, yeah, that'll probably do well, because Vicarious Visions, Toys for Bob, and Beanox all showed and proved that they can do it. Basically, they know what they're doing. The proof is in the pudding. But I can't say the same for Ubisoft, because again, there's nothing for me to reference from their catalog of games. The only thing we can say is that the before-mentioned Prince of Persia remake for Sands of Time that was announced in 2020
it's Ubisoft. Not UbiHard.
That they had to pass it off to a new team. And then, when that new team got a hold of the game, they thought it was so bad that they had to restart the whole project. So based on that, as that being the only evidence,
it's Ubisoft, not
that we know in
UbiHard.
terms of a full-scale remake from Ubisoft that I'm aware of, I'm kind of nervous for Rayman. Now, this doesn't mean that Ubisoft can't make a good game. In fact, the last game that Rayman was a guest of was Mario and Rabbids Sparking Hope. And those games did fantastic. And guess what? No egregious microtransactions. Probably because Nintendo was breathing down their necks. But you know what? Still, we'll call that a W. But since Sparking Hope, most of their games have been pretty much middle of the road when it comes to scores and sales, and especially for such a largely publicly traded company. And the only game that did really well critically for Ubisoft was Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. And guess what? They just had their entire team dissolved and redistributed to other projects because of poor sales. Ah, yes. That makes sense. The game with the best critic score and almost zero advertising gets canned. But Skull and Bones?
Nope.
Nah, that's our quadruple A flagship game,
Quadruple A,
buddy.
yep.
The next thing I need to point out is...
Quadruple A, guys.
Well, And I think most of you can kind of see this from a mile away, especially from what I just showed you. But once I tell you what project they recently launched, you're going to start laughing or crying or maybe a bit of both. But Ubisoft is painfully tone deaf as a company. And in regards to making a game with a fan base like Rayman, especially a remake, that is a problem. Picture this. Ubisoft recently launched a game called Champions Tactics. When you watch the trailer, just looks like a turn-based D&D mini tactics game, right?
Okay.
Nothing terrible.
But it's an NFT
bad.
game. It's an NFT game.
If you were to extract all the information possible from the trailer, nothing terrible stands out from it, right? Except there's one small, tiny detail that they forgot to include the trailer. Just one small wrinkle that just probably just slipped their mind just a little bit. The figurines are NFTs.
Yeah.
I'm dead serious. Ubisoft released a Web3 blockchain game that allows you to use cryptocurrency to purchase and play with NFTs in 2024. Yeah, Ubisoft, you're literally 3 years late to the party.
They're
NFTs
very late.
aren't even worth the not.
Yeah, exactly. I'm talking about it. I know. Yeah, that was from yesterday's stream. Yeah. The worst grind. Yeah, because I cut it out. It's funny, man. It's funny. I never mentioned them at all. Yeah, of course not. Because like I'm talking about a problem that exclusive to Genshin and Wuwa. If you've played other gacha games, some of the newer stuff, that's not a problem in them. I've played a bunch of other things where that problem doesn't exist. It is an exclusive problem to the Hoyo games and Wuwa. Right? Like, it is an exclusive problem. They can't read. They also can't listen, okay? They can't listen and they can't read. Right? I'm obviously, like, I tried to stay on the topic there. It's like, I'm not gonna bring up a game that doesn't need to be brought up. Right? Because the guy's video, he just kept talking about Hoyo. Right? They can't read, but they also can't listen. They can't listen, man. They can't. Right? It's the reading thing is its own thing, whatever, but yeah. I mean, it's not all bad. I mean, hey, there was one comment at least that was like, you know what? Sure, I'm gonna go give you a heart. Right? It was a Hoyo player, but like, you know what? I'll give it a heart and I'll leave it there. I don't know if you saw it. But like, yeah, you read this thing and hey, at least this guy's being reasonable. I don't know if there was more, but like, this is just what I saw here. There's probably more, I guess it got deleted. I don't know, was my video shared somewhere? Because like, it didn't really get many views. This shit gets less views than my regular live streams. Right, like, if we're just talking about YouTube alone. They're holding off playing it, like, again, like, this guy at least looks like he's being reasonable here. Right, he looks like he's being reasonable. Right, this was just a reaction thing. Original video there, you know. Not doing anything crazy, I just put that stuff in there. You know. Let it do its thing, because like most of my content is just streams, live stream stuff. That's most of my stuff anyways. The vast majority of everything I do is all over here. Right? Not in the other thing. But we'll see what happens with it. It's only the first day. Not even the first day yet. First full day.
Existent paper they're printed on. According to this article, the NFT minis have a range of prices, with most of them costing around $7. But there is apparently some that can cost upwards to $63,000. Oh baby, what a bargain! Remakes and remasters require people to know their audience and the community that they're making it for. And most importantly, they need to listen to them. Rayman fans have been chomping on the bit for years, and they are very, very loud with what they want to see. But if Ubisoft's market research can't even see that they missed the NFT party by almost 4 years, along with the social laugh.
Is Desire afraid to come with his alt? You have a shield with chains specifically made for him. Damn. Wait, did you guys even remove, like, when I tried to sleep? Anyways, when I tried to get some sleep and stuff like that after I posted it up, did you guys, like, remove any comments or anything? Because I only saw those 3. And then I responded to one of them. Okay.
Stock that they have become and the social taboo that they are, I am horribly concerned that they won't hear loud and blatant fan requests, wants, critiques, desires, or anything. And to clarify, I don't think it's the developers directly behind the project that's the problem that won't be able to hear what the fans want, but the team that manages them from up above. Again, the suit and ties. But Rayman isn't the only game that I'm worried about that's being mismanaged. I'm also concerned for how Banjo-Kazooie is being handled. If you want to know what I mean, you can check out this video right here. You may be shocked as to what you'll learn about it.
Right, but there you go. Wait, his video just ends there? Okay. Let's go to the next one that I was sent. Alright, you guys sent me a bunch. We already saw that one. We saw the we just saw the thing. Weirdest DM. Alright, well, there's the weirdest DM, and then we go down. What else do we have? Triggering fanboys. Well, maybe we'll look at that after. What else? We have the Warcraft one. They didn't finish it. Bellular news. We got the Ida bag debate. We got the perfect AI thing. Asmongold shenanigans. Chrome breakup. Oh boy. Sony is in talks to buy that thing. We got the Kazehana one. We got drama here. I'm done with the Wuthering Waves community. Electric bus self-ignites. It has no storage. What the fuck is that? Oh wait, okay. Well, we'll try to close as many as we can and work our way through. Do Asmongold? Which one is that one? Here,
I've wrapped my head in tinfoil because of the
this
5G
one,
signals. Stay woke.
Wait, what the fuck? Why is he wrapping it in foil?
I found some rotten leftovers under my desk. I bought out an entire store. Fuck, I love food. They fucking banned me from Jerkmate. I can't do this shit anymore. Bet you've never seen me dance.
The fuck is this?
Yeah, I'm getting fucking jiggy.
Wait, is this AI?
Holy shit, what the fuck?
Oh, this is AI stuff.
Why did I nibble the wires? How dare you say Conquered was bad? I fucking
Yeah, this is freaking AI. This you can tell this is like they're trying to deep fix his voice and everything.
love that game. Yeah, I lied about how much money I have. Please donate.
No, that one is hilarious.
I've installed a mustard machine. I found this trash. Yeah, I lied about
That is hilarious. This is a funny one.
how much money I have. Please donate.
I like that one.
I've installed a mustard machine. I found this trash bag I'm gonna use for Halloween. Boo. Look, is that fucking John Wick? My teeth are actually gold-plated. I am sweating after a long day of reacting to videos. Where the fuck is my McDonald's Sprite? I've saved up enough money for a shower in my setup. I think I'm, allergic.
Wait! The water is clearly a fake. I found this water replica on Amazon that he is definitely using.
It's vegetarian, guys. It's vegetarian, that water.
A few months ago, Google...
Alright, here, we'll do the gacha crap first here.
Okay, so Wuthering Waves...
We'll start with the Kuro shill here. I'm just gonna be like... Actual overall game of the year is nominated as well in the same category. At the same time, the largest media franchise in the world, where you have literal, feral, and rabid people attacking each other and scalping, trading cards for is also in that said category. And then there's a part where 90% of the vote goes to panel judges. There's no shot they can crush it. Like, if we're just gonna be realistic, there's no shot. Another Glaze who doesn't understand, the competition is not Toyo. It is not another gacha game. It is not even close. It is not. It's not even close. It's like, yeah, go look up what the other two games are. I wonder what they are. And it's like, oh. Overall Game of the Year. Like nominee. The largest multimedia franchise in the world where people literally go crazy over their fucking trading cards. Right? Like, people are, like, go really, really fucking crazy over that shit. Is also in there too. Right? They're in the same category. What shot does Wuwa have? Like, if you're gonna be realistic, it doesn't have any chance. Neither does ZZ. Neither does the AFK Journey or whatever.
Actually has some really big news, which you've probably seen plastered all over Twitter and all over social media at the moment. And that's because Wuthering Waves have actually been nominated for a very big award, alongside winning a ton of other awards as well, literally in the course of like a day. This is really big for Kuro Games and Wuthering Waves, and I'll get into all of that in this video. And pretty much what we're going to be doing in this video is showing you guys all the awards that Wuthering Waves have been nominated for, and also some that they've actually won, and kind of talk about what we could be getting in the future, and also what we could be getting right now just for being nominated for some of these awards. But before I get to the video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy it, and also go over to my more channel where I've actually got a ton of stuff planned. Again, I'll be uploading a ton of react videos, whether that's to Wuthering Waves or just some other kind of gacha content in general.
Okay.
I definitely recommend going over there, giving it a subscribe, because I'm trying to hit 1,000 subs so we can actually get monetization on there. So go over there, give it a subscribe, and yeah, I'll see you guys over there. Let's get back into the video. So if you don't know, just yesterday was actually the Game Awards nominations, which is probably one of the biggest gaming awards kind of shows ever. Now, obviously, there has been a little bit of controversy recently on how, you know, kind of awards get nominated and things like that, but it is undeniable to see how big the Game Awards is. It seems like everyone kind of tunes into it, especially seeing as they had such a high viewership last time. And Wuthering Waves actually got nominated for Best Mobile Game, which again was to be expected, I'm pretty sure. I think Wuthering Waves did really put in the work whenever it came to this stuff. And if we actually go to the voting thing here, which is the official page, then I definitely recommend that you go and sign in and actually vote for Wuthering Waves or any of the games that you enjoy in these kind of categories. We can actually,
like, it's the overall Game of the Year. You got Pokemon Trading Card Game. Who are the other three?
You see, there are actually 3 gacha games in this entire kind of category, meaning that there is more gacha games than there are none, which is kind of surprising to me. And we've got other games like AFK Journey, we've got Balatro, also the new Pokemon TCG game.
I mean, Pokemon Trading Card Game is a gacha. It is a gacha game. Just not in the sense that these guys ever want to acknowledge. It's technically a gacha game. Right? It's a the trading card game is in fact a gacha game. It is. Right?
And obviously
it's not even a 10 pull, man. That's not even a 10 pull. 1,000 only? A 10 pull 1,600.
Wuthering Waves, which we've been talking about, and Zealous Zone Zero, which again I think is going to be a pretty close category. I think Zealous Zone Zero has definitely done a lot this year, and obviously, you know, Wuthering Waves have done a ton as well. But I do think it will be kind of close in terms of who's going to win. I think AFK Journey might actually have a chance as well, maybe because it has been very popular, and they have been winning awards elsewhere, which again is really exciting to see. But also we have games like Pokemon TCG, which have blown up recently, especially among people who really like card games and things like that. I mean, even I've played it. So it's going to be very close to...
And then there's also the actual overall Game of the Year is right there.
see who wins, but I think the Wuthering Waves community, if we can all pull together, then
You can all pull together and give them one vote. One collective vote.
maybe we can actually stand a chance at actually winning.
No, you get 10%. That's not gonna happen. It's super unrealistic.
Winning one of these awards. But what would this actually mean for Wuthering Waves if we were to win this, let alone being nominated for it? Well, it means that we're going to get a lot more exposure to more companies, more players, and just more people in general. I definitely think that this is going to be a net positive for all of these games, even if they don't actually win. I think it's going to open them up to lots more advertisers and people like that, because again, if they're being nominated for Best Mobile Game or even winning Best Mobile Game, then it kind of says something about the overall quality of it, and people are going to be interested. Whether it's going to be like...
Yeah, what does that mean that ZZ Wuthering Wave did any work in the polls? Of course they're bought. Of course. Like, what do you expect?
You know, normal players, which I said, is going to be like, you know, kind of people that are voting, or it could be people on the high end in terms of investors and stuff like that. It's going to be good overall, and I can't wait to see what that kind of brings for Wuthering Waves in the future. Now, Wuthering Waves actually replied to this literally a few hours ago. I actually saw this come up on my page. They said, "We're excited to announce that Wuthering Waves have been nominated for the Best Mobile Game at the Game Awards 2024. This achievement wouldn't be possible without your unwavering support. To celebrate this occasion, we'll be giving a thank you gift to players across all servers. They say rewards asteroid 1000 and issue time will be the 19th of November, so pretty much like right now. And that is a very, very big and, you know, kind of generous reward there. 1000 asteroid. Again, that's going to help out a lot of people, especially pulling for Camellia at the moment. So again, it's really great to see they're giving out rewards just for being nominated. And it just...
Do I try to log in just so I can claim this for whenever I check back on 2.0? Just so I can claim the free shit and then remove it? If I do look back at it then, do I bother?
Well, what are they actually going to do if they win? Like, what are we going to get? We're going to get a free 5-star maybe?
No.
I mean, I could honestly see Wuthering Waves doing that. Now, I don't want to get your hopes up too much. Again, that more than likely won't happen, but maybe it's going to be something a little bit more than 1000 asteroid, which again, I think is going to be great. And that's definitely one of the reasons that you should vote for Wuthering Waves, is because, you know, the rewards we could be getting.
I mean, do people not understand what the hell he's trying to say and the precedent he's trying to say here? This is the problem with Hoyo as well in the past, right? You're voting not because the game deserves it, not because they want the game to have it, or whatever. You're voting because you want them to give you free rewards. That's the problem with this type of setup, man. They're voting because they want to get free rewards. That's all they care about. They want the free rewards. They don't care about anything else, just the free rewards. But yeah, sure, we'll get the red dress. Why not? Here. Right, they're voting because they want free rewards. I mean, you already, like, yeah, there you go. They want the free rewards. That's what they're voting for. They're not voting because the game deserves it or anything. They want the free rewards. We'll see what happens, man. But like, they have no shot at winning anything.
And could be absolutely insane, especially if you are a, you know, full-time kind of Wuthering Waves player. And obviously they leave a kind of, you know, link down here saying the dev team is committed to providing you an even better gaming experience. This is just the beginning of our journey together.
I mean, I'm gonna reset it in like 2 months, right? We're gonna reset it in 2 months. Given the VIP, you know, here. Oh, where do I do that? Oh wait, there's it. There you go. I mean, I'm resetting it in January 1st. There. The bigger mentality is too prevalent. He stacked so many. Thanks for the follow as well, Backshot King. 69 Backshot King. He got lots of points. Yeah, because he can't use it himself because mod roll. You can't actually use it. You can't VIP a mod. You can't. It removes, for some reason, if you give VIP to a mod, they lose their mod status. It's weird. But that's how Twitch works. If you give VIP to a mod, they lose their mod status.
Few more details there. So again, that's really, really great, and it shows that Wuthering Waves really do care about the community. And yeah, it just seems like they are trying to make a very, very big push for winning this award or getting people to vote for, you know, Wuthering Waves at these awards. Especially seeing as if you go onto the Wuthering Waves developers page as well.
No, I have
they've
not.
been
I don't know what that
constantly,
is.
as you can see, like 20 minutes, 50 minutes, you know.
I don't know what that
They really, really
is.
want to push this award out and get people to vote as much as possible with all of their accounts. So again, it's really, really great to see that the dev team are also kind of commenting on this as well. And I definitely do think out of the games, Wuthering Waves does deserve it almost the most. Now, obviously, that's not to say, as I said, like Zealous and Zero have been working really hard too, and it wouldn't be surprising if
He's too busy thinking about the gacha
win it, because
bullshit.
they have also, you know, been working hard. And the same goes for a lot of these other games as well. Now, I don't play them as much, so I can't really tell you, you know, how good they are. Maybe one of them's terrible, I don't know. Like, I literally haven't played them at all.
One of them is literally Game of the Year contender.
But I think the Wuthering Waves definitely does.
Kumaki. Oh yeah, Kumaki. I don't know if you noticed this. Who do you think is more likely to win here? Who do you think? Who do you think is the thing here? Who do you think? Because there's only 2 realistic possibilities on this list. What do you think, Kumaki? What do you think? Because, like, you just showed up. I'm curious, what do you think? Right, there's 2 here. And 2 of them are not the same as the other 3. Of course, there you go. Good, you're smart. Right, like, it makes sense, right? What was Balatro, right? This one's actual Game of the Year contender. And then you got the Pokemon trading card game, which is, it's fucking Pokemon. Like, what are the other 3? Like, like, no shot it's anything other than these 2. Especially when panels get 90% of the vote. The game that's not gacha made by one person deserves it. Yes, this guy deserves it, man. Oh, the Balatro guy deserves it. Give it to the Balatro guy. He definitely deserves it. Right, like, he definitely deserves it. The Balatro guy. Definitely. Yeah, Marvel Snap Fall Guys. Oh yeah, for sure. Right? Wait, we already saw this one. We were back at the, This what he's saying it'll crush him, by the way, is according to Kazuhana.
Deserve it here. Now, obviously, a lot of people might be a little bit skeptical just because of how Wuthering Waves runs on mobile. But honestly, I definitely think they've improved it quite a bit, especially with a lot of the controller support and stuff like that. So I think that they do deserve to be here, and hopefully they do fit so that playing Wuthering Waves is much more smoother for a lot more people. I doubt many people are going to be basing it off that anyways. Now, obviously, Zealous Zero is also included in this race, as I've been talking about quite a bit, but they actually have been yet to say anything. They've, you know, they posted 6 hours ago about Lighter, one of their new characters, but they haven't actually posted anything, not even just saying like a thank you or something like that. So again, that is a little bit confusing. Maybe they just haven't got the news yet, or they're working on a post or rewards or something like that. But again, it seems like Zealous Zero still haven't.
What the fuck?
Said anything. And if we look back at stuff like Genshin Impact and, you know, other games that Hoyoverse have made in the past, I think Genshin Impact, the last time they gave out rewards for an award was Gamescom a couple of.
Pokemon is absurdly massive. Exactly. And it's like, if you've ever seen like any place that sells Pokemon cards, how things are handled there, right? Like, you know full well how crazy people go over Pokemon cards, right? If you've ever, like, seen, right? People go crazy over that. Alright, then wait, I awarded you with something? How? How'd that work? But congrats. Congrats, man.
Of months ago, and that's mainly just due to Wuthering Waves being so generous with their rewards. And obviously before that, whenever Genshin got nominated for like stuff like Best Mobile Game and stuff like that, and Best Ongoing Game, I think it was, they didn't actually give out any rewards at all just for being nominated, which definitely proves how generous Wuthering Waves is just for giving it out.
I mean, this is just pathetic, man. They're too busy and too fixated on rewards, and they still cannot live rent-free. This guy belonging to Lua Coping Team. Coping Team, yeah, of course.
For being nominated. Now, obviously, Genshin and stuff like that did hand out rewards whenever they won some of them. But again, I definitely think that, you know, handing them out whenever they've been nominated as well is a very, very positive move, especially for the community. So it's going to be very confusing to see if Hoyoverse actually, you know, release anything for Xenophon Zero or not. Now, maybe they will in a couple of hours.
Exactly. Like, these are just Pepega people. They're too fixated on rewards. You just see that out of them. That's all they think about. Right? That's all they're thinking about. He even tells people to vote for it because of rewards. Right? Like, the fuck?
Whole segment of this video is going to be redundant. So again, if it has changed, sorry, you know, this is just at the time of recording. They've taken quite a while to actually do it, seeing as Wuthering Waves.
Yeah, peak bigger mentality, get secondhand embarrassment. Yeah.
Straight on the ball and have already uploaded something in like about 4 hours ago or something like that. So again, it will be very interesting to see what kind of happens. And finally, just the last thing I wanted to add is that Wuthering Waves have actually been winning awards in the Google Play Awards as well. Now, this is based on regions, so again, some places it won't actually come up, and like in the UK, Wuthering Waves actually haven't won anything. Honkai Star Rail did win best, I think it was like story or ongoing or something like that, which again is very, very great for them. But in other countries, for example, I think this one's Hong Kong, they've actually won best story, which again is great to see. And they've actually been winning a ton of other awards, you know, around different kind of areas and different regions, which is really, really good to see. And it definitely shows you how much Wuthering Waves have made an impact this year, especially in the mobile gaming community.
Best story, even though they have like literal reading apps for books on the Play Store. What the fuck?
Now, I don't know if Wuthering Waves are actually going to respond to this one, because again, I feel like these awards are a little bit of a less of an award. I don't really know, but maybe they will. I think because of like the whole region kind of locking thing and it being different across regions, they probably won't really respond to any of this, just because it's so different for many people. But again, it is still very exciting to see that people have been, you know, voting for Wuthering Waves across awards, and hopefully they do it with Best Mobile Game on the Game Awards. So again, if you guys want Wuthering Waves to win, and maybe you want some, you know, free stuff on Wuthering Waves in the future, then I definitely recommend signing in, going to vote at the Game Awards. It's literally called the
And there you go, he talks about it again. You want free stuff? Vote for them.
Or you can go straight to the actual page. You know, they've got a Game Awards like Twitter page or something like that. So go over there, go have a vote, and yeah, definitely vote for Wuthering Waves. I think Wuthering Waves definitely do deserve it. If you think that another game did better, then of course go do that as well. But I definitely think, you know, a lot of us being a Wuthering Waves audience want to vote for this game to, you know, kind of support it, and hopefully they can give us some, you know, really cool awards in the future.
Alright then. Well, that's what it is there. What would Genshin copy in Batman mode? Surely Dark... You wish. You wish it was in Batman mode.
Okay, guys, so...
Alright, this was the guy we saw the other day as well. He made that NTE video, right? Apparently, he's not happy with the Lua community. Very small channel, right? 206 subscribers. What happened with Lua? Need a wake-up call. 7 issues. Oh, he has like a bunch of interesting things here. Lua players patty. Okay, you know what? There's like a... There's some funny stuff here, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I gave up. But here's the thing, though. Like, the rush up with PGR is a lot more malicious to me than you would think. Because the reality is, they're gonna give you 3 times the amount of patches, right? But they're not gonna give you 3 times the amount of resources to compensate. Yeah, they want to catch up, and they're gonna push you so fast. No, they weren't. They were doing the usual 6-week patches. They weren't doing short ones. They're gonna start speeding it up now, though. They're going to start speeding it up drastically. Yeah, they're going to accelerate. Like, it's crazy. Like, it's actually, like, super crazy. No, it's not. It's worse. It's worse. I don't know if you can still hear me, but it's not the same. It's not the same. We were, like... The level infinite was doing like 1.3x speed. They're doing 3x speed. Huge difference. Huge difference. Right? It's gonna come out way faster. Way faster. But you're not gonna get the stuff to compensate for moving at 3 times the speed. And like considering how stuff works in PGR, it's going to be worse overall. Yeah, 3 patches in one. Yeah, and then you're not gonna get like 3 times the resources and everything. It's gonna be fucked. Right? But the way they're doing it, it makes it sound like their actual real goal is cost cutting. The reality is, I think the real goal for it is to be a cost cutting measure. Like, the reality is, it takes a lot more time, money, and resources to have multiple separate versions. So if you speedrun everything so you can keep everything on the same version, and actually try to do that, you don't have to maintain as many different versions. So there's less things you have to send to Apple or Google Play to, to maintain and then publish. At the same time, you're publishing 3 times less versions because you're only doing that one thing with three at once to accelerate. Like, it is a great way to cut costs. At the same time, for the whales, it's a way to milk them even harder and faster. Because the reality is, they're not going to give them 3 times the amount of packs and stuff like that and the resources to compensate. So any type of discount they may have used from the discount packs, well, they're not going to have 3 times the amount. I highly doubt that. So they're going to have to swipe even harder and swipe for more to get less. Either Gazer do the same? Yeah, who knows, man. Either that or they get rid of Global or something. Who knows what they'll do. Yeah, they should have done it with the Nier collab. Maybe, I guess. I gave up on PGR after I got really annoyed with trying to get the game to run properly. Because every single time I would have to like do all the tinkering to fix it. And then they moved it behind a second menu that wasn't there before to get to the settings page, and I had to do it every single time. Yeah, and things like that. And then like I just lost full interest in the story and stuff like that. And then every time I played it on stream, if I didn't want to get copyright claimed and stuff and deal with that, I had to mute all the audio. So like I couldn't even listen to the music when I was playing it. Right? So you had that whole problem and disaster there. Right? So like, yeah, slowly over time I completely lost any and all interest in there. It is what it is. Right, there's something I'm just gonna double check on. But yeah, it is what it is. They'll probably like play till Devil May Cry collab. If it's fucked up, you're done. Yeah, fair enough. For me, I'm just done. You know what? It is what it is. You're giving up on the story too. Yeah, it's too long. You compare it to Aether Gazer, at least you stay awake for that. Yeah, that's the problem there. Like, the thing is, there was some cool stuff in PGR there, but like, here's the other problem too. You release the stuff at 3 times the speed, you get 3 times the speed of power creep. Let's go. They speed it up, they triple the speed of all the power creep. And PGR was already crazy for power creep. And keep in mind, they would design characters where you'd have to pull their cub, because they're missing parts of their kit from their cub, right? You gotta pull their signature weapon as well. So you got that whole mess to deal with. And then you would go try to get the extra dupe from Pain Cage. But unless they triple all your income in terms of resource gains, you're not gonna get that, right? So you're basically getting 1/3 the amount of skulls relative to the content cycle they're releasing. You're getting 1/3 of the amount of resources you would have normally gotten because they're moving at 3 times the speed. Right? So the thing is, like, it actually is a lot worse there, especially because like a lot of your income and resources to keep the thing working, they're not going to just go to Pain Cage and stuff and multiply your rewards by 3. I don't think they're going to do that. Right? And that's a huge part of your income and stuff to deal with the things you need there. The same thing with the Norman to get the materials to get the dupes of the cubs as well. Right? Even though you still also have to pull the cub too, right? And then if you have a patch where it's like, okay, 2 S ranks you gotta pull for, right? And then, cause like they would do a cycle of like, okay, you gotta pull for this character, then the next one is a rest patch, and then you gotta do again the next one, and then a free character in the next patch, and they alternate back and forth. Except now you're not going to get that, and you'll have 2 patches where you gotta pull 2 units. You'll have patches where you have to pull 2 units, and then a patch where you pull 1, and back to back to back. Right? It's going to be a shit show because they're moving at 3 times the speed. Not even ToF was that when Level Infinite was trying to catch up. ToF was moving at like 1.3x speed. they're gonna go straight to 3x speed. There's a huge speed difference. Right? And like, we already could see, like, back when I played it, I could already see how fast the power creep was in there. And then, like, it's just going to get worse. It's going to be a shit show. But the reality is, it's like, okay, so then, your characters will also get a third of their shelf life. Because you're going to be moving at 3 times the speed. So now what, right? It's like, you didn't feel much difference. Well, that's because they only went slightly faster than the CN speed for updates. Right? They only went slightly faster, and then ToF has always been on a weird and unusual schedule. We were at like 1.3x the speed for like a year and a bit. We took a little bit more than a year to play catch up. Right? And CN was moving at its normal pace. That's why you didn't really feel it in ToF. But you're going to feel it like crazy in PGR, because they're just gonna move at 3 times the speed. Yeah, because Scuffle's ToF is actually working with smart Tencent budget. I mean, they're working smart on no budget. They don't even need a budget. They're just working smart. It is what it is. They're working smart and efficient. Right? But like, yeah, this thing looks like there's a bunch of interesting videos to look at here, I think. This guy looks like he's an interesting gold mine here. Why, he's not quitting Genshin? Okay. He's talking about this stuff. This guy's a hate watcher. Okay. Maybe we... Content creators want Witherling's waves so we succeed on no profit? I mean, they haven't made a profit yet. They've been operating at a loss. Guru has been for a while. But that's their own thing. I mean, this guy has a lot of stuff on the Gacha revenue, though. But the interesting commentary could be cool to watch. Did you miss anything big? We were just doing a bunch of reacts on stuff. Oh yeah, I don't know if you noticed this. Wait, we go to my page. You look at this list. Who do you think is gonna win here? There are two frontrunners here, right? Who do you think the 2 frontrunners are? It should be pretty obvious. The 2 big ones. Right, the 2 big ones. Who do you think? Because like, there was like some funny clip we've been seeing around. It's really obvious. Right? Like, like one of them is like, obviously, like, you just took it, like, take a look at a glance. One of these games here, everyone has heard of it. Everyone has obviously heard of Pokemon. That one is hella obvious. And there's one more. Right? Like, there's one more. You look at Balatro. What's Balatro? That thing is like in almost every category. Even contender for actual overall game of the year. Who the fuck are these other three bozos, right? You look at these 2, and then it's 90% panel judge vote. Right? Like, it's like, yeah, would you vote for this? No. Would you vote for that? And the thing is, yeah, with the speed up in PGR, how are you gonna roll for weapons? How are you gonna roll for the cub? Don't forget the cub. The characters also just have the cub being a core part of their kit. How the fuck are you gonna spare the extra rolls as well for the cub too? You gotta roll for the character, you gotta roll for the cub, you gotta roll for the weapon. You won't have enough pain cage skulls, so you can't even get them to double S. So you're gonna have to pull another copy of them too if you want to make some of them usable. Because of how scuffed some of their kits are, they're like, okay, yeah, no, we're gonna balance it around at least for free to play to at least have double S, because you can get it from Pain Cage for free. Except Patch Cycle's gonna move at 3 times the speed, so you're never gonna get there. Yeah, there goes all of that, right? You put into perspective, like, unless they give you 3x everything, you're fucked. You're fucked unless they give you triple everything, because you're gonna move at 3x the speed. You're like actually fucked. And I don't think you want to be grinding those PGR events. Remember the PGR events, how awful those things are? Do you want to be doing those too? Right, I'm gonna assume you don't want to be doing PGR events. Because who the fuck does those?
Okay, guys.
Alright, but with this one, this guy's apparently being attacked by the Woowa community here. Best description you can give, it's definitely cult-like behavior. Good decision, help the Discord community grows well with tribalism and culture. Alright then, especially in WoW official Discord, a lot of people there shit talking about other games. I'm not surprised. Okay, let's see what this guy has to say. Yeah, you already don't do them, and then it's gonna make me even more punishing. Yeah, you don't even do Aether Gazer. Yeah, fair enough. They're not worth doing, you don't do them. Exactly.
Guys, so I want to make this video. Where to start with this video? So basically, I made a Discord in the past week or so.
Okay.
And I wanted to, someone asked me to open a Discord, and I decided, okay, well,
sure,
we'll see how it goes. And so I wanted to,
you see it's Genshin, yeah, it's obviously Genshin.
Just have fun. And at the beginning, I was just trying to, joke around and mess around and have fun.
Okay.
And, a couple people joined the Discord. Not many people so far. But there has been some problems. And
yeah, understandable.
This all has to do with
understandable, Kamaki. I get what you feel there.
A few things, okay? So people are concerned. Someone was concerned that I'm creating an echo chamber.
Oh boy.
Because there was some drama that came up in the Discord already.
Alright, what's this drama? Oh boy.
And something I didn't really like came up in the Discord. Which was someone basically was trying to tell me how to act and how to conduct myself and what to say and what not to say.
Hey, at least you didn't have someone tell you should go to the kitchen and make him a sandwich or something. Freaking design. Freaking design. As a joke, someone should have at one point built the reverse card if they what you doing here? Shouldn't you be back in the garage fixing the car? If they pull the ultimate Uno reverse on there, you shouldn't be here, you should be back in the garage fixing the car. Or something.
And, whether they're giving me advice or something like that, I don't really appreciate that kind of talk. Because I don't tell anyone what to do or how they should act or how they should behave. But this person decided that they would try and tell me that I should act or behave a certain way because it creates hostility and drama. They think that my content is about creating hostility and drama.
Oh boy.
So now, basically, this whole has to relate to, obviously this person is a very staunch defender of Wuthering Waves.
Oh boy.
They obviously love Wuthering Waves a lot.
Oh, they should be in the mines huffing that minor lung cancer. Oh yeah. Yeah. They gotta be mining all of those minerals and stuff. They gotta be in those lithium mines. We need those lithium mines. We need all that lithium so we can build our batteries and stuff. Those very important stuff there, right? We need a lot of batteries and stuff. Right, that's why it's when you use these types of jokes, it's just ridiculous. Right? Because it's you can keep moving the thing wherever you want. And it just gets more and more nonsensical and ridiculous the more you keep making that type of joke. Alright, yeah, it's just dumb. But there are people who resort to that for some reason. Yeah, we do need those rare earth minerals, that's true, but yeah, hopefully one day they can come up with a way where they don't have to endanger people and can do it safely and cleanly. I would like to hope that's being worked on. I would like to hope so. Because shit's dangerous down there.
Okay.
Right? Lots of people die or they develop other sorts of illnesses, diseases, complications, or all sorts of other things. Right? It's just bad all around, but we also need the materials there.
So whenever there's a discussion that comes up about Genshin, or I give my honest opinion about Wuthering Waves, because I'm not really going to hold back, and but they're coming into the defense of Wuthering Waves at some reason or another, and that's just what they want to do. I don't know why they joined my Discord. I'm going to be honest. before I even made the Discord, I had a low opinion of the Wuthering Waves community. Now,
Fair
I'm not
enough.
talking about the game, okay?
The community,
And
okay.
I don't really want to make this drama content, but at the same time, I think the videos I made, they're just kind of they're kind of steering the direction. And I made the Neverness to Everness video to try and like talk about something else for a bit.
Yeah, and then you have Kuroshos trying to PvP for Mugen for some reason. It's just weird. It is weird. Like for some reason now they want to attack it that way. It's so weird. And they'll go anywhere to do it. It's just really weird with those people.
Instead of just talk about drama. But anyways, look. So basically.
Oh yeah, and then they go here. Aside from toxic crowds in the gacha community, I have to say, I really have to say that having a different opinion is really not a problem for like 99% of people. Okay, let's say 95% of gacha players after all. But I do think that the way you talk about it, preconception, stuff like that, is something that people are gonna dislike. Yep, that's a fair opinion. And the way you can bring that opinion is what would say could bring toxicity. Say you explain that you don't like what you don't like. Say what what could be improved, and what wouldn't really be drama around it. Yeah, exactly. But only really discussions and toxic crowd. Yeah. Compared to if one would make a video like Wuwa's combat sucks, Genshin is better, with no real insight. That's when people are just gonna write you off as a drama channel. I mean, the reality is a lot of the Wuwa CCs, they can't talk about Wuwa without bringing up Genshin or Hoyo as a whole and attacking them. A lot of them, like a lot of the bigger ones that you see, right? Like the only freaking person making Wuwa content where I don't see them mentioning Genshin on a constant basis or anything Hoyo related is freaking Maggie. She's the only one who actually makes content for Wuwa where I don't see her just talk about other things because she's just focused on what she's making. Right? I'm pretty sure like that's just how it is. Like that's who she is. But then you see all the other ones out there. They just can't get rid of Genshin in the conversation there. I really hope not, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised, Kumaku. I wouldn't be surprised. For some reason, I feel the need to bring it up, even though it's like it doesn't need to be there.
Basically, what happened was I'm gonna hide this person's name.
Yeah, she only cares about meth. Exactly. And more power to her.
To keep them anonymous.
Right, more power to her.
But it came down to there's just a lot of discussion about Wuthering Waves versus Genshin. And that was the entire point of the Discord for like a little bit.
Okay.
For a couple days.
Thankfully, we don't have that issue in my
right?
Discord.
Like when you have someone who's just staunchly defends Wuthering Waves constantly, they just can't help themselves.
They gotta design the Discord. Oh boy.
Yes, I don't know. So, and I'm gonna give my opinion on Wuthering Waves because that's who I am, and I'm not gonna change my opinion for anyone.
Okay.
So basically, this person was like, this person said, they're trying to say, people are gonna have their opinions. We were having a conversation. Okay. I was on voice. They don't talk on voice for whatever reason, but that's fine. And so they're trying to tell me the way I talk about things and how I talk about it.
Okay.
But I do think the way you can talk about it, preconception, stuff like that, is something that people are going to dislike. And then the way you can bring about that opinion could bring toxicity. Well, if you think my opinion is toxic or the way I say things is toxic, then that's your choice, I guess. I'm not going to change, and I'm not going to put up with people telling me how to behave or how to act.
Okay.
Especially in my Discord.
Yeah, it's his own community.
Where I have to deal with that constantly, and my Discord was just about having fun. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to make it an echo chamber now because I don't want to have a constant debate, especially with Wuthering Waves players.
Oh yeah, they're never going to live anything down.
They're trying to tell me what to do. say you explain what you don't like, say what could be improved, and there wouldn't really be drama around it, but only really discussions. So basically, I was talking on voice, but you don't understand the context of this.
Okay.
Is that they're trying to tell me how to act and how to behave. Okay.
Oh boy.
And it all came about because of a conversation between Wuthering Waves and Genshin. And I didn't even say this. They're bringing up an example, a random example, but I did not say that Wuthering Waves combat sucks and Genshin is better. This was not the example. We were talking about like enemy designs in Genshin.
Yeah, I can see that. At least for some of the boss designs, the weekly boss designs, that from when I played Genshin, there's at least something going on in some of them. Wuwas is just spam left click and use your abilities and play your rotation. Off cooldown, who cares?
And Wuthering Waves. But that's besides the point. Because
like, yeah, there were, like, some of them actually did have some sort of mechanics to them. But this is only for, like, the weekly bosses, from what I remember in Genshin. Wuwa doesn't have any of that, despite having a bunch of movement options and tools. So, like, I can see where they could be coming from there, but yeah. Yeah, behave in their own house. It's their own house, right? As long as they're not doing anything illegal or whatever, it should be fine. They're their own house, their own rules.
Honestly, these kind of conversations, they're petty at the end of the day, and I don't want to deal with them, basically.
Okay.
And so the point, it goes on, they're talking about, they didn't like my video about Genshin player, or they're trying to compare my video about Wuthering Waves players need a wake-up call to where there would be a 3-minute section comparing the community to a religious cult. Because
they kind of act like it, to be fair. I'm not surprised.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, here you go. Oh wow, look at what he's saying here. People don't like Tecton or Saint Tonta. This. Not because of their opinion of not liking Genshin, but because of how they bring about it. Exactly, they can't stop talking about it. Yeah, drama sells, but that doesn't mean it's the right thing.
I was making that example in the Wuthering Waves video.
Okay.
Where it was a 30-second example. Okay. Not a big deal, a little bit of over-exaggeration.
That definitely feels like an exaggeration, though.
They compare themselves. This is a comment I found on YouTube. This is literally a Wuthering Waves player.
Switching from Genshin to Wuwa feels like converting your religion. I love it here. Okay then, there you go. Again, like, they're treating it like a cult.
Comparing themselves to a religious cult.
It's ridiculous.
Switching from Genshin to Wuwa feels like converting your religion. I love it here. So this isn't me.
These are the people, man. These are the people.
Saying what they believe, okay?
I'm not surprised.
Now...
And this is what they believe.
Yeah. I am basically, I don't know how else to say this, but
I mean, what do you expect from these people?
With the Wuthering Waves community, I've had a low opinion of them for a long time now.
I mean, it just makes it worse.
But I don't want...
They need an asylum, of course.
Discord and you're going to constantly talk about Wuthering Waves and defend the game and shit talk Genshin... I have something to tell you. I like Genshin. I like the game. I enjoy playing the game. Yes, it's not a perfect game. Yeah. Yes, there's flaws. Yes, it could be better. But I like Genshin for what it is. I like the game. Okay? So, if you want to come into the Discord and shit talk Genshin...
Like, for me, it's like I liked Genshin for what it was, but I hate it for what it is. Right, that's my stance on the Genshin. I liked what it was, but not what it is and it has become. Right? Yeah, they do the same on PGR. I'm not surprised, man. The PGR Discord with a few times I've looked in there, they got some really, really weird people there. In the freaking PGR Discord. It's its own mess.
Or defend Wuthering Waves, or I don't even know why that person joined, because I'm going to be honest, Wuthering Waves is a bit boring to me. There's some things about the game I don't like, and it feels hollow and it feels bland most of the
Yep, that's exactly how I felt about it too.
The time, and I really think it only has like good combat, and that's it.
Yeah, and then that's the problem, man. If you only like it for the combat, I mean, you could go play any of the other mobile games out there that have better combat. Why play WoW for that when you have to deal with all the other baggage? I'd rather just not deal with the baggage and just go play a combat game, if that's what I wanted. And that's kind of the problem with WoW. They haven't given the world any value or purpose. And they're never going to with how they keep treating things. Right, the Kuro community makes the Hoyo community makes sense sometimes, I guess you wanted to say. But yeah. It's just ridiculous with them.
So, and like maybe 1 or 2 character designs are cool to me, but that's it.
Yeah.
So the thing is, at this point, I've kind of...
You can't wait. These viewer shows should talk about MTA and stream it later. Free viewer, of course. Of course, he'll stream it later. He's going to get the free viewer. I mean, he's just gonna do his own thing, right? And then, like, the thing is, like, the people who think, you know, people like me or Gate or whatever are like blindly defending shit. It's like, you see us freaking messing around, exploiting bugs and stuff, talking about it openly all the time. Sometimes we report stuff again to the developers as well when we can, or wherever context behind closed doors. We do that too. It's not as if we're freaking blindly praising stuff. We don't do that. Right? Like, you obviously see that. Right? You mean Kuro, like, make Hoyo community look sane? Yeah, fair enough. In some ways, yes. It's just crazy. In some ways, and there are a lot of bad apples in the Hoyo community too. Right? But they definitely look a lot more tame and sane in many cases compared to the Hoyo community. Especially when you look at the content that's being like dropped out. Not even the Hoyo community was anywhere near as ridiculous as what you see being pumped out from some of the WoW CCs. They weren't even close. Not even. Right? And then at the same time you have the weird fixation on having to attack Hoyo for some reason. Like, go after them from their CCs. Only Meg is literally the only one I can think of, like, that you can see for like regular content being put out, where that is not the case. Everywhere else, though, it's like they're trying to cause drama or fight each other or focus on the other thing. But again, I guess that's what happens when they have no game and no content. You know, the quality of life changes and improvements, they're nice. But that's all they have at the end of the day. Right? And it doesn't really solve the actual problem there. Right? And that's just how I look at things ultimately. You know, it is what it is.
Kind of had enough of the Wuthering Waves community. And I'm going to be totally honest. It's just constant defense, playing defense all the time.
Yep.
And I don't want to make content around Wuthering Waves anymore where I'm talking about this subject. And now that I've opened a Discord, open to people, if you don't agree with my opinion and you don't think what I'm saying is right, or you think I'm like overly hostile or toxic, I am perfectly fine with you just leaving and not. You can stop watching my videos, you can leave the Discord, and you can press the dislike button. Speaking of that, I will be open and honest, okay? So recently, I made a Neverness to Everness video because I want to play Neverness to Everness. I just want to play games. I just want to have fun with games that I enjoy. And I realized something. Echo chambers form naturally, especially around content creation. Because the more people that watch my videos or watch your videos, if you're a content creator, they're watching you because they kind of agree with what you're trying to say, right? So the thing is, I'm not going to babysit people in my Discord where they're fighting with each other about, you know, and especially Wuthering Waves defense and like the constant shit talking of like Genshin and that whole fight. I'm done with it. I don't. My opinion on Wuthering Waves is I think the game is a bit bland.
It is
You know,
very
it's an
bland.
okay
Yep.
game. Yeah, sure, the devs give you like a lot of stuff at the beginning. They aren't really now, but anyways, they're giving you a lot of stuff at the beginning. It's just a gacha game, okay? It's a video game. It's a gacha game. They want you to spend money. I'm perfectly okay with people coming and commenting on my videos. You can trash talk me all you want in my YouTube videos.
Okay.
I'm going to make this disclaimer right now. I will not delete a YouTube comment unless I have to. And meaning I have to is against the terms of service. So if you're leaving racist remarks or like hateful like comments that
Or slurs,
like,
you have to remove
full of
it.
racism or whatever, I have to delete that. I'm going to delete it, okay? But if you want to trash talk me in my YouTube comments and tell me how wrong I am, or come and watch my videos and leave a dislike, then you think I'm wrong, perfectly fine with that. The Wuthering Waves videos I get, whenever I see something Wuthering Waves players don't like,
Yeah, he gets ratioed. You can see it. He's getting ratioed.
I get a massive amount of dislikes, okay?
Yep.
And I'm perfectly fine with that, guys. You can do that all you want, okay? The massive amounts of dislikes.
At some point, though, he's gonna need to figure out his situation with dealing with the copyright stuff here. He's gonna want to deal with that at some point because it does hurt him.
Okay.
It will hurt him in the
But
long term if he doesn't
you're
get
gonna
rid
come
of
into
that
my
stuff
Discord
and resolve that.
and I have to babysit my
Oh, let's see. The guy called Chaotic, he's just trying to play PGR for fun, but he got picked on for not trying to play the game like Rex. Guy got upset and says he doesn't want to be like Rex. Somehow, dude is attack Rex. His community's picking on him. Then he makes one accident leak on Wuva, and then now he's a villain. The fuck? They won't even let him play the game the way he wants, and then now you have this whole disaster? That's just crazy, man. I don't know, I don't follow what the hell goes on in the inner stuff there, but yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Oh well, it is what it is with those people. Mimigumi? About that 20 terabyte hard drive? I'd be careful. If you're gonna buy anything used or refurbished, and don't buy storage. I don't recommend buying storage refurbished, especially mechanical storage. So many things can and may go wrong, especially if they don't package it properly, especially with how delicate that stuff is. Right, like, mechanical drives are extremely fragile. Right, especially when they're at that density. They get even, like, more fragile for what they are. I would be really, really, really careful. And I would actually want to have a warranty on them. Like, you would actually want a warranty on them. Like, if you're going to be buying that type of stuff. Because the last thing you want is you buy the thing, and then the drive fails immediately. Right? I don't trust the used storage. It's not worth it. It's never worth the savings on storage, man. It's never worth it. I get it, but it's not worth the risk. It's not worth the risk. If you really want to do it, you gotta do a bit more research on the types of drives you're buying. At the same time, is that 20 terabyte one, is that a shingled magnetic drive, or is that like is that shingled magnetic, or is it not? Is it an HMR or is it an SMR drive? Because you definitely do not want an SMR drive. If it's an SMR drive, it's going to be complete crap and worthless for whatever you're gonna try to make it do for AI. SMR drives are designed to be write once, read many times, and they're really, really, really slow to deal with. Like, it's not a good drive to use for that. At the same time, it's going to take you literal days to write the full drive cycle of an SMR drive if it's that big. That's not what they're for. They're meant for archival purposes, where you make a really, really big backup and store a bunch of data there, and then you put it away in cold storage or whatever, and then take it out or whatever when you need it. Or you have it as like a big, the big server thing, where it's just archiving data, and you're only writing to it in big batches, once a month or every few months. That's if it's an SMR drive. You do not want to buy an SMR drive for anything other than that. It's like, it is like actually just really bad in terms of like its use case there. And the last thing you also want to lose is, as well as your data. You don't want to lose your data as well. That's the other thing too. And the thing is, at least when you buy a new drive, you'll know within like a week or your first month of using the drive actively if there's a problem with the drive or not. And then from there, you can easily just get a return and replacement. Right, Seagate Exos 20 terabyte. I still wouldn't buy any of those used. I really wouldn't. Like, as much as it looks like a good deal, it is quite scary. Do you have the exact model number? Right, like I would be careful. This is 20 terabyte. Right, obviously you can see the pricing on these. Was it a SAS drive? I'm gonna assume it might have been a SAS drive. And if it was a SAS drive, you would need a new interface for it. Because some of these, like, realistically, these drives, when they get bought, especially these capacities, usually some of these businesses that would do them, they would buy SAS drives. You cannot plug a SAS drive into a SATA interface, despite the connector being the same. You cannot plug them in. But you can plug a SATA drive into a SAS interface. They're not the same. Okay, that's the exact model number. I don't need the serial number, that one, I just need the other one. We can look up the drive, but like, I would be careful. I would still be careful, because some of these are like, I'm trying to see like datasheet. Do we have a datasheet on it? Alright. Like, you can look up a datasheet. This is SATA. Okay, this is SATA. It's not a SAS one. I thought you might have selected a SAS one. If you had a SAS one, you wouldn't be able to use this unless you got an adapter. And like a proper, like, storage controller for SAS. Okay, it's under this category here. Standard model, format fast. These are the specifications. CMR, okay, are these, okay. Okay, so this is not a shingled magnetic drive. So this isn't one of the crap ones. But I would still be really careful. Right, because like, you kind of want to make sure it's not an SMR drive. When you look at these, you want to make sure they're not SMR. Let me look at here. Into the tracks laid side by side with small gaps. Be written over existing tracks. And they can be handled more random, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. The CMR is what you want. You don't want SMR. But like even then, I would be careful with buying drives used. Fair enough. Well, well, at least you got someone who has IT knowledge there. Like the SMR drives, they have a use, but they wouldn't be for your use case. Like you only get SMR drives if you're just gonna have it for bulk raw storage. Like that, there's like a specific use case for certain types of drives. Not every drive is like ideal to be used. But there you go. At least you know. At least now you know. Like, because there's all sorts of small things to look at when you're really trying to pick out a drive there. That obviously it's confusing for the average person to know.
Discord, or a Discord that I created, because you don't like my take on Wuthering Waves, then you don't really belong in the Discord. And that's unfortunate to say, but
yeah.
I'm a grown man now, and I don't.
Yeah, don't buy the
time.
refurbished one. Just buy the regular one. Especially because you're going to get a warranty. The warranty is big, right? The warranty is big, and I'm pretty sure the Seagate has a separate warranty for their their enterprise class drives, which I don't know if that one also includes like getting some data recovery in case of a failure, but having that warranty in there and that extra sense of security to make sure you don't lose your data, I think it's worth it, like not having to worry about losing your data. Right, I don't know exactly what kind of performance characteristics you need for your hard drive, but for the workload you're gonna give it, right? Because sometimes a hard drive could be too slow. It all depends on what you're trying to do with the drive. But generally, I'm gonna guess you're not gonna be in an environment where you would want to use an SMR drive. Right, I don't imagine you trying to run like your own private Netflix server where you just have a bunch of ripped media and archiving it all into a vault, or like you have a bunch of other media that you're archiving like that. If you were, then yeah, SMR drives, there's a purpose for them. Yeah, I'd assume no, because it's such a weird and oddly specific niche. But SMR drives are significantly cheaper than CMR drives because of that. There's also HMR drives, which are like use a different technology in them, again, but like the SMR ones are generally cheaper if you look at high capacity hard drives. The SMR ones for bulk storage are usually a lot cheaper, but they're a lot worse off. It's for your AI memory, fair enough. Right, fair enough. But yeah, like that's just how things are.
I want to play Neverness to Everness. And it's not just about Wuthering Waves, okay? If you're coming into the Discord, I don't want you trash talking other games, like constantly.
Okay.
I want to play the games and have fun. And if you're there to just be toxic or like be on the defense all the time for a game that you don't like, then, or a game that you like and like you hate other games, and it's just going to be like this breeding ground of people fighting with each other. But mostly what's happening is just the Wuthering Waves defense. And the Discord is basically, I mean, I'm going to say it, the Discord is kind of like going to be an echo chamber because I don't have time to babysit people in the Discord, okay? And this has made me realize that the Wuthering Waves community and Wuthering Waves players, it's not about actual logic, it's just they want to shit on Genshin, or they just want to defend their game like to the full degree.
Which I don't understand why.
And I'm kind of done with it. I'm annoyed. I don't really care about Wuthering Waves that much anymore. I'm going to be honest. People who make content, they're just making the content. You have to make content for yourself. I'm not going to make content for other people.
Okay.
And if you don't want to watch my content or you disagree with me on certain topics, I perfectly fine with that. You can come and dislike my video. You can come in the YouTube comments and tell me how wrong I am. I won't delete it.
Yeah, one person taking an AI
okay?
Talking to
but
AI.
if I have to constantly deal with
7
it in the
gigabytes.
Discord, that's not going to happen.
Oh yeah, that's a
lot. This
lot.
whole situation made me realize that I am
the
not
AI
interested
stuff is
in dealing
expensive.
with the Wuthering Waves community. You can have what you're.
I wish you luck though with your project.
Is like okay, but I'm not really excited about Wuthering Waves anymore. I don't really care about the game that much. I'm Union level 78 by the way.
Oh damn, he actually really stayed for that long.
Okay,
that's crazy.
So yeah, the future of my channel, I am going to be making Neverness to Everness content. I want to play that game.
Okay.
I want to play Genshin. I want to enjoy Genshin, the game. Okay. If you don't like Genshin, maybe you shouldn't come into.
I mean, it's up to you, right?
If you outright hate the game, why are you even? Why are you even?
It's up to you, right? You're the one making all the stuff. It's your call.
Like, that's my opinion. And like I said, all these content creators, they have their own opinion. But my Discord is not a battleground for you to fight about Wuthering Waves and Genshin and all these games. Okay. Like if you're coming into my Discord, you have to know that I have a low opinion about Wuthering Waves, the community that surrounds the game. I don't really like the game that much. I like playing Genshin Impact. If you don't like playing Genshin Impact or you hate the game, you probably shouldn't join my Discord. Okay.
There you go.
Like I said, I don't think the game is perfect. I think Genshin has its problems.
Oh yeah, for
I
sure.
talk about those problems, fine, perfectly fine to talk about those problems.
There's a lot of
but
code
the
we got
constant
here.
defense of Wuthering Waves, I'm just done with it. Okay.
How many lines
I
of
don't really
this
want to
we
make
got?
videos on Wuthering Waves anymore. I want to talk about Neverness to Everness. I want to talk about upcoming other games, like other Gacha games, and Zenless Zone Zero. I'm having fun with. I like Zenless Zone Zero. I prefer Zenless Zone Zero over Wuthering Waves. Okay. And this whole experience kind of just made me reinforce my view of the Wuthering Waves community. And I'm sorry, but I have to take a side, and I don't want anything to do with the Wuthering Waves community pretty much anymore. Okay? So that's about it. I just want to have fun with games and play the content, and I want to make future videos. And if you find me toxic or abrasive or you don't like me, I am fine with that, guys. I am not trying to win everybody over. That's not my goal. I'm just making content that I think is interesting myself. If you don't think it's interesting, then don't watch me. Perfectly fine with it, okay? That's it. Yeah. Like I said, I'm going to be playing Neverness to Everness. I want to have fun with that game. But if you're going to come into my Discord and just constantly trash talk games that I like or I want to play, I just don't want you there. I mean, it's not a fun experience, okay? Like constantly sitting there and you have to you're excited about a game or you want to play a game or you think a game is fun and then you have to constantly hear people shit talking a game, right? So if you like Wuthering Waves and you really, really like the game, so why are you joining my Discord when you already know that I don't like the game that much and I kind of have a low opinion?
They come in just to hate him. That's crazy.
Of the community that surrounds it, right? So you gotta think.
Next Thursday, yes. It should be Thursday night. It should be. And we're going to be getting the full list at the beginning of next week, I think. The full list of who can participate in the CBT. I believe we're going to find out about that sometime next week. So we're going to end up learning about that then. We'll see what happens.
Think this through. Right? Now, you could say I'm being tribal or whatever, but unfortunately, that's just how it goes. I have my opinion.
Yeah.
And people are going to disagree with me. I'm perfectly fine. But if I don't want to babysit people in my Discord, that's not going to happen. Okay? That's about it, guys. And yeah, I'm just going to be making other content. I don't really want to talk about Wuthering Waves versus Genshin anymore. It's getting tiring. And yeah, I'm done with it, basically. Take it easy.
I don't know. She's just floating on whatever this thing is. Whatever this thing is, she's just floating there. I don't know. Honestly, I'm kind of interested on this one because Steam Controller 2, I'm actually super curious. What is this? I kind of want to see this because, if they ever make a second Steam Controller 2, I want to get one.
Hey Nerd Nest, Bill here. I've got a quick one for you today, and that is that Valve is apparently working on a new Steam controller. When I say new Steam controller, I don't mean this. This, by the way, is the HoriPad Steam controller.
This thing is...
And a lot of people, they don't like that people are calling this a Steam controller. And the reason that they don't like that it's being called a Steam controller is because it doesn't have trackpads, which is understandable. But the name of the actual product is HoriPad Steam, and it is a controller, so HoriPad Steam controller makes sense, just for nomenclature. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a different controller. We're talking about an actual possible successor to the Steam controller, one of the best controllers of all time.
Yeah,
if you haven't been following my
those.
content for a long period of time, you might not know I am a huge fan of the Steam controller. In fact, when the Steam Deck first got announced, the Steam controller was the reason I was so interested in it.
Okay.
For me personally, I don't like playing games with a mouse and keyboard, and I very much prefer playing games on a controller. And that is mostly because a few years back, I broke my elbow, and just rotating my hand into the positions that I need to use WASD on a keyboard for extended periods of time, it's painful. And so I usually will stop playing any games that are mouse and keyboard related. So when the Steam controller came out and I tried it out, it allowed me to play games that I otherwise wouldn't be able to play.
Okay.
And that's why when the Steam Deck got announced, I looked at that and I said, okay, this is going to be able to play
Hyperkin? I don't know
all of the
about
games
Hyperkin.
that the Steam controller can play, meaning that I can play a huge,
the
vast
trackpads are
swath
huge.
of my Steam
I
library
really like those.
in a portable fashion, and that was really exciting to me. And it turns out that I was right about that. Valve knocked it out of the park, and they took what they had done with Steam Input and they kicked it up to the next level, which I really appreciate. In fact, Steam Input has come so far since it first got announced because Valve just keeps adding more and more functionality to it. And they can even take other controllers, like this is the 8-bit Do Ultimate, and this controller can do a lot of the things that the Steam controller can do just because it has access to Steam Input. You can, do
really
things
good.
on there with that you can't do with other controllers thanks to Steam Input. That said, you still can't do a lot of things on a regular traditional style controller that you can do on the Steam controller
Yeah, the
or on the
trackpad
Steam
is
Deck,
huge.
because they have trackpads, and those trackpads unlock so much functionality. In fact, I have an entire video, which I'll link down below if you haven't checked it out already, of how you can play real-time strategy games on the Steam Deck using those trackpads. And it's not simply just using the trackpads as a mouse. There's more to it than that.
Yeah, you can like put different zones and
this
stuff
news that Valve is working on a new Steam controller, I got
for
really
like hotkeys
excited.
and macros and stuff.
First of all, Nintendo, they completely missed the mark on marketing this thing, because Nintendo, like, people were confused as to whether or not it was. Keep talking.
Yes, they're actually really good though. The Steam Deck's trackpads are really, really good. Here, let me pull up a picture of a Steam Deck. What did you think these things on the side were? What did you think these square things on the side were? This is obviously the speaker is down here. What did you think these were? And why do you think the buttons are moved over there? Why do you think the Steam Deck has this layout? Right, what did you think these were? Right, like, what did you think these were? These are trackpads. They're 2 trackpads. I really like them. I don't like using the analog stick on my Steam Deck. I use the trackpad. Right, this thing, it's like, it's a different experience, man. If you know, you know. If you had one, you would know. Right, and like, that's the thing though, like, that's what's missing for a lot of the other gaming handhelds there. I really like the Steam Input native integration and these trackpads. The only handheld that has it is the Steam Deck. So it's like, well, I guess I have to default to the Steam Deck. Whenever, like, I think it's time to upgrade my my device, right, from my Steam Deck, I'm basically only looking at Steam Decks because they're the only ones with native Steam Input and these trackpads. And they're really, really nice.
I'm just going to check something real quick for the Wii.
Oh, this is just the sponsor stuff. Oh, okay, this is just whatever. We can ignore this. The rest is just him yapping about other stuff. You get used to it. I actually like the way it's laid out, because what you do is you just change how you hold the controller. Just hold it differently. If you don't like them being that high up, change your grip and move your hand higher. It solves that problem. Move your hand up. That's it. You can solve the problem by moving your hand.
Out of all of the scam...
Alright, here's this one. A weird DM from a company to female creators. Oh boy. What's this? I got a thing here. Oh, what's this? They need to end. This is a problem that purely exists to Hoyo and Bua. Every other gacha game I played hasn't had these issues. While they each have their own, for the most part, I'm able to play, like, make use of, and actually play the characters I pull pretty much immediately, yeah. Right, like, the whole thing there needs to go.
Any partnership DMs that you could ever receive from a company?
Okay.
This is probably the weirdest company and weirdest DMs that any creator could ever have the misfortune of getting. So this was tweeted out by Trisha is Birdie, writing, "What in tarnation?" Let us read this. So this is a DM from Anthony Intimately Partnerships. Don't look that up. If you look this up, by the way, please go on incognito. This is a very, very sussy situation. I saw your profile and think you have a great relationship with your fan base. You're full-time, right? Smiley face. We are deepening the connection between you and your fans by creating your own Smex toy. We know cloning with...
What? What?
Kids are messy, so we made it 100 times easier simply by sending us pictures, 3D modeling. We take care of everything from packing to shipping. Just your time to show your fans so they can feel you. And by the...
I'm just like, what? Yeah, the Steam Deck is pretty cool. You can't play ToF on the Steam Deck. You cannot play Woo on the Steam Deck. Unless you install Windows on it, you can't play a lot of, like, if your game has anti-cheat, you might not be able to play on the Steam Deck that game, unless you install Windows on it. Which, again, it's gonna take you a bit of doing some research and looking it up. Right, and you're gonna have to get the drivers from Valve there. They do have a thing for the Windows drivers. That is something to keep in mind. Right, but overall the device is pretty cool. Though if I was to get a Steam Deck now, I would go for the OLED model personally. But obviously when I got my Steam Deck like 2 years ago now. Yeah, I've had my, well, I guess almost 3 years ago actually. Right, because I got my Steam Deck at the very beginning. Like I've had it for quite some time now. When it first came out. Right? Like I got it when it was like actually just a pain to get. Like I've had my Steam Deck for literally almost 3 years. It was a pain in the ass to get my Steam Deck. Like I got it like right when when the pre-orders dropped to go get a Steam Deck reservation. I got mine in the second batch. Right, I've had my Steam Deck from the second batch that they would send out when they were really limited in who could buy a Steam Deck and who could get one because of just how small the production was at the time. So like I've had mine for a while. I've had mine for quite a while. I still use it regularly. I like it, but yeah. If you had an option, you'd get a new phone, upgrade laptop, Xbox controller. Actually, I wouldn't get the Xbox controller. Don't buy Xbox controller. You do want a controller? That's fine. I would avoid first-party PlayStation and Xbox controllers and Nintendo controllers. I would look up instead third-party reviews of game controllers with Hall effect sensors instead. Some of these controllers are actually cheaper and higher quality than what you can get from the first-party controllers. And they'll have extra features in some cases too. And the reason why I say that is the quality control on these game controllers in the more recent years have been pretty bad. We're like infamous for things like drifting and other durability problems. Right? I don't know, I've never heard of that one. Like, the game controller that I've been using now is this GameSir one with Hall effect sticks. But like, just do some research, right? Spend like an hour, 2 hours. Right, you look around, figure out what your price range is in your budget, and you look for controllers at that there where you can buy. You look them up, look up reviews and see where they are, make sure they have Hall effect sensors. And then you decide from there, right? Like, just avoid the first-party ones and look for third-party ones that are like high quality. Because a lot of the high-quality third-party ones, even some that are cheaper than the first-party, they're better than the first-party controllers. It's not like the early 2000s or the 90s where like you can make the joke where like, oh yeah, you give the third party controller to the friend or the sibling you hate because the third party controller is a piece of junk. Nowadays, if you buy a good third party controller, the whole situation's flipped. They're getting it from whatever this company is. Anthony Intimately Partnerships. Yeah, drifting sticks. Because it's the way the controllers work. The way the sticks work, right? You have a potentiometer. And And how a potentiometer works is you would have, it's usually graphite or graphene. You'd have like a graphene wiper, and it rubs against another piece of another piece of graphene sheet or whatever, and it will scrape the sheet, and the current will be going through it, and a resistance is measured across the current, and depending on the a resistance is measured from the circuit there. Depending on what the actual value of the resistance is, it'll register as being one direction or the other. And you'd have two sets of that for the X and Y axis on each joystick or analog stick. There is another way to go and measure it using magnets, which is what the Hall effect sensors do, and there's an even another one that uses light sensors, right? But those are technically more expensive than using cheap potentiometers. And the thing is, because you're scraping stuff, right? Because you're scratching stuff, eventually you're going to wear it out, physically wear it out. And what ends up happening is when the actual thing is worn out, it will just always detect an input in that direction, thus resulting in drift. Right? So, you can buy analog sticks that do not drift, right? You can buy game controllers that do not have drift. Fun fact: PlayStation controllers with analog sticks before the PlayStation 4 were all immune to stick drift. PlayStation 1 DualShock, PlayStation 2 DualShock, the PlayStation 3 6-axis, and the DualShock 3 controller, they can never get stick drift. They can still physically break, but they're immune to stick drift. But it was starting with the PlayStation 4 that Sony decided to start the cheap out on the controllers, and one of the ways was to get rid of the Hall effect sensor. And from then on, their sticks could drift. Right? It's crazy. But you kind of want to do that type of research so you get a controller that'll actually last and not make you pull your hair out. You'll stick to your keyboard and buy new keycaps? Fair enough. Right, fair enough. Luckily, your parents are not too fussed about the phone. Fair, yeah. I mean, sure. You have to buy a new controller realistically, unless you know how to desolder stuff, order a custom analog stick, and then solder it in. You have to buy a new controller if you want to get one with Hall effect sensors. Because the reality is, for 99.999999999% of people, actually fixing these game controllers is basically impossible. And they could even injure themselves if they don't know how to use the tools. Right? If you don't know how to fucking hold the soldering iron and you go use one, you're going to burn your fingers. You're going to burn your fingers off and, hurt yourself. Exactly. Yeah, that's the problem, right? That's why I don't like buying first-party controllers anymore. They're crap. I don't recommend anyone ever buy a first-party game controller, and instead do research and buy a good high-quality one that has Hall effect sensors, so you don't have to deal with those issues. Because it's really annoying when you get those issues in there. Because yeah, they're cheaping out. Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, they're all cheaping out on the controllers. The quality control on them has vastly diminished over the past 10 years plus. It's not the same as they're not the same as they used to be. Right? And then you see the price of the controllers too, they're expensive. Right? You see the pricing on them. They're quite expensive for what they are. Oh, that's not white hair. That's just lighting. That's not white, Tara. That is not white. That is just lighting. There is no white here. It is purely lighting. That's all it is. It's purely lighting. If I move around, the white stuff goes away. That is just lighting. I need to change my software then. It's purely lighting. There's an invisible light source. And that thing comes from the lighting that you see. I mean, if I turn around, I can't do a flip. I physically don't have the sensors to do that and stuff. Yeah, it's just VC faces lighting. It's weird.
By the way, I wonder what pictures they're asking for. I don't know what your mind is jumping to, but if it's something down there, that is unfortunately how it is. And
wait, that's what they're asking for? I wasn't even thinking about that, and now that she brought it up and said down there, now I know what she's thinking of. Oh boy, I wasn't even thinking about that. But my mind isn't that, like, messed up.
And Huge
That's
writes,
crazy.
yeah, this guy kept following up too, so I had to block him. And Trisha writes, ugh, I'm so sorry I had to deal with that. And Gina Darling writes, got the same message, LMAO. And it's from a different account called James Intimately Partnerships. Quote, my fan base always wanted this, end quote. That's how one model responded after making 312 fans love her more in the first week.
Now that I know now that I get the context, that love is quite something. That is quite something for that love here.
I'm James, one of the partnership managers
That's
at
some
Intimately.
love.
I saw your profile and think you have a great relationship with your fan base. You're full-time, right? Smiley face. This is the same copy and paste message. Again, asking for photos to apparently 3D model a device that people can use to enjoy themselves, and it's supposed to look like you. It's so gross.
It is
28
extremely
Wrist
gross.
writes, this made me feel disgusting. I can't even imagine how you must have felt. And Trisha says, honestly, the message felt super violating. I make cooking content, not even close to NSFW stuff. Rose Matcha Latte writes, oh, I like their name. I don't know what's worse, the fact that they thought this was a good idea, or the fact they want you to do this shit for free. Quote, it only costs your time, end quote, my ass. And horrible ads, and this sounds like a meme, but this is a very valid point, right? And then your pics become their property, and the 3D models become their property, and they can forever sell intimate parts for profit. And
exactly, they can forever sell your intimate parts for profit. It's just ridiculous. It has special effects. I guess you can say that.
That's true too. If a creator did choose to make something like this, again, I'm not knocking your hustle. Get your bag whichever way you want to get your bag. If you are okay with that and you consent with that, that is completely fair. I would also question what they do with that data, right? Like, you just send the stuff between your legs. Like, what do they do with that afterwards? I'm sure they're not just randomly deleting the videos. So what do they do with that 3D file? They will forever have a 3D file of down there. And I'm sure there's something in the TOS that states that is their property, and they will have ownership of their property and intellectual stuff. And then I did a little bit of digging, okay? And again, don't Google any of this unless you're on incognito or you are in a place with nobody else lawyering behind you. But if you go on Twitter and look up Intimately, why are there like 10,000 people? Patrick Intimately Partnerships, Tyler Intimately Partnerships,
That's a
Marty
lot.
Intimately Partnerships, Robert, Daniel, Andrew, Richard, Logan. There's so many of them. And I think it's funny that some have Twitter Blue, but some don't. Here, they follow 8 people. Patrick apparently has 8 following and 751 followers and an affiliate link and a bunch of like random accounts with no profile photos, and only some of the partnership managers follow them. I like how not even all the partnership managers follow each other. That's just interesting to me. This Robert account follows 1,300 people and has 900 followers. This Marty account here, 3 following, 9,200 followers.
Damn, 9,000.
And they all recently have retweeted the same video from Intimately on October 11th. And they do have a main page as well. 112,000 followers, following 442 people. And they have a beacons link to a website. And their
Jack
banner
James,
says, let's
Tom,
collab,
Jerry,
get
Jake.
your own toy.
Yep.
And I snooped around their website. I'm just saying again, right? I'm not going to show any of it because every aspect of that website needs to be censored. But they do have an affiliate section of their website in which they have a form that you can fill out with their social media link to potentially collab with them. And it says, fill out this form and we'll get back to you. Applicants must have an established website and or social media with over 10,000 followers. What's also interesting too is this account, like they also work with VTubers. I'm curious as to how that works. Like, how would the data protect?
Yeah, how the hell would that work? Yeah, it definitely sounds
privacy
fake,
protection work in that case. Or maybe they don't get photos from VTubers and maybe it's just some stock models they can use. I don't know, man. This is just so interesting to me.
Yeah,
I think their outreach scenario is so weird. It's such an invasion of privacy to go DM a bunch of creators, in my opinion, right? You look like you want to make a Smex toy, so check out my website. It's implying things that is very uncomfortable to imply to creators of any gender. It's just very odd and very weird in my personal opinion. So I'm so sorry to Trisha and Gina and anybody else who was reached out to by these fake influencer people. It could be a legitimate thing, but to me, this kind of also reads like a scam that people can just use just to get pictures, inappropriate ones, of their favorite creators and try to trick them into it. I personally would not trust any company with any photos of myself, anything like that. Not my cup of tea. So I'm curious as to your thoughts on this marketing ploy from this company. Do you think it's normal? Do you think this is weird? So curious. I thought this video was over and my editor already finished editing the video, but what I did not expect happens. Look what I got in my message request.
She got one too,
intimately_Rob. All right, Rob, what do you have to say? My fan base always wanted this. That's how one model responded after making 312 fans love her more in the first week. I'm Robert, one of the partnership managers at Intimately. I saw your profile and think you have a great relationship with your fan base. You're full-time, right? Smiley face.
I don't know, maybe.
The connection between you and your fans by creating your own Smex toy. Sir, get out of my DMs. Why are you in here? My DM requests were closed, and then at some point I decided to open it, and shit like this makes me regret doing it, because then you get bros like this pulling up in here, and boy, how did I even get on this radar? Like, I swear to God,
it's ridiculous.
Any
it's
female
weird.
or femme-presenting creator, and is like, yep, I'm gonna slide in, because why not? Like, look, I'm all for shooting your shot in a positive way, but not like this. It's a bit violating of a message to get.
It is very violating.
I, again, have nothing against anybody who does SW. Get your bag. Do what you gotta do. But I feel like when there's an implication towards people who don't do NSFW content, where it's like, hey, but like, I want to see you spread your legs. Like, that is weird.
Yeah, it is very weird. That is very weird. Maybe.
This is about art theft and a disgusting art thief that won't stop. They keep stealing, and every time they get called out, they rebrand and change their name, and they keep stealing again. Just found out my Mew sticker was ripped off at Anime North, a convention I applied for and didn't get into. This is a photo of Sweet Design Co. selling a Mew sticker. And this is literally a photo from Video Game Shay's website showing the exact same Mew sticker. And here is more proof from their Instagram of other stolen artwork. It was confirmed they stole from other artists like this one. Seivi Yumi was also stolen from. Here's more examples of stolen art. We have this cat here. And then here is the cat. It's actually from May Munchies Co. They have this full conclusion. So Anime North has looked into the situation and permanently banned the artist, that person that stole their artwork. And then new update, okay? That artist thief renamed their Etsy shop Midnight Paper Shop and is once again selling stolen artwork. And that artist actually listed in the Montreal Comic Con Artist Alley. So then Shay went out of their way to email Montreal Comic Con to try to get the artist removed, because all that artist does is sell stolen art. So this is Shay's tweet. This person who stole my Mew design is now at Montreal Comic Con, newly rebranded as Midnight Paper Studio. I have emailed them proof that she stole my work at their convention last year, and I've had zero response from them, and she's still tabling. Update. They are aware and said they will not be removing Midnight Paper Studio, and they will not be responding to me any further. This is disgusting. Look at this 3 hours ago. Update. They have decided to believe Tanya because she posted a fake apology on her dead social media account. They said we both submitted evidence, her apology, and all of my screenshots, and think Tanya is telling the truth. Spoiler alert, she contacted none of the artists. However, I recently found out a few of the designs they had made were copies of other artists. I had no idea and naively never questioned anything. I'm absolutely horrified that this occurred, but at the same time, I understand that my ignorance is not an excuse. So for this, I am deeply sorry. Hold up, Tanya. How did you get blacklisted from Anime North for stolen designs? And then only Coinkadinky 12 hours ago found out that you had some stolen designs. You got blacklisted.
Yeah, I don't have any plans to ever dye my hair. Don't worry.
Guys, here's the thing. I hate it when people use an
because like you have to like really keep up with it, and then there's all these other things. Yeah, my hair is naturally black as well, so it's just gonna look weird as well when it naturally just grows and everything. Like I know about all of the issues in there. Also, like you gotta be careful with like with your sheets and everything, because you don't want it to like ruin everything else as well. There's a lot of stuff involved in there to just dye your hair.
Emotional appeal like
that
this,
I'm just like, yeah, no.
And they got caught.
It's also expensive to maintain.
Oh, no, I was horrified that I found out I had stolen artwork. Homie, you got kicked out of Anime North at the end of May for stolen artwork. If you hired somebody to make the art that you were selling, shouldn't you have found out when you got kicked out that you got kicked out for having stolen art? Shouldn't you have known then? If it truly was an accident, how did you find out only 12 hours ago? Tanya, you tell me. This is so sad to see because I truly would hope that conventions would stand up for artists, protect artists, and make sure.
Yeah, it's going to damage and destroy your hair. Exactly. Yeah, no, I don't want that.
Artists don't have other people stealing their artwork. But this truly shows that Montreal Comic Con has their priorities, and their priorities is siding with a thief. And again, if you like this video, I appreciate it if you liked and subscribed. Don't forget to check me out on Twitch. I stream 3 days a week there, Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays at 6 p.m. PST.
Alright, let's go to the next one then.
You know, at this stage,
Blizzard didn't finish the job. This is Warcraft 3. They ruined Warcraft 3 when they did the Reforged. And it was so bad. It even like hurt the old original Warcraft 3 owners.
Warcraft 3
as well.
really is just a cursed game. Reforged actually launched just under half a decade ago, which definitely stings. It was a complete disaster, but now Blizzard wants to change things. They've shipped Update 2.0, and it is positioned quite big. It's, yes, righting a wrong, but it's not just that. You see, Warcraft 1 and 2 and Beyond the Dark Portal are all remastered, and now they're all bundled together in the nostalgic Warcraft 3 battle chest for $39.99. And I'd absolutely love to tell you that it's all a free win, but no, it is in fact a bit more complicated.
Yes, especially if you like to play custom maps and stuff. It fucked up the multiplayer and stuff in the original game of Warcraft 3. And like Warcraft 3, the original Warcraft 3, and playing custom maps on that was a big part of my childhood. I used to play that like a lot, a long time ago. Warcraft 3 was really fun to like mess around with there. I used to like always play like with friends and stuff like that. I would be like, okay, I want to play as undead. I want to play as undead. The reason why is you get all these zombie dragons, and they were just super overpowered. But like it took a long while to set up, and like I would always use freaking undead for zombie dragons. Yeah, like trim it at the bottom regularly, wait until it's long, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, because my hair is just natural, like, it's not, my hair isn't curly naturally, it is very wavy. Meanwhile, if you look at my brother's hair, it's extremely, like, it's like a freaking rat's nest sometimes, because it's like, his hair is like really curly. It gets really curly. Mine is just like, it's just its own mess of just being super wavy though.
may have seen headlines of false advertising, or at least chat of it, and yeah, there's actually something to that, and I was also misled by some of Blizzard's promotional materials. What they've shipped also does not hold up well under scrutiny at all times, and what we see is that, yes, I think there are individuals at Blizzard who mean well, who want to do the best here, but Blizzard, the corporation, they were not really able to match people's expectations.
Yeah.
And there's something that explains all of this. Whenever Blizzard spoke of their RTS team...
No, it's just naturally. It's just what it is naturally. Like, no, it's just how it is naturally. It's genetics. Like, just being the hair being like that is just genetics. That's all.
Weren't lying. There is an RTS team. It's just absolutely not what you would expect. So let's get into the story. To start, I want you to take a look at this image that totally appears to be a screenshot of Warcraft 3 Reforged 2.0, and particularly taking a look at some of those human buildings, you can see what appear to be excellent art updates. Remade buildings, I mean, they really do stand out. But while these images were all over the internet and were even featured on the Battle.net launcher, it turns out they're actually not screenshots of Warcraft 3 Reforged. They are images of it, and they probably did originate as screenshots, but they have been heavily touched up in post. Indeed, if you take a look at the trees, you'll soon notice that those are not Warcraft 3 trees. They are, in fact, painted in. If you fire up the game, what you get is something different, although it is something that is in line with the trailer's claims. Up-resed original assets and updated environments. Now, immediately this looks like an old industry tactic that we used to hate back in the day called the bullshot. As in, screenshot plus bullshit equals bullshot. A trend where game screenshots basically wouldn't be representative of what you would get.
I'm fine with it as
on
it
face
is.
value,
I just have to comment and
seems
brush
that
it.
Blizzard outright tried to mislead
It's
people.
fine.
That seems like an insane thing to do, especially so obviously. And that's because this is probably a mistake, and I think it's all quite explainable. You see, if you take a look at Blizzard's press center, you do find these images, but they're not labeled as gameplay screenshots. They are correctly labeled as gameplay concepts.
Gameplay concepts, not screenshots, they're concepts. Damn, they're concepts here, guys.
And a concept and a screenshot are, of course, different. This explains what we see here, but unless you're in the industry, it still is going to feel off and manipulative and wrong. I mean, why would you take a screenshot of the game and then touch it up and show it to people? Well, the answer is you never should have showed it to people, but there is a reason why that would be made.
It's still not
in
that
this
long.
case, it's the difference between the type of concept art that you see in, say, a
it's a
glorious
bit past my
double
shoulders.
spread on a premium art book, and then a piece of working concept art, as in things that artists do to help the production of a game. To my eye, what this is, rather clearly, is a visual target. And visual targets like this are extremely common in industry. What people will often do is literally have artists create a final screenshot. It's not actually a final screenshot, but it's an asset that is meant to look like one. And the whole point is that with that existing, it can serve as a North Star, so the people working on the project can have a clear definition of what good looks like and can work towards it. That's why a gameplay concept like one of these images would exist. But of course, this should never be shown in marketing materials. This should not be on Blizzard's press center because it is obviously confusing and misleading. I think that most likely human error, crossed wires, or staff in marketing who are not artists and didn't really notice the difference just led to this happen, and it is a perfect storm of bad. But I do think of Hanlon's razor, right? Never attribute to malice what can be adequately explained by stupidity. I think it's likely that. But even with a reasonable explanation, this is still an absolute expectations management nightmare, because we can see what they thought a visual target was, and we can compare that to the
I don't actually tie my hair, even though I have it tied up in my model. The character model, that's different, but I don't actually tie my stuff like that. Like, the only time I've ever, like, really did it is, like, when I have to keep it out of the way when working on specific stuff. But that's more so because of safety reasons. Like, when I'm working with certain equipment where I obviously want to keep it out of the way, but otherwise, normally, I don't.
Thing that we actually got. And getting all this right is the sort of thing you need a big wrinkly brain for, and thankfully, today's sponsor are going to help you get one. Who are an absolute
Alright, got the sponsor spot here.
favorite of mine. They're a true supporter of the channel. They are working, and these are for free. To make things clear, here is an A-B comparison.
Okay,
you
here we
can see
go.
that one of them is an
Warcraft
up-res
3.
original asset, which is what they
fair
intentionally marketed and what is in the trailer. The other is the concept work, which they perhaps unintentionally marketed. You can see that they're even stylistically different, and in isolation, seeing that concept, you would not be silly to think that
It would be hilarious if Blizzard was a sponsor, but like, you know, someone being critical of them, you know, you probably wouldn't see that. Right, you probably wouldn't see
this was
it.
supposed to be a full remake of the in-game assets.
You saw it
Perhaps
being
to
there.
top
That's
for
just his
delicious
logo.
Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition seasoning,
just the
which is not
cellular
what this
logo.
is. Now, what we did get is, I would say, leaning positive, absolutely, but it is a bit of a mixed bag. The thing, though, is, to anybody who expected something fundamentally different, this would be kind of gutting, especially in context. Warcraft 3 Reforged was, in my opinion, an absolute unmitigated artistic disaster, not just as a product, but its artistic integrity. You see, the artistic character of Warcraft 3 completely disappeared. It was replaced with these kind of horrible, gnarly-looking, over-detailed models that look like they're from Raid Shadow Legends, not a Blizzard product.
Yep. They definitely don't really give that vibe that they belong in there.
And it's in the context of just how off-model Warcraft 3 Reforged graphics were that this concept actually stings, because it teases us with what a proper remaster would look like. But of course, there's more to this story than just 4 concept pieces of work. Let's take a look at Warcraft 3 Reforged Update 2.0 and what Blizzard actually shipped. Original assets have been upscaled, likely using some form of AI.
Sometimes it says stupid stuff about sponsors when they have nothing to do with games. You can't believe people sponsor me begins to crap on the service. I know. I mean, sometimes that happens, right? Sometimes you see that happen.
Technique,
Fair
which
enough.
I would say is in principle absolutely fine. Upscalers have existed for a long time, and these days the AI upscalers, when done right, do tend to be vastly superior to traditional methods, but again, when done right.
When
Another
done
example
right,
of this, and one that's a bit more successful, is another Blizzard project called Cataclysm Classic. It actually uses a similar technique to pretty damn good effect with its new high-res texture option. But you see, here's the problem, right? There are wins and losses here, and that's because AI upscaling is not deterministic. Sometimes it can just completely cock up and you'll just get bad work. And that means that while it's a tool you can use as a part of your process, you'll absolutely need both manual touch-up work and a lot of quality assurance. And in this case, I just do not think that that has happened. Some icons are particularly bad, and there are some models where, when you look close, they do just kind of feel wrong. Now, many people will still be able to play this with Classic HD and perceive it as being an upgrade, especially if they're playing in a high resolution and they are not pixel peeping. But this is below the quality bar that I expected, and it is nowhere near the gameplay concepts that Blizzard showed off, and because they're concepts that Blizzard made, we probably know that those were Blizzard's original visual targets for this project, which I would say insinuates that something didn't go quite to plan.
Yeah,
now,
something didn't go right.
This stuff is optional and customizable. There's a new menu that lets you toggle between environments, hero icons, VFX, buildings, and units between Classic HD and Reforged. The menus are quite a bit better. You can re-theme to Frozen Throne, multiplayer progression has been iterated on, Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2 music has been added as an option, and a whole bunch of other things. And barring some bugs, like the crazy thing that the Mac OS version was announced to be fixed, but then wasn't actually fixed, this, generally speaking, is progress. Warcraft 3 Reforged, you could say, is in its best official state ever. This is a step forward, and Warcraft 3 is a legendary game, one that I would heartily recommend anyone to play. It's where Warcraft as we know it actually came into its own, and it's a bloody good time as a game. And in all fairness, the new version of the Reforged environment and lighting art is, I'd say, substantially more in line with Warcraft 3's art style, so perhaps toggling those on, but using the classic models, something will bring Warcraft RTS fundamentally back. It is not an Age of Empires 2 HD edition to Definitive Edition scale glow-up. And to understand why, we just need to take a look at the credits, because man, they are revealing. The Warcraft RTS team has 3 people in it. Yes, 3 people, that's what's in the credits. One of them is also somebody who works on WoW Classic as a producer, so I've got to assume that they're not full-time in this. There are 2 other additional producers and 3 people labeled as external art, plus 2 outsourced studios, Gasket Games and Playside Studios. Now, of course, outsourcing is normal in the industry, it's just that here, it does appear to be rather heavy, and taking a look at the final product, quality control has not been ideal. And I think what this shows is fundamentally limited resource allocation to the project, and Blizzard not investing in a more robust in-house team. You see, outsourcing can go well. If you take a look at Age of Empires 2, a lot of its success has mixed external studios and mod teams turned professional, but this with Warcraft is not that. There is a difference between Warcraft 3 and Age of Empires 2 fundamentally, and it's cost. Bringing Warcraft 3 Reforged to par with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition in terms of product quality would be far more expensive. Warcraft 3's production values, its cinematic ambitions, its complexity, its differentiation between the races, those are just expensive, and that means that they're never going to put that much money in. They just won't see return on investment, and that absolutely is a shame. A War 3 remake that matches the ambition of the original Reforged pitch. Remade campaigns, honestly, something closer to a Resi 4 sort of Taken things, that would have been immense, but it's not what we got. That being said, there is another thing. It's Warcraft 1 and 2 remastered.
Warcraft
now, sadly,
1 and
those
2?
have not been remastered as extensively as StarCraft remastered, but they are both radically more playable. Both games have got fully remade art, and Warcraft 2 looks especially good. I'd say the orcs most of all. It's just a far cleaner image, though a few animations are off just looking at, say, the lumberers. Beyond that, though, it is great. The FOV is greatly expanded, so you're not looking with this tiny FOV, which is fantastic. It feels a lot more modern. There are loads of fantastic usability improvements, health bars, innovations like tooltips, and for Warcraft 1, box select and being able to select 12 units at a time. Truly is a game changer, actually. Now, this is the sort of thing that is not an Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition scale effort, but it is solid, and it's solid to the point where, for me, it's an easy recommendation. Warcraft 2 more so than Warcraft 1. But more than that, it also fits what Microsoft have been doing. Let's take stock of the big picture. So StarCraft Remastered and StarCraft 2's 3 campaigns are actually now all part of Game Pass PC, which you can access on the BNet app, which is pretty damn good. So it wouldn't be surprising to see that sort of thing happen with these 3 games, especially because they're now part of the relaunched Battle Chest for $39.99. And you look at that and think, well, that should be a good value. It's 3 whole games. War 3 is terrific. And I would say in a pure money for video game sense, it's totally worth it. Warcraft 3 cost like, what, $60, $50 when it came out, and it was worth that amount of money then. It's absolutely worth that now. But is this specific incarnation of it worth it in return for the effort that Blizzard put in? I would say there, things are absolutely less clear. Those up-res textures could be made by modders and probably would be made better. Reforged does not live up to its actual promise, and Blizzard's investment here does not match the significance that their Warcraft Direct placed on this project. In a way, it's like price anchoring. Reforged set expectations so low that Update 2.0 could kind of look good. But in reality, I would say it is below average for what this sort of project is. And I'm left with a clear sense of things. Number one, the big anniversaries were enough of an excuse for Blizzard to do something here and try to right a wrong, like the 30th anniversary of the Warcraft franchise. Point two, then, they're able to justify that by bundling it into a $39.99 product, and I would say, point three, that's probably it. They can probably mark Reforged off as being fixed, the old RTS games honored, and just move on, making a few bucks, mending the reputation, and perhaps having another thing that they can bundle in with Game Pass for PC. Now, I don't blame anyone on this game's team, or even the Warcraft executive team for the way that this ended up going. At the end of the day, this is something that appears to be completely budget constrained. They were not willing to put the money in here. They were not willing to expand the internal RTS team to the point where this could be done right. And the reason why is likely just return on investment. Now, you may say, what about Age of Empires? And that is a fair point, but before Microsoft committed to spending more money there, they did have an extremely active Age of Empires 2 player base. Now, there is an active Warcraft 3 player base, but evidently not enough to make a larger project actually be worth the money. Our wet dream is, of course, War 3 Reforged by way of the Resident 4 remake, but that's just that. It's a dream. The numbers almost certainly do not add up. But thankfully, there's a little bit of a silver lining. They don't need to add up for us to get more content. Mod teams exist, and for Warcraft 3, they are damn dedicated. And most notable of all right now are Lorecraft Designs. They are actually working on remaking Warcraft 2 in Warcraft 3 Reforged. It is a hell of a project. Now, there's a bit of bad news.
Warcraft 1 is 30 years old, exactly.
With their
old as hell,
campaign.
man.
And the Orc campaign is what you can download and play today. They are currently working on their Rise of the Alliance campaign, and I would at least say that on the basis of their work and the core quality of Warcraft 3 as a game, I can recommend that you pick up Reforged. And while I think the Battle Chest is a tough ask for $39.99, it will almost certainly be discounted or on PC Game Pass. If it is discounted, I heartily recommend it, and if it ends up in PC Game Pass, the same also applies, because there is great content here, and those modders deserve to have more people see their work. And if you're a fan of how cold business ends up corrupting things, take a look at this, because Overwatch Classic got me to try out the game, and when I went in, oh man, the difference between what we had and what we have is pretty bad.
Fan culture is something that...
Alright, we got the Eda bag. What is the Eda bag? I don't know what this is, but I was sent this. And we still have a lot of other stuff to go through. There's the Niji Sanji one. If Sony acquired, it'll be... The fuck? And then we have these ones. I think we'll look at this thing instead, and then... We have like just too much to go through, man.
Exists all over the world. Whether
We
it is
spent the
British
past
football
couple
fans
hours
trying
just
to celebrate
reacting.
their favorite team and show their support, or the
Okay.
Taylor Swift fans trying to desperately get hold of the Eras Tour tickets, fan culture can be found literally everywhere and anywhere. But arguably, nowhere does it like Japan. Fan culture, also known as Oshi culture, is a huge industry in Japan. Typically centered around supporting your favorite celebrity, idol, anime character, or franchise. You will find an abundance of merchandise for pretty much every single thing that you could imagine. Akihabara is stocked high with idol merchandise and memorabilia, and for franchises like Sanrio, you can find their merchandise everywhere, even in airports. In Japan, there are constant pop-up stores and collaborations that you'll just encounter in the train station. Japan is riddled with fan culture, and one very specific fandom trend that came from Japan is the eater bag. But recently on TikTok, there has been some discourse surrounding eater bags, arguing about what an eater bag is, what an eater bag should contain, how you should build an eater bag, and how a bag that has pins in it isn't necessarily an eater bag. So as always, let's get right into it. So for those of you who may not be familiar what an eater bag is, let me explain. So eater bag directly translates to painful bag. And the reason why it's called that is because it's a labor of love. It's an expensive hobby and thing to collect. These badges and keychains can sometimes be very, very limited edition and hard to collect. And so for people curating a dedicated display, it usually costs a lot of their time and money. A recent example of these limited edition collaborations or pop-ups is the Needy Streamer Overload X Sweets Paradise collaboration. So this pop-up cafe was a limited time thing. And like a lot of pop-ups in Japan, they also had a lot of limited edition merchandise which you could only purchase at the event, with some of these being wall scrolls, acrylic standees, and badges. However, if you're like me and you weren't able to attend this collaboration, the aftermarket prices for a lot of the merchandise is really expensive, with a single pin badge costing anywhere from £15 to £50 depending on the artwork and the popularity of that design.
A pin,
and so as you can imagine, if you wanted to do a dedicated repeating bag of that specific badge design, you'd be spending a lot of time and money trying to find it. In some sense, eater bags are very, very similar to other otaku hobbies like figure collecting or Gundam. The bigger the fan, the more likely you are to spend a lot more money on it. Eater bags first started emerging around the early 2010s with the newfound sense of enjoyment and pride in otaku culture. I mean, the early 2000s and 2010s were a great time for anime. Now, in terms of design, eater bags can range from very small to very big. Some bags can be as small as an A5 window display, and others can be as big as an A3. And the main design aspect of an eater bag is the clear display window. And like we've already mentioned, these window displays are used to show off your fan memorabilia.
That's
Most
crazy.
of the time it is pin badges
All
and
those
keychains,
pins
but
and
sometimes it
stuff.
can be plushies or plush mascots. Other times it can straight up be eater bag is the clear display window. And like we've already mentioned,
Like, imagine just going around and then you're just covered like this.
these window displays
Like, just imagine. This is insane.
are used to
This is, like, actually insane.
show off your fan
That's
memorabilia.
crazy,
Most of the time,
man.
it is pin badges and keychains.
That's
but sometimes
crazy.
it can be plushies or plush mascots. Other times, it can straight up be
That's quite
artwork or
excessive.
cool items that are part of that fandom. One pretty popular design that you'll see within Oshi culture and eater bags is a repeating pattern design. This is where somebody may have a
Fair enough,
favorite
I guess,
design
because
on a
you're in
badge
that
and
thing,
chooses
right?
to
You do
have a whole
cosplay
bag
stuff.
dedicated to that badge's design, meaning they might have an entire bag dedicated to 20 pins that all look the same. These layouts tend to look very, very clean and symmetrical, and also show a certain
20 pins? What the fuck? You walk like that here, you're gonna get mocked and robbed naked. Exactly. Yeah, imagine not wearing only clothes made of pins or Yoshi. I just think it's just crazy, man. I just find the whole concept is crazy. Like, I get cosplaying and stuff, but like, man. That's just crazy.
level of dedication. And again, depending on the exact design that you're choosing, if it's a limited edition or a pop-up item, you're going to be spending a lot of time and money trying to find it. Now, despite the eater bag being an inherently Japanese thing, actually covering stuff with pins, badges, and keychains of stuff that you like is an inherently alternative thing. It is not something that is exclusive to Japan. Customizing your items and showing your dedication to certain political beliefs or
I mean, like, yeah, like this, putting a bunch of patches and stuff, sewing them in. I've seen this before, yeah, I get that.
Is something that
but
been around for a very, very long time, like decades and decades. When I was in school, eater bags weren't popular and certainly weren't available, but I was still covering my bag that I took to school in tons of badges. These badges being of stuff that I like, or stuff that I cared and believed in. The core difference between an eater bag and just decorating your items with pins and badges is the eater bag is designed for that purpose. An eater bag is technically not an eater bag until you fill it full of things and decorate it. And because eater bags are specifically designed to show off your dedicated fandom, that's also why they have these special window display. Unlike when I was in school and people could just pick off my badges and keychains, this window display stops the ability for people to just rip them off your bag. And of course, it protects them from just falling off and getting lost, or getting dirty from the elements, or getting rained on. Again, it is specifically designed to show your fandom, but also protect expensive merchandise.
Wait, no. I got a medal for you guys. First, I got a medal for you guys. It's the thirst place. You guys want to come in thirst? We got the thirst placed medal. Do you guys want this? It's thirst. The thirst place. Yeah, I've heard people coming in first, the second. But what about thirst? Thirst for the thirstiest runner. Exactly. Here you go. You guys can get a medal, the thirst medal. Thirst place medal, man. You can get the thirst place medal. Sell your own. It's bag merch.
And with Gacha bags becoming so popular so quickly, many small businesses decided to jump on the bandwagon and create their own. From a dimple eater bag from Mob Psycho to a pink coffin eater bag, no matter what your fandom, favorite color, or taste is, there's probably an eater bag designed to specifically accommodate it.
Thanks for the follows, Leon.
So you may be sitting there thinking, Addy, how does an eater bag cause so much drama and discourse on TikTok? And the answer is this video made by controversial content creator Twin Buns. Twin Buns, aka Sunny, is a Japanese-focused pop culture creator who on many occasions has shown off their variety of eater bags. But the video about eater bags that really—
If you had money, yeah, you'd walk in, buy everything in that damn shop, and then sell it on eBay. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, you just go do the scalping stuff.
TikTok was their—
Because you know the people are crazy enough to deal with it. If you've been in a swimming race where the first and second place got tied in one, and then second, and the first and then second, okay. No, it's first and then second. Right, you just have it instead of ND there for second, you put ST. You get that medal instead.
The latest video where they were criticizing Americanized eater bags and artist alley pricing. They also further expanded on their criticism by saying this in the description. Y'all hate me. I hate how much America has watered down what an eater bag is at its core. If I see one more bag with 7 random horribly positioned enamel pins, I'm gonna lose it. And of course, off the back of that, they went on to make many more video replies that garnered a lukewarm response at best. Further explaining what they thought were the important differences between the Americanized eater bags and the ones that you see in Japanese oshi culture.
Welcome to What Your Eater Bag Says About You, Part 1. If you have one of these overpriced, weird-shaped enamel pin eater bags, you are either the small business that created it, or you got scammed at an anime convention. It's funny because the Western style of eater bags are actually the ones that are Christopher Columbusing Japanese traditional eater bags. What if people in my comments are mad? What if I want to make an eater bag of this anime that came out in 1983 that only had one pin design made of it and only 40 were sold ever and half of them got burnt down in a fire of the factory, so there's only 20 in existence? Babe, then you don't get to make an eater bag of that show. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do about it?
And as you can probably—
They're having a fight over, you know, their mentally deranged bags of pins, I guess. It's so weird. They're like going crazy over making a bag full of pins.
Imagine it didn't go well. Within 24 hours, my For You page was flooded with people responding to Sunny's hot.
But yeah, what if I pay for it and I can do whatever I want? Exactly! Right, you bought the product, you should be able to do whatever you want with the product. But no, these people are like, no, you can't use the product you bought and paid for this way. You have to do it this way. Right? Like, let them do whatever they want with their product. They bought it. It's theirs. It's not yours.
Take as well as using it as an opportunity to show their eater bag in a defiant response.
If you want to give rage bait a face, it would be this creator right here. Believe it or not, this is not the first hot take I've seen from this creator. And every single time I have seen one of their hot takes, it's always super elitist. So obviously a lot of the internet and especially collectors just do not agree with their take on what an eater bag is supposed to be.
I wasn't gonna make another video about this, but I hate elitism in fandom spaces, so I'm gonna be mean.
Okay.
Pop,
You like My Hero Academia. That is a manga that is very popular, still in print, and gets a lot of fucking merchandise. I like Berserk. The author is dead. If we're getting merch, it's not cute little pins or like Nendoro. We're getting statues that cost thousands of dollars that nobody can fucking afford. Other manga that's not in print anymore that I really enjoy. Magi. There is no merchandise coming out. Battle Angel Alita. No merchandise in the field. Kira. Also finished a long time ago. I will get a few silly enamel pins to show my love for the series, and I will put it with a bunch of other pins because that's what I have.
Funnily enough, I actually have 2 eater bags of my own. Now, admittedly, my eater bag is not the best. The base of the bag is very, very cheap just because it was something that I could afford at the time. But truthfully, I can only really handle backpacks or messenger bags when it comes to eater bags and just general daily wear. For whatever reason, I just cannot stand a tote bag or a shoulder bag. It just really irritates me. Also, being brutally honest, I live in England.
Yeah, Evangelion is finished, merch hasn't stopped. I mean, that's a different situation with Evangelion. Right, with Evangelion, like, they can really milk the thing up for what it's worth. And that's where they've gone to, but not everything is like that. Right? Not everything is like that.
And realistically, if this was all on a shoulder bag, there's a good chance my stuff would get nicked. Not gonna lie, I actually really enjoyed people using it as an opportunity to show off their eater bags to everyone. It was quite fun seeing how some people had decorated their bags or what they had decorated their bags with. I don't know, you don't typically get to see a lot of eater bags unless you're at an artist alley, so seeing them online as
that's fair.
Trend or drama was kind of fun. Obviously, I wasn't enjoying the drama of any of it, but I was enjoying seeing people's eater bags because as a collector, I just genuinely appreciate understanding what people like to collect. One criticism that was quickly raised from Sunny's video is that a lot of fandoms don't have active merchandise being produced or have very limited merchandise, let alone trying to collect 20 of them to do a repeating eater bag pattern. As a Serial Experiments Lane mega fan, I would have to sell a kidney in order to get a crumb of official merchandise to use within an eater bag. Series like Berserk or Alien 9 also have diddly squat when it comes to cute collectible keychains or pin badges. Hell, even fan favorite series that are constantly talked about, such as Panty and Stocking or Nana, struggle with the availability of existing merchandise and the affordability of what's on offer. Not to mention that if you live outside of Japan, in order to get hold of a lot of official merchandise,
good luck trying to import
a
it.
proxy shipping service in order to bring it to the UK. Or
the eater bags community is the same as Genshin community. They're nice if you show some appreciation. But if you give a hard comment about a certain thing in design, they'll go full shit on you. Of course they will. I mean, you gotta, like, the thing is, you gotta be on a certain level of, you know, to go that crazy sometimes and be that dedicated to do that to a bag. And everything, go collect multiple different copies of the same thing so you can make a pattern. I feel like you gotta be in a specific mental state for that. You know what I mean? It's fine if they want to do it, right? That's all cool, but, like, it is really fucked if they're fighting each other over this stuff. Yeah, keep the kidney, exactly. You never know what the other one will do, when the other one will fail. Exactly, keep it.
Or wherever you live. But of course, like most things, if you live in Japan, it's a lot easier to get hold of this merchandise. All you have to do is walk down to your local book-off or Sudagaya, and you can literally pull out trays and trays and trays worth of different pin badges and collectibles. Now, another common complaint with Sunny's video is that the enamel pins and bags that they were complaining about are typically made by small businesses. And of course, these small businesses also cater to a massive amount of different fandoms, including ones that don't have little to any official merchandise. And unlike some of the hard-to-access official merchandise you'll see in Oshi culture, the fan-made merchandise can
be
weird,
man. They're freaking stupid if they did that.
And a considerably lower price tag. Many indie brands that offer eater bags typically have to do crowdfunding in order to actually create
at least the bags can't be implied. Insert sexual preference here. I think maybe for now. Who knows, man? Maybe they already have those. Who knows, man?
The bulk of the stock made from the crowdfunding will go to the people who back the project, and the remaining will be used at in-person events or sold online. Many small businesses that make these goods operate out of their own home. Their business is operated by just themselves and maybe a couple of volunteers when it comes to shipping. They do not have warehouses to have pallets and pallets of stock, and they don't have the capital to buy stock up front. Typically, these eater bags and pin designs only exist because there's enough demand for them. Not to mention that many people who, again, make this kind of merchandise use it as their full-time career. Many small shops understandably can't afford to price themselves the same as mass-produced eater bags. It wouldn't be a sustainable business. I completely understand that $90 for a small windowed eater bag is a lot of money. $90 for a lot of things is a lot of money. But again, that money goes towards the people who are directly designing and making the bag, to the people who are using their own homes as warehouses and using their friends and family as staff. You're not giving money to a mass corporation when you buy stuff from small artists. Not to mention that here in the UK, it can actually be really expensive to be a vendor at a convention. So like here in England, our largest anime convention is London MCM. Now typically the price for an artist at a table at London MCM is a few £100, which depending on what you're selling and how profitable you typically are at these events is not a lot. However, London MCM in the last couple years has been very, very cutthroat about who they're letting into the artist alley. Many regular vendors who are typically at this convention have had their applications rejected, which means if they want to sell their goods at London MCM, they have to pay for a more expensive table. And unlike the artist alley, this commercial tabling space is a lot more expensive, like way, way more. And so inevitably, artists are going to have to charge more in order to actually sell at events and make a profit. And if they were underselling their work, they definitely wouldn't be able to make that money back. When you're a shop within this niche and you sell to people within these spaces, attending these events in person is not only important to your profit margin, but also building a community who can support your work online. You need to get visibility at these events. But again, you also have to make money. Also,
need
maybe
the
it's just
visibility
me,
and
or
everything,
maybe it's not. But when I go to an anime convention, I usually spend most of my money in the artist alley. And most of the artworks that I tend to get from the artist alley are usually pin badges, enamel badges, keychains, all fun and unique prints that
You see, Eater Bag's community has always broken cash cow. You sell them something easy. You can sell them something easy. Yeah, I can see that. We can definitely see that. What do you mean something? You could probably send them plenty somethings of the same something easy. Maybe even more. Not just a single something. You can sell them multiple of the same somethings. Very stonks. If you're the one doing the selling.
Wouldn't be able to find elsewhere. In fact, I'm almost
Very
certain that most people that I
stonks.
know spend most of their money in the artist alley when it comes to conventions. I guess unlike Funko Pops or anime figures, it's a lot harder to discover these niche artists or small businesses unless you see them in person. Now, like any fandom, fashion, or
You can make a
niche,
Boomer
as
mouse
more
pad
people
of
get
me,
interested in
I'm
it,
sorry.
the more it will evolve.
God
The
damn.
new repeating pattern of the Japanese Oshi eater bag may not be comparable to
But
the
then again,
more
I wouldn't be
varied and maximalist
surprised.
look of the Western one.
Alright.
However, that doesn't mean that
Good luck
one
with your
bag
class
is
call
better
hour.
than the other, or that the American eater bag is not a real eater bag. I think when it comes to fashion and fandom spaces, we can get a little bit too precious about protecting what something is. We can get a little bit touchy about allowing something to evolve or be experimented with, especially when it isn't necessarily coming from our culture or our country. But in reality, experimenting and having fun and pushing the boundaries of what something is how we keep fashion and fandoms alive. Yes, it's up to the fans to preserve the history and origins of what something is, but it's also up to the fans to experiment and push the limits of what it could be. And when we don't, we end up losing things. And especially here in the West, when quite often these things don't come from within our own culture, we can get really, really defensive when other people take it and add their own spin to it. We use terms like poser way too often when realistically, to keep these spaces going, we need to allow people to join and try things out. Fandoms are kept alive by the fans when the shows are long over. I think repeating pattern eater bags look really, really cool. And I also
Hey, Chad, I
really
just
like the
found this.
westernized
It
versions
looks
that
so
have more
bad.
maximalism.
I spent
There's
money in
something
this.
funny and
Ain't it
charming about
quirky?
seeing an autism monster sat next to a Yuri on ice
I mean, it
cream.
is
It's
what it is,
goofy and
man.
fun
I mean,
and
if they
silly,
bought
and
it, they
really
like it,
is
then
what
they like
fandom
it,
is.
right?
It's there to be fun. For me, at
It's
least,
their
I feel
money.
like
They can
eater
do what
bags
they
are
want
only
with
there
it.
to be a visual marker of something that you love. They can signal your dedication to other fans, or they can just be a talking point when you're going to pick up your coffee. In the end, there is no wrong way to be a fan of something. You don't need to spend all your money or have the rarest merchandise. You don't have to hold the entire stock of a certain type of pin to be validated as a collector. Sometimes being a fan is as simple as enjoying it. And that's okay. Let me know, what do you think of eater bag versus Oshi eater bag culture? Do you prefer the repeating pattern eater bags that you see from Japan, or do you prefer the slightly more maximalist, messy looking bags from here in the West? Do you have an eater bag yourself? If so, what is your eater bag about? Let me know in the comments below. I personally think eater bags are a super fun way of displaying your pins and badges and keychains. I'm somebody that tends to buy a lot of these items when I go to conventions and then have no idea
just be neutral.
what to actually do with them when I get home. I
Well,
also
I'm neutral on this stuff. I'm like, okay, if that's what they like, then that's what they like. They can have fun with that.
This many views. I wasn't expecting the spike in subscribers. It was literally my first video, and because it kind of felt like a niche topic, I was really only expecting a couple hundred views at most. But you guys really came out of the woodwork to support me, leave your thoughts, and just engage with the video, and I
But yeah, If you call yourself a Genshin fan, yeah, wrong. If you call yourself a Genshin fan and aren't fighting for the one correct ship of your character on Twitter, you're not an actual fan. It's just crazy when people go crazy over that. I'm hoping we don't have to deal with that or see that going forward in other things. But obviously that's pure cope. We know how crazy people can be. It is what it is. We'll see it happen all over the place. Right? They can do whatever they want with and see how whatever they want for those fictional stuff. Wait, did we really already look at this one? What is this one? I was sent this one too. But I was sent like so many videos, man. We've been looking through all of these for the past 3 hours. I was sent so much. Alright, you know what? Let's just go skip and like look at the game you sent here. What is this game? And then we'll go back to the other ones. What is this one? Yeah, yeah, that's fair enough. Like, I want to keep things neutral. Right? Like, if I'm gonna go talk about stuff, right? I am critical of things here and there, but, you know, it's not like I'm actually trying to go out of my way to attack something. Alright, so this is going to be a roguelike game called Dream. Okay. CN game. They got a chessboard stuff theme here. Okay. There's some weird blobby monster there. And that character's gonna adjust her costume of some sort. And then they go through a door. Is there gameplay or anything in here? I guess after? Okay. Okay, now the environment changed again. But obviously this is just a trailer, so... Wait, is this... Wait, you know what? Here's something that confuses me. I don't think there's a phone out there with a 21:9 aspect ratio. Why is this like a 21:9 aspect ratio? What the hell? Like, I think like the tallest phones I've seen, their screens are like 18:9. Only slightly wider than 16:9. This is like really wide, this aspect ratio. Right, this is like at least 21:9. It might even be wider. Right, who the hell has a phone that's like that long? Right, they would have to have like a really long phone. Right? Doors closed. Okay. Alright, they're gonna fight the elevator boss now, I guess. The skip button is up there. It's just for cutscene. The aspect ratio is just kind of weird though. Alright, are they gonna get to gameplay? I guess it's a tutorial gameplay now. Okay, it's one of these. Isometric top-down game. Okay. What do you mean emulate old TVs? Old TVs did not have an aspect ratio of this. What are you talking about? They never made those older CRTs like this. The original CRTs actually had a circular display. and they would have like more square-like aspect ratios in display. The black bars, that's its own other thing. Yeah, okay, no. So now the black bars here look natural here. Now this looks like it's 18 by 9. Now the video looks like it's 18 by 9. You're gonna see black bars here, obviously, because like what? This is 18 by 9. The video window here is 16 by 9. So of course you're gonna get black bars. But like this is like a more normal aspect ratio for a phone. Yeah, mostly 4:3. I mean, if you go back further enough, they were like 1:1. There was no aspect ratio because the original I guess you can say the primitive version of a television screen, the original one was a round circle, like it was a circular display. Because of how the actual technology worked for those things, it was a lot harder to make it, shaped into even like a wider display. It's hard for them to do that. They would have more square-like proportions. Yeah, I don't understand why they had to do that though for the cutscene. It's weird. Because it just doesn't make sense. Okay. So they just get like a bunch of abilities here they're unlocking with the tutorial. No, it's just that they were just a round perfect circle. That's all, like the actual display. One side didn't have more pixels than the other. It was a perfect square or circle. That's all. Like they were a thing. In the earliest days of that technology. Okay, so you pick a card for an ability, I guess. Right, typical roguelike stuff. Yeah, display to square image, yes. I mean, that's what they had to do with the technology back then, right? That was the technology back then. Like 60 years ago. Actually, wait, no. More like... Yeah, 60, 70 years ago, yeah. Right, like, that's just how they had to make it work. Might even be longer than that. Okay, I got this dude. Okay, even older. You know what? Even longer ago then. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean the technology is old. Yeah, maybe 80 years ago then. 70, 80 years ago. And honestly, I wouldn't be that surprised and they would be shaped like that. Another chess piece, okay. And this is like action thing top down. Fair enough. Are you gonna have to like gacha for characters that you would use in this roguelike thing? I'm gonna assume. Because yeah.
梦竟然被抹去了。
终于来了吗？反派的登场，戏剧的高潮。够了！被呼唤声蛊惑的孩子，一切即将结束。打不到。
消失于时间。再快点！
太慢了。
别眨眼。
这是最后一次警告。 再回应。一机一场，交换小心眼。
一个暗器。
Is there more gameplay here? And this is like, I guess you pick your character gender stuff, and then you're gonna pick the name.
恢复之前
Just they're in like this
如你
thing.
所见，虽然
So just yapping. Oh yeah, there you go. It is a gacha. You got a gacha for the characters. You can get 3-star characters. Whatever these things are, you get 4-star. Yeah, you want to pull a big chicken? You can play as a chicken. You can play with whatever this freaking hand is. You get to play as a bunch of fingers. This weird hand there. You gonna pull on that? You gonna gacha pull a hand? Wait, where was the chicken?
很内向。错误。
梦香遍布仪。
想要去。
You guys wanna like you know, stab a big stick through the chicken there, put it in the rotisserie, you know, clean up all the feathers and everything. Get some nice chicken. Get some roasted chicken. You guys want some roasted chicken? Thing from Adam's Family in his hip hop phase, yeah. Right, the thing from yeah. The hip hop phase. Oh, they got a fish there, you know. All right, that's the gacha. And the fish, yeah, the fish is something, man.
你找到了什么好东西？
Yeah, let's go find the fish again. And it just has human legs. Like, what the fuck is this? Right? Like, this fish, man. And it just got legs. Like, what? What the fuck is this? That fish. It's a mermaid. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. It probably, you know what? It's a mermaid, yeah. 3-star fish, fuck. Yeah, 3-star fish. Fish, the fish. 3-star fish. Moving from One Piece and draw one of the episodes. Okay, I guess he did. I've never watched One Piece. But cool if he did, I guess. They got the fish. As fishy as it sounds, they got the fish. The fish we eat 1-star rarity. Now we can eat 3-star fish. Exactly. Hey, higher tier fish. Why not? 3-star fish.
开始工作了。
Surely it'll taste better, right? 3-star fish. Surely 3-star fish is good.
其实有了它们，挺聪明的嘛。
等一下，西西。
These are the rate up characters, okay? You got this dude over here. Weird just design, and you got the Jester girl over here. These are like the limited banners, I guess. You can pick this one or the other one. Okay. 3-star fish is decent. There you go. Ah, there you go. They got the Jester.
荒诞的底色是不幸。
有趣的选择。除了
Maybe it is. I don't know. I guess she is free. Free is free, guys. Free is free. They got the Jester girl.
深海之梦出现在我身后的，我需要你找人类开始吧。
Who's this dude? Oh, I guess this is your party setup. You pick 3 characters, and you can send them out or something? Okay. Oh, they have like trial units there too. Oh, they use the chicken. Use the fish! They gotta use the fish! They're not using the fish, they're using the chicken. Imagine not using the fish. Yeah, how would the fish fight? Right? Like, how would the fish fight? He's gonna like flop around and use splash. Okay, let's just skip to the gameplay because we can't read that anyways. Okay, your gameplay. Okay, so you have like your character party switching thing over here. And these are their abilities down here. The fish will slap the opponent with a banana. Where'd the fish get the banana? So much bananas. You're going bananas. What's next? We measured the length and size of things in bananas. Yeah, fish going ham with the banana, yeah. Slap with the fish sword? Fair enough. Yeah, even Kirby once slapped things with a fish sword. You've seen a kid waiter slap a kid with a we've seen a restaurant waiter slap a kid with a fish. Once it was funny, so we heard the kid stop. Fair enough. Fair enough. I guess that's happened. We got slapped with the fish. The ultimate weapon, the fish. The chicken throws something, yeah. And then they go in there to get healed. See, smell debuff with fish slap, yeah. Make sure the enemies are extra salty with that. They'll be quite salty. I don't know. But they got hit with, they get the fish. need the fish slap.
前方有强烈的戏剧冲突，可要准备充足哦。
And there's a cage that opened.
我为你打开了骸骨，我在我的笼。
Now they skip in through. Alright, I got this serpent thing.
但戈尔达是谁？
专注，先清除障碍。
秀吧！鼠鼠雷达锁定，火焰大炮发射！开炮！
他们的未来就此终结。
看六。
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like it's a roguelike, yeah. And you pick and choose the buffs and stuff as you go through. Like that one, they had like a bunch of clones and stuff to attack with them. I guess.
我是一名，既然能在你来的这个，因为我不是，那就。
捕梦者，你需要撤。
也许该会。
The character designs are kind of weird though for some of them. And not like in an interesting weird one like the fish. Some of them just look kind of weird. The fish one is definitely funny though. There's a chicken there. But like, yeah. The fuck? Just do it, Nike, instead of what the fuck? The fuck is this? Let's see. What else was I sent on? You know, here, but look at this cursed Thomas, Spider Thomas. Assault. It's dancing. Thomas the crab train. Yeah, you're gonna have a crab rave. Wait, there's version 2. There's a version 2. Version 2. There's a version 2, man. Remote control switch installed. Okay. Laser! We got a laser now! It's got a laser! Equipped with a laser now, damn! And it can light some matches too! Assault type Thomas! Now got lasers! Crazy. Right, actual assault type Thomas. It can actually attack now. Which DMs? What? DMs from who? What? Like, there you go. Wait, do they have more? What the fuck? The fuck is this? Something Fallout 4 mod? They made another version of they made a Crab Thomas. Marvel Spider-Man Thomas suit mod. Armored Core 6 Thomas mod. What the fuck? They got Armored Core 6 Thomas mod stuff. They really like the robot Thomas. they like the robot Thomas. God damn. Final Fantasy VII Remake Thomas train. This guy really likes the Thomas. They really like it. They really like the Thomas there. They made more! The spider ones. They made more. Wait, which one? Thomas the Terminator. The fuck? They made. This guy has an army of them. Oh my god. This guy has a fucking army. This guy has an army.
はい、どうも、中島です。盛況のうちに終了しました。ミニミニ機関戦車トー
They
マ
have
ス
an army over here, a small
当
one.
選者にはね、すでにメールを送信し、いざっていう時のためにね、スペアパーツとして保存しておい
They're
て、
talking
さら
about
に
this.
その相互フォロー
Okay, model kit parts.
スタンドのデータも配信することになって
Because this guy likes to make them?
こういうよう
Okay.
になってくるんですけども、失礼しました。翻訳した字幕をつけた動画っていうのがあって、
Oh wait, they're packaging them up? Oh, maybe they're like selling these. Okay, wait. Is it this one then? Wait.
はい、どうも、中島です。少し前にですね、こちらの
Fuck, they really like these.
トーマスナ
They
ム
got
のキャップスタンド
doggo
を紹介
ones
したんですけど
too.
も、これがね、非常に好評でして、早速ね、ダウンロードしたデータを 3D プリンターで出力して、Twitter に作品を載せてくれる人もいたりとかね、日に日にこう増殖していって、面白いこと
It's
がで
like
きた
the
んですけども、
Boston Dynamics dog thingy, except with the Thomas heads in
この
them.
ボディだけの 3D データを現在配布してるんですけども、こちらをダウンロードして各自で配置した方が
They're talking about how they made it, and they made like the model and
こうしてね、
stuff.
お札を丸めて
Okay. They got some obsession with that. You know, here, look at the game mod. They really like that one. Which one do we go for? Okay, wait, here's the robot one. Wait. The robot one. Look at the robot one. Thomas the Terminator. Humanoid robot. They just dancing around here. This is something. Like what? They just dancing around. Can it like walk? That's what I'm curious on. Can it walk? I want to see if it can walk. Stop animation, yeah. This is definitely something. Can they make it walk though? They're also missing the little laser thing too. When Thomas AI voice needed to sing true. True, true, true. And who's controlling it? Is it the fat controller? Or whatever they would say, they would have the fat controller. Yes, you left for a bit and then you see this. We saw Robot Spider Thomas too. Stupid class ended too fast. This is just fun. Funny, man. And like, this guy likes to make like all sorts of this stuff, man. He makes all sorts. We saw the Spider Thomas earlier and then like, this guy really likes that. Thomas the robot dog. Oh wait. I got the robot dog one here. This stop motion? Or not. Wait, no, this is real, I think. Like, what the They got the robot doggo. And then the spider one had like a laser on it. No, yeah, this is controlled. You can see the wiring and stuff. The way it moves, definitely. This one looks like it's actually real. Yeah, no, like this is believable, actually. Yeah, this is kind of like a mini version of the Boston Dynamics robot. Yeah, no, this is like, yeah, it makes sense, yeah. This is like a really small version of the Boston Dynamics robot. Have you ever seen the Boston Dynamics robot thing? Yeah. Okay, it's able to keep its grip, kinda, on the clipboard. I mean, out of all the things they could make, this guy is like, yeah, no. Yeah, you got mini Boston Dynamics dog, but no worries. Now we have Thomas, the Boston Dynamics dog. Thomas the flamethrower. Oh boy, they got tank treads too. Flamethrower now. They're gonna put flamethrower. Flamethrower now. They got a flamethrower. They got a flamethrower. Maybe this will save flame. There we go, this will save flame. Surely this will save flame. Surely this will save flame, right? Surely. Yeah, the thing for robot, as a small child, YouTube got a bunch of those stuff. Yeah. They look like Lego pieces? They might be. You know what? Maybe. Wait, no, I don't think those are Lego pieces, though. Yeah, no, these are definitely not Lego pieces. But it's just funny. Yeah, they missed the opportunity to have, like, the smokestack here also, like, shoot flames. They missed the opportunity for the smokestack to also shoot flames. So, like, you would have flames coming out the front and then out the top. They missed the opportunity for that. That would have been sick if they had it, like, also shoot up the top as well. But it's funny either way. Oh, here you go. We're gonna roast some marshmallows. I think that's congratulated. If the pipe is hollow, yeah, they can. I mean, yeah. That's definitely something. I'm quite surprised why this man isn't included in military research just yet. Next episode, Thomas the Suicide Bomber. Oh boy. It's not meant to hurt anyone. It'll disappear before it gets damaged. But like, yeah, they got just funny stuff here. That's like their content here. They like to put Thomas into everything. There's Cyberpunk Thomas mod. Because, yes. The Omni Crawler. The laser one, the freaking spider one with the laser one was funny though. The assault one. Right, they make all these things. Like, graffitied it. But like, yeah, you got this thing. The laser one, like green laser module. Installed. Right, little lamp there. Just to fire lasers. Because why not? Because why not? And of course, as always, safety first. Right, wear protection. Pop balloons. But yeah, that's your assault type Thomas. That truly was something, assault type Thomas. Right? He just has like a lot of them. What's this? There's a loading bar, what is this? Oh, this might have copyrighted music though. But this is what? Right. You gotta be careful with that stuff because copyrighted music. Alright, what the hell is going on with Niji Sanji?
So yeah, Niji Sanji is angry.
They're angry, very angry. Right. Okay, they're angry.
They've released a statement, and perhaps they are rightfully angry this time. On November 15, we're now November 18, 3.6 million views. And this is an update on the Yab incident that happened a few months ago now, I believe. Report on the history of infringement of the rights of our affiliated live streamers by external creators. Thank you very much for your continued support of the virtual live group Niji Sanji and Niji Sanji EN. On September 2nd, 2024, we reported an incident hereinafter referred to as this incident, in which an external creator, hereinafter referred to as the target, secretly photographed the appearance of an individual who was said to be a live streamer affiliated with our company, and then sent that photograph to a third party without its permission, in violation of the rights of the live streamer affiliated with our company who was the subject of the photograph. They linked, the report on that. Regarding this matter, we are working with law firms, the police, and other organizations to take legal action. In addition, since the above report was made on September 2nd, 2024, we have requested multiple times that you cooperate in preventing secondary damage against our affiliated live streamers who have been affected by this incident, and that you stop spreading and founding false information. However, to date, we have confirmed that there has been posts on internet bulletin boards and various social media platforms that mock our affiliated live streamers in a manner that encourages secondary victimization of the affected live streamers, or that, based on unfounded false informations, claim that certain live streamers affiliated with our company are the victims of this incident. So this is an issue. I don't know, I haven't been on forum boards lately, but this is an issue that's been mostly prevalent on the Japanese side, as far as I know, because when that was going on, I did look through some of the Japanese livers that had collabed with Yap Studio, and I kid you not, every single video, if you sort by newest comment, there was ton of people like harassing them in the comments. Like when the Niji-sanji liver says they're being harassed, it's not just because there's a few haha commentary black company, but like is because on the videos themselves they were bombarded with a bunch of comments being unreasonably mean and all of that. And of course, the fans of the company want to feel like the company is protecting its livers. That's why I feel like this is perhaps necessary by Niji-sanji, kind of like what ToFLive just did with their own report. So these livers are being harassed. Not sure why, because they're the victim in this, so I don't know why somebody would harass them, but then I guess I shouldn't try to understand crazy. The problem is that everybody, they try to sleuth, or they try to like figure out who was the person that had their breach of privacy by Yap Studio. So they tried to narrow it down to which liver it was, and people went in and tried to figure out, who worked with Yab. So everybody that has ever worked with Yab in any shape or form was under big scrutiny and has been the recipient of harassment, which is why there is that line where they say, claim that certain livers affiliated with our company are the victims of this incident. So, some forum users, they claim that perhaps this person that's never been to the studio probably went there and etc. Oi, you! Yeah, you. Hi. If you're not subscribed to my second channel, I don't know what you're doing with your life. So take a moment,
plug for a second
button,
channel.
press the subscribe button, and hit that notification. This before.
Alright, let's go back to the video
I think
here.
in the Shindo Reito video, there's a ton of Niji-sanji
so that they're talking about that's
the
person they were talking about
in Japan. Obviously, there are some on the English side as well, but it's much more prevalent on the Japanese side. And it has been that way before Silengate. It has been that way for many, many years now. And, they do take them down from time to time, but it's a game of whack-a-mole. It's like you take down one forum, then another one pops up, and you take down this one, then another one pops up. So it's never going to go away, really. They're called Niji-sanji Anchi threads, and there are a lot of them. I'm not sure how much any color is going to be able to do in regards to that. Obviously you can't really sue for defamation every single forum poster or commenter, but maybe they can pinpoint. There's always like that one or two crazy that's responsible for over hundreds of comments or hundreds of emails or whatever. So maybe they'll find, that one or two perpetrator. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. Maybe this is more like them baring their teeth, so to get people to back out. I have no idea. As we have previously announced, we are now pleased to report that in cooperation with our affiliated live streamers and a law firm, we have begun various legal claims, including requests for disclosure of sender information. Here's the request of disclosure that I mentioned before in my previous Cover Corp coverage regarding actions that encourage secondary victimization of our affiliated live streamers. We'll never tolerate any actions that go beyond commentary and aim to cause secondary.
Alright, I think we can just skip this one. It's not as interesting as the other stuff. Why is FromSoft being hyper-focused on Kadokawa Sony? Wait, what's going on here?
Hi everyone, I'm Mooney and I'm a lawyer. Given the recent news of Sony posturing to acquire Japanese media giant Kadokawa,
I hope they don't.
People keep asking me, Mooney, in all of the articles on this subject, why does everyone keep hyper-focusing on FromSoft, the creators of Elden Ring and Dark Souls? Kadokawa is most known for its anime and manga franchises, right? Why isn't anyone talking about Konosuba, or Sword Art Online, or ReZero? Well, consider this. In 2023 to 2024, Kadokawa's net sales were around 258 billion yen.
Okay.
But its net income, the money it makes after all expenses, is only 11 billion yen. FromSoft's revenue in that same time was 15.5 billion yen. But FromSoft also has an extremely high operating profit margin of 42.5%, meaning that FromSoft's operating income was about 6.5 billion yen with a net income of 4 billion yen.
Yeah.
Now, granted, Kadokawa only owns about 70% of FromSoft, but even then, FromSoft's 2.8 to 3 billion yen makes up over a quarter of Kadokawa's entire net income. And that was 2023 to 2024. In 2022 to 23, when Elden Ring released, FromSoft's income was around 16.5 billion yen.
Okay.
And its operating profit margin was an astounding 60%. That's about 10 billion yen in operating income.
Damn.
And remember, all of Kadokawa this year, including FromSoft, made 11 billion after expenses. 11 billion net. This means that FromSoft's operating income in 2022 to 23 was greater than Kadokawa's entire net income minus FromSoft in 23 to 24.
Damn.
So why does every article on the Kadokawa-Sony merger keep hyper-focusing on FromSoft? It's because FromSoft is Kadokawa's crown jewel, sure, but it's also because the media institutions and the investors they serve are operating with an understanding that the general public doesn't have, but that you now do.
Okay. Well, there's something. Yeah, it is worrying, right? We really do not want Sony to take over them. Now they're gonna ruin it if they did. Wait, we already saw this, didn't we? Wait, this is a reaction to the original video we saw before, I think. We saw a similar video to this. This is just a reaction to a different video we already saw. Right? We already saw the actual video here. This one is someone's reaction to that video we already saw. Oh, This is a boundary tool. And then it has no storage. Alright, boundary tool, what is this? A fan game of some sort? Okay. Oh, so it's like a Sonic fan game maker. Okay. So it's like a level maker. Okay, that's cool, I guess. For like the 2D stuff. Labyrinth Zone, okay. Okay, that's cool. It's just one of those level maker things. Oh yeah, that one's the perfect AI art debate. Okay, we gotta look at that one. The Chrome one, and then there's Sony in talks to buy From Software. I don't really think they're gonna buy that one. They would have to buy Kadokawa. Right, I don't think Kadokawa would want to sell From Software. Right. And we obviously do not want Sony to buy them out. Here is this one. What has no storage? What is this?
Alright guys, so our new mini computer only has 8 gigabytes of RAM.
Okay.
You can't save to the internal storage, and it doesn't even come with Windows.
Alright.
And we did this on purpose? Oh, hi there. I'm Sam Tucker from Microsoft. And you may have heard recently that we announced our all-new Windows 365 Link computer.
Oh,
and what does it do?
What does it?
Well, what doesn't it do? Quite a lot, apparently. That's right.
You got USB
this
ports?
PC isn't designed to run local apps,
What?
save local files, or even have local user accounts.
So this is like one of those
really
like cheap streaming boxes, right? This gonna be like a cheap streaming box, right? Like one of those things that you'd buy for like they probably sell it for maybe like $50 or something, right? It looks like a cheap streaming box. Maybe there's like some ARM-based chip in there.
Connect
sort
to our
of?
servers
What?
to run the cloud computer you're
What do
paying
you mean
for
sort of?
in your
Right? Because it's just gonna run the cloud client, so it's not like they need a lot, right? They just need something to play back video and send a USB signal and connect to the network, right? So I think it would be expensive, right? And then you just pay for your 365 subscription, right?
Windows 365 plan. That's right.
Okay.
It's like paying for a subscription to your computer as well as buying a computer. Well, which is it? But what a computer it is. You see, we started with the shape of the new Mac Mini and then
What's Dish TV?
gave up as ours has less storage.
Okay, less storage.
And less RAM.
I mean, like, if all you're doing is just streaming stuff, you don't need that much. Heck, even 8 gigs of RAM and 64 gigs of storage is unnecessary if everything is going to be streamed. Okay.
But our machine is completely fanless. Mostly
I mean, of course, because you're probably just running a low-power ARM SoC. Yeah.
because it doesn't do anything. It's practically just a web browser with some ports built in.
Okay, yeah, like, this looks like it's like a cheap streaming box type thing, yeah? Okay.
Like a Chromebook, if you take out the battery and the screen. Or maybe like an Apple TV, without the remote
So it's like an Apple TV then, right?
and twice the price.
Wait, what? Wait, how much is an Apple TV? How much is an Apple TV? How expensive are these things? And these are $180, so this is gonna be what? $360? The fuck? So it's $360 for a streaming device? Like, what the fuck? The fuck?
Alright guys, so
Oh wait, I opened it twice. Okay. I had it open here.
oh, and ours also has Touch ID built right in to a dongle.
A dongle, of course.
It also has a Kensington.
Oh, it's one of those things. Okay. Yeah, that's a big link.
Lock on the side.
Kensington lock?
Though, I don't think anyone's going to be stealing this anytime soon. And even if they did,
You
the
gotta
link
log into your
comes with
Microsoft account.
multiple layers of security built right in, which stops any unauthorized software being installed, ensuring that absolutely no one can use it as an actual computer. Suck on that, hobbyist.
It's pretty useless. People just bought it thinking that it would be a computer.
Wow. So, without an internet connection, this thing is basically useless.
Yeah.
Because if that goes down, it becomes a $349 paperweight.
$350
if it's called the
paperweight.
365 link, why didn't we just charge $365?
True.
It's the one
True.
time the name could have been the price tag. I mean, we couldn't have done it with the Xbox One.
Xbox One,
We out of
'cause it-
business. In
Yeah.
any case, wow. What a bizarre world we live in, where Apple is the one that actually gives you the best value for money PC in the world, and we're the ones selling a ridiculous, underpowered piece of hardware.
Wait. How much is a Mac Mini, the new one? Like, how much is it? I assume they're talking about Mac Mini, right? Let's just see. Okay. $800. You get 16-core neural engine, whatever. They're 10-core CPU. You can only really compare them between the Apple CPUs because of the things directly. You need to use benchmarks that can translate it over. Okay. 16 gigabytes of RAM. 256 gigabytes of storage. I feel like they could put more storage here. The only difference, if you go up with here, you double the storage, but what the fuck is this price gouge? For the slight storage difference, they're like, yeah, no, you need an extra $250 for an extra 256 gigabytes of storage. Like, I guess? Like, you know, wait. And then you got this thing if you want the higher tier thing there. I guess this thing, but like, eh? Is 16 gigabytes really enough for people? For like their everyday machine in 2024? I like if the memory and the storage was bigger, I can understand, but like, no. Like, not enough system memory and storage. It still feels anemic. Well, I mean, that's fine, right? Like, this is fine. Like, I'm saying, like, I'm not saying that's the problem there. This is still cheaper than a PS5 Pro. Hey, you know what? If it makes you feel any better, this is the same price as a PS5 Pro. The one with 512 gigabytes of storage, this is the price of a PS5 Pro in Canada. I don't know. This is Canadian dollars you're looking at. This is in Canadian dollars. Right? This is in Canadian dollars. Like, yeah, if I go on PC Park Picker, I can absolutely destroy this machine. And like, get something for this price, I could. It won't be small like this thing, though, but like, I could. And it won't have an ARM chip. Right? But like, if I was to, like, go grab something, right, how I would configure it, like, it just makes no sense, because it's like, 32 gigs of RAM is $500? Just adding 16 more gigabytes of RAM. What the fuck is this pricing still? A 2 terabyte SSD is another $1,000. What, a 2 terabyte SSD and NVMe drive? That's like $150 Canadian. For like a Gen 5 NVMe drive. For 2 terabytes. What the fuck is this $1,000 here, man? 10 gigabit Ethernet? Yeah, like, the fuck? Only the base model, only the cheapest model is reasonable. Everything else that you would, like, realistically get if you were going to actually use this thing. Right, like, if I was gonna make it actually usable, you know. Actually, no, you would just keep it at 256. You would just get a fucking file server, and then, like, get 10 gigabit Ethernet and just run all your stuff off your server. But, like, you know, this is ridiculous. Like, what the fuck? 16 gigabytes of memory, definitely not enough for me. I mean, it's just storage, man. SSDs, you want to buy an M.2 drive, right? Right, like, how much are 2 terabyte SSDs? $115 Canadian, $116, $120 Canadian. These are SATA drives, NVMe drives. I mean, like, $152, you know, NVMe. This one's NVMe from this, whatever this brand is. SK Hynix, yeah, $160. The fuck is this, like, Black Friday deals? These are, like, normal pricing. The fuck? Right? Like, you can see pricing here, like, again, $150 silicon power drive for, like, an NVMe drive. You know, this is Canadian dollars. Right? This is what, like, the storage stuff costs. Right? Like, you know, this is what you expect to see. Okay, why the fuck is this 870 EVO so expensive? 970 EVOs, which are NVMe drives, are cheaper than this. What the fuck? Yeah, we're looking at 2 terabyte drives. Yeah, around $100. Yeah, that's like around where you're looking for an SSD. Right? Like, well, and how much is RAM, right? Like, let's say I wanted to buy, I don't know, 64 gigabytes of DDR5 memory. This is what I have in my computer. I have 64 gigs. Yeah, 210 Canadian. No, not even. You know, you can get them for on sale for less. Right, like 32 gigs of RAM is what? $65 for 32 gigs of RAM. Right, you can buy 32 gigs of RAM for $65. If you want more denser modules, you're gonna pay up a bit more, right? I mean, if I'm gonna go for what I'm using, DDR5 6000. Which one do I actually have? Right, like, this is just memory pricing. These are gonna be tighter timings, nicer ones. I don't have taller RGB RAM, I need, like, the lower profile ones, that's what I use. Oh yeah, like, this is the kit of RAM I have, but, well, not quite that one. Same brand as that, I have, Team Group. Yeah, I did not spend this one. What the fuck is this? I'm gonna guess this is like some third-party reseller selling. Because that's too expensive for what this... Yeah, this is import. This is imported, so it's not even like in Canada. This is obviously like not actual real pricing there. This is import pricing. Yeah, because like I paid, like my memory like in my computer is like around $200 Canadian-ish. That was like after taxes that I spent to get 64. Alright, like, we're talking DDR5. We're talking DDR5 here. I mean, like, there's some faster, tighter timing memory, RAM kits here. But, you know. But what is this? Why did I have that saved? I might have clicked on one of your links or something before. Anyways, let's get back to this one.
Hardware that isn't even compatible with software. Oh well, what can I say? At least we put the power button on the front. The all-new Windows 365 Link. The only Windows this machine can run are Edge Windows. Subscribe today.
Yeah, that RAM is like a dime a dozen, yeah, no longer a thing. What do you mean? RAM has gone up? I mean, it depends on the kit you're buying. RAM wasn't that expensive when I bought some stuff here. I think it depends. Like, how much is Canada Computers charging? How much are they charging for memory here? Wait, why'd they change the website layout? Wait, oh no, that's just for the Black Friday thingy. Pre-Black Friday, what the fuck? Memory. Desktop memory. No. Oh yeah, no, this is like I have 2 of these. Yeah, this is like a lot more reasonable. For some reason, Amazon's just out to lunch. Because they don't actually have it in stock on Amazon. So they're doing whatever, like, I have 2 of these kits. Yeah, this is about right. Right, 64 gigs. I mean, this is like normal pricing, man. Right, this is Canadian dollars. We're in the pricing here you see is Canadian dollars, by the way. This is in Canadian dollars. Like, this is only $100 more expensive than a PS5 Pro, by the way. This laptop right here, it's $100 more than a PS5 Pro. Or if you bought a PS5 Pro in Canada and the disk drive, you'd be spending the same amount as if you bought this Asus laptop. It's like the same price if you bought a PS5 Pro and the disk drive in Canada as that laptop. Right, like it's the same price there. He says they're pennies compared to the... I mean, it depends. You go look on the... Like, if he's buying, like, old used server memory, then that's a different thing. Right? But, like, compared to what I'm putting on my computer right now is, like, it's cheaper than what I was putting in my computer, like, 8 years ago. The computer I put together 8 years ago, the memory pricing was just... was way worse. I mean, we can go check. Laptops. Let's say gaming laptop. We're gonna go filter 4070 you want? You can't get a 3070 anymore. Unfortunately, but here you go. We'll go low to lowest price. About 1400 Canadian is where they start. There you go. Yeah, here you go. This is your pricing for the thing here. They're starting at 1400 Canadian, and then they go up from here, but they only have the 17-inch models here. I guess they're sold out of the smaller models. A lot of them, like the more reasonable models are sold out. These are like the weird ones that like people aren't buying. This is Canadian dollars, mind you. You're looking at Canadian dollar pricing. Yeah, they're sold out for like everything here, man. Like they're all sold out. They don't even have them in stock, man. Yeah, like here, let's look at Best Buy. RTX 4070 laptop. Yeah, you can see the pricing here. Yeah, $1,500 Canadian, and it goes up from there. Yeah, this is Canadian pricing. You can find here's the thing though, this is not including tax. Right? You still have to pay tax on top. The pricing here is before taxes. Right? So the price you're looking at here, it's always before taxes. Where I live, taxes 13%. Then there's an extra, I think like 2.5 to 5% fee you have to pay for any electronic device that has a battery and a screen in it. There's like an extra mini tax they charge you on top of that. So it's like, what, you're gonna end up paying like 18% in taxes? 15 to 18% actually is the actual tax when you buy these types of devices. Like this is before tax. I know in the EU the tax is included in the price, but the tax is not included in the price here in Canada, much like in the US. Right, like that's just the pricing here. Really? That's why is it so expensive in the US? That seems too expensive then, if you just take $100 off the price. It doesn't like not scale accordingly? What the fuck? Because if you only just take $100 off the Canadian price, that sounds too expensive because like it doesn't follow the currency conversion. Alright, let's see this one. Perfect AI art sparks debate on Twitter. Oh boy.
Art is getting even harder and harder to distinguish, and this has sparked a debate online. By the way, disclaimer, ignore this. My neck got itchy. I scratched it. It's not a hickey. I'm allergic to heat. So this was tweeted out by DeliCid Official, who goes by the same Twitter handle, writing, artist, quote, "It's AI. It's so obvious. Look at the tiny sub-pixel discrepancy on coordinates X 3006 and Y 3811. End quote. I'm gonna be deadass. I cannot tell anymore. This looks pretty much perfect. And it's a quote retweet of this account called Kiwi, who goes by the Twitter handle for Kiwi. And
yeah, the AI stuff is slowly getting better.
Miku, or Hatsure Miku, but as a furry. And this drawing looks really, really, really cute.
Yep.
And really difficult to tell that AI was used in this piece. And honestly, I'm gonna be real. If the AI tag wasn't present in their bio to where
you wouldn't know, yeah.
Hey, AI is present, please avoid this area if sensitive to AI, then it honestly would be really difficult to identify that some other pieces is AI. Under the quote retweet made by DeliCid, they add, even artists in their replies and quotes are having a hard time spotting it. When we get to the point where non-artists
they're going to end up going up when Trump gets in.
It's fundamentally indistinguishable from real art. Artists, you guys gotta change your strategy because just saying, quote, AI bad, end quote, is not gonna work forever. This point that Deli made had a lot of people debating as well. We have proto-writing, just because it's a good imposter doesn't make it suddenly good, either in quality or morality.
Morality doesn't matter to most people. Most people don't give a fuck about morality. Quality, sure, but the average person only cares if it's good enough. If it's good enough for the average person, that's just the reality. They're not gonna care anymore. And morality does not matter to most people. Right? As long as they get what they want at the end of the day, most people are not going to care.
And
that's just the unfortunate reality.
It's bad isn't going to make it go away. It's clearly improving and denying that it's only setting yourself back.
Right? Just saying it's bad isn't going to make it go away either. Yeah, it's good. That's all that matters. Exactly. People don't actually care about all the other stuff behind it. As unfortunate as it sounds. Yeah, they're being honest though. Include the AI tag. That's true. But at some point, like most people are not going to notice when they get this good.
If you want to make a difference, you need to change your approach to the problem. Daddy McBoy writes,
yeah, they definitely have to change their approach. Because the reality is, at some point, the AI is going to get good enough that people are not going to care anymore. Right? So what's going to end up happening next is you're going to have to adapt to it, regardless of what you may think. Right? You're going to have to adapt. Like, that's just the reality for artists. They're going to have to figure out what they're going to do and how they're going to adapt to it. Right? Or like, I'd appeal to your empathy, but you clearly only see the world through the pretty self-centered perspective. Art is an expression. You either put the time to understand and express yourself or stop pretending to give a fuck. Here's the thing though, again, like at the end of the day, these machines, these computers, these programs, they're stupid. They don't know anything, so you have to tell them what to do. Right? They are stupid at the end of the day. You have to tell it what to do. It doesn't know what to do until you tell it to do something. And the output of whatever it does will only ever be as good as whatever you put into it. Right? Like, that's just the reality. Honestly, yeah, it is funny to see the errors, but the thing is, eventually they'll learn as more and more stuff gets fed into them. So at some point, it's like for these people, they're going to have to adapt, whether they like it or not.
I'd appeal to your empathy, but you clearly only see the world through a pretty self-centered perspective. Art is an expression. Either put in the time to understand and express yourself, or stop pretending you give an F about anything other than if it can make you self-pleasure. And Delisa says, what are you waffling about? Joel Crafter writes, honestly, I never got people saying it's bad as an argument against it. The problem is always the dubious ethicality of it. Like, it's been able to produce stuff that looks good for a while now, so I just never understood saying, oh, it looks bad. Like, it doesn't though. Leviathan Coda says, I've been saying this. It really sucks that art gets scraped by most models without permission at all. I genuinely think the only solution is, if you can't beat them, join them. The only allowed AI models should be the ones that artists build themselves, not using stolen work.
Yeah, like at some point, at this point, like for these artists, you might as well join the AI stuff, but make your own instead, and just take advantage of that, right? That way instead, if you can train it to like really go and output what you want, and use your own stuff, your own artwork as the base and foundation to feed it. From there, you can, like, you then have to go with what you actually want to create. You can spend more time coming up with what you want to create, rather than actually having to put in all the work to create all of it.
And Am writes, I don't know, I've never really seen the argument by itself that AI art as it is as bad as something that makes sense, but instead the fact that it steals art for training. So TBH, it would be more effective to push for policy changes on those AI databases than try to ban it altogether.
Yeah.
And other people are making good points as well. Mandor writes, art is here. Any mistakes here can be easily passed off as human error. We are about to be flooded with artists hiding behind AI, and that's devastating. And Delisid adds, this is a real artist using AI to transform their artwork. A truly deadly concoction. This is not man versus machine. This is man versus man and machine.
Yeah, it's not just man versus machine, but man and machine versus man.
And this is the big thing too that makes it really scary, and also makes it more difficult to distinguish AI art in general. Because people are getting smart and they're getting clever with it. Because as you can see here, this is on Kiwi's page where they posted a video of a speed paint drawing of them making another drawing. And let me scrub forward a little bit where you can see them kind of like doodling a sketch out for another
they draw it first
character, or just kind of like another drawing of the same character. But as you can see, they're kind of drawing in the sketch for their version.
It's like really hard to tell the picture you sent. It's hard to tell. Like, you're going to have to like really try to dig and try to find errors in there. Right? Like, you sent me this. Right? Like it looks really good. right? They just wanted to have this blonde girl here with twin tails and everything. There's a little window there. Right, like, I don't know what I'd be looking for. Right, definitely hard to tell if it's AI or not. But if it is, well, yeah, like, that's just the reality. They've gotten really good. Right, they've gotten really good. It is what it is.
And this is something that you will see with these AI artists, where they will actually put pen to paper for some part of the process. Maybe
they'll actually draw parts of it and then have the AI finish the rest. Right? That's the way they take advantage of it then. You have it like come up with the base part that you want, and then you have it like improve upon it and make the rest.
we draw the sketch and then feed the sketch into AI to then have the AI complete the rendering of the piece. Because if you look at the sketch, right, like obviously it's very cute, but the lines are very kind of like amateurish in where it looks like they just kind of drew it on a phone. It's a little bit shaky. So AI would then be able to take this and clean it up to where the lines are clean and render it. And Kiwi had made this post also on the same day, writing, "I prefer AI to drawing." And it's a photo of
Yami, by the way. Okay. Fair enough.
Of 2 furry characters. And under this, Freaky Frank asks,
and it's tagged on it as AI. Okay.
"Do you draw sketches and then use the AI to finish the illustration for you?" And Kiwi says, "Depending on the situation, if AI can't draw the desired drawing based on the prompts, then I need to draw it myself." So again, here we have a drawing from Kiwi, and it is very reminiscent of what the AI piece is. It does look different, a little bit different from the AI, right? The AI did change some head angles,
and it cleans it up,
etc. It's a very, very, very rough sketch with some lines and some rough color blocked out, but kind of barely in the lines here. And a lot of people are honestly really confused. We have Is Kitten writing, "This account is honestly kind of confusing to me. You can draw, chooses not to, uses AI, but also endorses drawn recreations through reposting," which, if you go down their page, they're reposting a lot of people redrawing their furry Miku character. Somehow creates an incredibly robust model so good that artists genuinely couldn't tell it was AI. What is your deal? And Zaire writes, "AI sucks, but this person's model only has their art in it. So it's their work, just with a lot of steps cut out." And Kitten says, "How can you tell that they're only using their work? I know that they're developing their own AI model, but I didn't know this is based off their art." And Zaire says, "Sorry, never mind, I misunderstood. I think it's just sometimes based off sketches," which is the tweet I just showed you. I'm not saying anything else in their defense though, just discovered that they're a lolly. Sand Snake says, "The combination of many and machine is a natural one, to be honest. I guess they meant to say man and machine. We've long wanted machine to act as we do. IBM 7094 was the first to sing, many machines since have been writing and typing as we do. And now we teach our creations to draw as we do. So as long as we take the correct steps regarding copyright of human artists, this doesn't have to be bad." And Kitten says, "I agree with your point, but generative AI has been around for too long for any change to how it learns to have an impact on artists, as well as the fact that there aren't many people who would like their pieces being fed into AI in the first place." And regarding the account, people have their opinions as well. You know, with people writing, "How about no?" Somebody else writing, "So you're lazy?" Somebody writing, "Then you're not making art."
How do you know? How do you know they're not making it if they're making it still? I mean, yeah, some people, they don't want to do all the work they don't have to, right? Are you gonna go tell people like, "Oh, you're not like"? Imagine you go tell an accountant typing stuff in a spreadsheet, right? And having them like compute all this stuff together, right? You're like, "Oh, so you're lazy? You're not gonna bring pen to paper and manually do every single calculation and write it by hand and no calculator allowed, right?" Like, it's ridiculous. Imagine you go tell Miggy, "Oh, you're lazy using all these spreadsheets. You program these spreadsheets to do that instead of manually calculating everything by hand." Yeah, like, programming AI is a lot of work, yeah. Of course. Right? It's like they're using a tool to speed up the process of doing work. Right? It's like, imagine, like, you have to cut your lawn, right? And you're like, "Okay, oh, you're using a lawnmower. Oh, so you're lazy because you're not gonna manually cut it the old-fashioned way. Oh, you use a tractor on a farm. Oh, so you're lazy. You're not gonna manually go and deal with the stuff yourself. You're not gonna manually do all of that work yourself. No, because you're lazy." Like, it's like ridiculous because like you can apply it to so many different fields where they can use different tools. Right? It is what it is.
And we have automatic writing, as long as you're informing everyone that it's AI.
Exactly. I don't know what's lazy. They still had to do the work. It's just that they found a way to streamline it, make it more efficient. so they can do more work if they want to.
AI are making these images almost perfectly. To me, the way I view it, and I don't necessarily view it as the way other people are viewing it, where it's like a very, oh, this is like an innovative thing where it's like man versus machine. I'm gonna be real, I kind of just see it as somebody being lazy. And the thing is, look, I can see that how technology is improving and people have their argument, oh, you know, if you can't beat them, join them. I personally think that if there was a scenario where AI art could be done ethically, with consent, I think that could be very interesting, right? If I could have an AI model that trained exclusively and only on my artwork, I may use it for fun, right? But as of now, almost every single AI model that is out there has scraped off of the artwork of actual artists and largely without artist consent, which I don't deem fair whatsoever. And again, I can offer some sympathy to people who've used AI art without realizing maybe about the ethical reasons behind why you shouldn't use it, but also because maybe they just didn't know. So they were like, oh, I'm not an artist, I kind of needed a logo, I just inputted it into AI art, right? I can see where people arrived at that conclusion. I feel like when you are an artist, when you do have the capacity to draw, and you're able to draw pretty well, but you just choose to shove it into AI for some reason instead, I view that as being lazy or lacking creativity. Personally.
I don't.
And back to the original piece, a lot of people were debating the
because if you're
aspects
still
that
putting
would
in work,
prove
I
that
don't
it's
think
AI.
that's
And
you
here's what
lacking
some people had to
creativity
say.
and being
Synchronized
lazy.
rights. I think the biggest thing for me was the difference in
I
the
look at it as
paws.
more
One has lines
being
separating
efficient.
the toes, the other doesn't. The pod pads also don't align correctly. And Delia says, all of these could be artist errors or oversight.
Exactly.
These don't strike me as AI. And this is the original piece right here. We're looking at the pod pads. I think they're referring to these lines here that are present on this pod.
But like not here, and then there's none over here. Fair, but
not present on this paw. Void Kibby says lining plus the hair and necktie are off. Some very weird bubbles and shading in tight areas where it gets darker than it should. The whole tail. And Deli says the tail could also be curled. Misa says this is insane. This is the only AI defect I could find, and I'm an artist. And that's in reference to the collar, where you can see there's a line art for the collar, and then there's coloring that exceeds outside the line, and one line art piece is missing. Puskfit writes, that's a mistake that a human can easily make. I see literally no mistakes in this image, bro. And Misha says, yeah, it's really hard to tell because whatever program this person used is really good at imitating art. But sometimes AI does a thing where colors bleed through line art, and that's what I was pointing out. Sucks that it's getting this difficult to tell. Stanley NPC says it's pretty straightforward if you look at the details, not talking about subpixels here. And here kind of referring to the shading, lines being broken, and squiggly lines for the armpit that doesn't make much sense. And Moo says biggest points of interest, but I have an eye for spotting it. Again, the collar, again, we look at the zigzag detailing of the strap, but one triangle is much smaller than the others. Zashi writes, at this point, you can only guess it's AI out of familiarity with the style, and that's only if you've spent an insane amount of time looking at AI art. And Yori writes, honestly,
it's not the AI made a mistake, it's the artist too. If the artist made a mistake, they made a mistake.
Only be suspicious about the art style since AI imagery either looks exactly like this or like a glossy, disgusting, blurry attempt of realism. But yeah, I'd not be able to tell at all. And the biggest thing, again, with telling AI art is sometimes it's really difficult to tell off of only one piece. But if you look through other pieces that the artist has made, you can see more consistency in AI tendencies through the pieces. Consistencies in errors that AI would tend to make. So besides this person posting about some Kiwi mix model, whatever, right? If we look at their older pieces, looking at the flower petals of the dress here, these are flowers along the edge of the dress, but this purple is bleeding straight across and it curls around the leg as if the dress were then to become pants. Kind of some weird things happening with the collar over here too. There's no distinct cut between the collar and the neck. Some weird bubbling with the belt, like a bubblage with this piece again being a pretty big one with the glasses being completely broken like halfway across. Like maybe that was an intentional thing, but other aspects like line art of the hand disappearing, which is not very consistent with the style, which is pretty heavily lined. And yeah, like small particle details like flowers kind of not making sense. Other red flags again is just high frequency of posting. Like if somebody is able to make high quality art, but they post literally art pieces every single day, either art is their full-time job or they have a lot of backlog, they're suddenly dumping art out. But if they're posting a lot of art and the art seems to be like changing or improving or of the same quality, and it's in high frequency like once a day or multiple times a day, a bit of a red flag. But at the end of the day, I'm curious as to where your thoughts lie about this debate. There's people on both sides of the coin with people thinking that, oh, if AI art is getting so quote unquote good that it's hard to distinguish whether it's AI art or not, which I would also state is only really possible in this case because it's a very simplified art style. When it comes to more complicated art styles, things are gonna start looking
like kind of staged. They always blame the tool instead of the user. Exactly. Because the reality is, right, like, it's just a tool at the end of the day. The AI stuff is just like, is a tool. Just like your calculator, just like the phone in your pocket, just like the computer you may be using or whatever. It's all a tool at the end of the day, right? What's really important is how you use it.
Jank, do you think it's okay, or do you think because there's ethical reasons as to why AI art has been stealing art from artists, that regardless if the final outcome looks good or not, the process was not okay? So therefore it should not be used until some regulations can be put in place. I'm curious as to your thoughts about all of this. And again, to wrap this up, don't send hate to the person at the end of the day. While you and I might not agree with the AI art usage, doesn't warrant sending hate to somebody who is minding their business. So again, if you like this video, I appreciate it if you like and subscribe. I also stream on Twitch 3 days a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays at 6 p.m.
Alright, and that's that one. What else we have? We have the one to break up Google. AI or digitally drawn? I can't tell, Tara. I can't tell. But we got Megumin here. Like, I don't know where I'm looking at, man. Like, unless I hyper focus and try to figure out what the hell I'm supposed to look at. Right? Like, unless this is supposed to be like a skirt instead, like it's supposed to go into a skirt where it just turns into shorts, I guess. But it could also just be like the cloth is just dragging between her legs here. That is just in there. Like, it's hard to tell, but I guess this might be AI. Because of this part here. If I look between the legs there, but like everything else looks fine. Right, like everything else looks fine. Like at a glance, even then, it's like I feel like it's just digging just deep between her legs there. It doesn't look like it's actually turning into pants there. And you can kind of see like the fabric going out there when I actually scroll down. Honestly, I can't really tell. I don't know. Right, like, cause like it could also just be like an artistic thing where like things are off-centered and stuff like that. Like, yeah, this is not perfectly aligned here, but it could also be artistic choice. This part here. Like, I can't tell. Yeah, I mean, it's for the style they had going on there, but it doesn't mean that the artist made it loose, right? Doesn't necessarily mean that. It looks great, that's all that matters, exactly. Right? Most people don't care other than like that. Right? Like, then if it looks good or not. That's what most people care about. They don't care about the other stuff going on behind it. Most people won't care, they won't understand. Right? But, you know, people are gonna make a bigger deal than they think they would make out of it. Alright, we'll look at this one. The plan to break Google apart. Okay.
Was forced to register on the Monopoly offenders list and go door to door in Mountain View to tell all the neighbors. After a judge ruled they violated the U.S. Sherman Act of 1890, Google was cutting unfair deals for its search engine to crush
it saves a lot of time, exactly.
Competition across the entire technology spectrum. They were paying 36% of ad revenue or $20 billion per year to dominate Apple devices. Mozilla Firefox was raking in cash to make Google the default, and a bunch of other companies' financial statements were being nourished by the teats of this illegal cash cow. Being added to the monopoly wall of shame was a huge embarrassment for a company that once said don't be evil, but like Microsoft, Walter White, Macbeth, and Gollum, their greed for power eventually backfired. But it appears, unlike Microsoft, that Google won't just get a slap on the wrist and possibly lose their most important piece of software, the Chrome web browser. It is November 20th, 2024,
well, it's hard to tell.
You're watching the Code Report. It's a bit ironic that the Chrome web browser currently controls 66.6% of the browser market share, and Google search even dominates on browsers that aren't Chrome, like Safari and Firefox, thanks to those illegal deals I mentioned earlier. But to Google's credit, they've invested millions upon millions of dollars into making web browsers awesome for end users. Their open source Chromium project is used by Microsoft's Edge browser, as well as alternative hipster browsers like Brave and Arc. And all this browser technology is offered for free out of the goodness of Google's heart. Well, as the old saying goes, when software is free, it means that you are the product. Chrome tracks your search queries, your browsing history, history and online behavior, and all this data feeds back into its advertising business, where it can figure out exactly what type of consumer garbage to sell you and when. Not only does Google's ad revenue dwarf the competition, but Alphabet operates at a gross profit margin north of 50%, and they make an absolute killing selling their ads to the highest bidder. But the Chrome browser
Google
is critical
like,
to its success because it's the front door to everything Google offers. But apparently, Department of Justice lawyers are pushing to have Chrome split off or sold to a different company, with an estimated price tag of at least $20 billion. The only potential buyers would be companies like Meta, Apple, and Amazon, all of which are accused of running their own monopolies. If browsers start presenting new search engines as alternatives, like OpenAI's new search engine or DuckDuckGo, Google's 90% dominance of the search engine market will very likely start to deteriorate, but they're not going down without a fight. And their regulatory affairs VP said the DOJ continues to push a radical agenda that goes far beyond the legal issues of the case. Things already look bad, but to make matters even worse, the leadership at the DOJ is about to change, and whoever takes over there is likely not going to be a big fan of Google. Now, Microsoft also became a certified monopoly 25 years ago when they bundled Internet Explorer with Microsoft Windows and suppressed other browsers like Netscape. Instead of breaking up the company, though, they just had to open up their APIs to third-party developers and stop entering exclusivity deals that were unfair to other browsers. They didn't even face a direct financial penalty. Microsoft is doing just fine today as a $3 trillion company, but if Google loses Chrome, I'm not so sure they have a moat to handle
they're gonna lose a lot if they lose Chrome.
A hit like that. The good news is that it looks like they'll let Google keep Android, and we still don't know how their AI tech is going to play out long term. Their Gemini AI has become quite impressive and has become so confident that it's now telling humans to die. But like I said, Chrome is
it's telling people to die. That's crazy. Yeah, time saving, cost saving too. Can't wait to make your own self-learning AI buddy. Yeah, they'll have all sorts of different types of use cases to go handle things for you. Like, unfortunately, that just means you're gonna see more garbled AI stuff, like clogging things up when you're trying to contact real people, but unfortunately, it's inevitable, no matter how you put it.
Also the front door to get people using Gemini. And when you close that front door, it could also hurt consumers, because Google will no longer have the motivation to invest in browser technology. Like, just imagine the horrors if Chrome was handed off to a nonprofit like Apache or the Linux Foundation. It might evolve into a diverse ecosystem of hyper-specialized browser distros. And who knows, they might even kill off Manifest version 3, which would allow ad blockers to keep working. And that means I couldn't use this opportunity right now to promote my new Linux and Dino courses on Fireship.io, which you can get access to as a pro member using this Black Friday discount for 40% off. Personally though, I think Google will fight this to the death, and I highly doubt Google will ever be forced to sell Chrome. The betting odds are currently at 13%, because there's no way that Google gives up its precious. One browser to rule them all, one browser to find them, one browser to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. This has been the Code Report. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.
Yeah, they're not gonna get rid of their freaking monopoly here. They don't want to. No way in hell would they want to. Was this another one here? Wuthering Waves Game of the Year edition? Oh boy. What the hell's going on with Guilty Gear? What is
Weebs and my fellow Flames of Amethyst, welcome back to another video.
Oh,
my
this
name
Pepega dude
is the Amethyst Abrams, and today we're going to be talking about the Game of the Year awards, and we're going to be casting our vote. Now, really quickly, guys, Wuthering Waves has been nominated for the best mobile game of the year, and you better believe I'm going to be voting for Wuthering Waves, and you guys should too. So let me know down below in the comments who you voted for in the Game Awards votes, all of them, not just the mobile game. And yeah, if you
you vote for the indie game, man.
Waves, yeah, I recommend that you do.
Let the indie game destroy them all.
Mobile Game of the Year award for
the real underdog,
Waves, and then I'm pretty sure they'll give us some really cool free stuff.
And they just want the free stuff. What you expect? They're already talking about wanting free stuff because of that.
But yeah, 1 second. We
too busy thinking about rewards to forget about everything else.
The Game Awards. The Game Awards. This is the Game Awards, people. And we're going to be casting our vote really quickly. 1 second. Let's turn it down a little bit. Alright, there we are. Right, so Game of the Year. So, recognize a game that... Okay, so we all know what Game of the Year is. So, we have Astrobot, Balatro, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, Final Fantasy Rebirth, and Metaphor. I'm guessing that's like a remake or a remaster, right?
No, that's a new game.
Here's the thing.
This guy don't know what any of these games are. The only remake remaster here is the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This is a new game. This is an all new game. This new IP from Atlas, right? Like, what do you... Like, yeah, these beggars, yeah, I know.
I know it's probably going to be Black Myth Wukong.
You see the panel? I don't think it's gonna be Black Myth because of the panel.
I want it to be Black Myth Wukong. Shadow of the Erd Tree, even though the Shadow of the Erd Tree is just as big.
Yeah, they have to understand that they get those free stuff and they win. Yeah, like that's all they want. They don't care about anything else.
Near enough. As
the reason why is the game itself puts the problem in front of them. They want, like they know there's a problem. They won't acknowledge the problem. So like they're gonna do whatever else they can instead of acknowledging the actual issue.
As big as the base game of Elden Ring, which is the reason why it's here. People are counting it as a separate game because of how large the DLC is. It still counts and it's still under the genre of DLC content. But I'm gonna vote Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong. Next category. Next category. Best game direction. Black Myth Wukong.
Okay.
I think it was the same one, wasn't it? Yeah. Next. Okay, best narrative. Now, I don't know any of these.
Of course he doesn't.
However, I'm an anime fan, so I'm going to have to just vote for Metaphor. I'm an anime fan, and I see anime game. It was between that or Final Fantasy. Best art direction, Black Myth Wukong.
Okay.
Hands down, Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong. Best score and music. Ooh, see, I've heard a few of these. I think Final Fantasy soundtrack never missed, never has missed, never will miss. Best audio design. Anyone that votes Call of Duty, man, get real. Come on, it's the same audio every year. Or
I mean, that's fine. You're shooting guns. What? Yeah, bullet sound effects and stuff. Yeah, you're shooting guns. But like, what's important is how the audio itself is used.
Every other year.
Right.
I'm not too sure. Let's go with Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy. Best performance. Let's have a look. So, Brianna White, Final Fantasy Rebirth, Life is Strange, Hannah Tell, Humbly Gonzalez, Luke Roberts. You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say Melina, because her performance in the Hellblade series has been phenomenal. I think she should win it. I genuinely do think she should win it. Those that are asking why didn't I choose Star Wars, it's because we know how Outlaws was. We know what happened there. We know what happened there. Reminder when they told us that Black Myth Wukong wouldn't be there. Oh yeah, I remember that. Sucks to be them, I guess. Looks like you voted for No, I'm not voting for No, I'm not voting for Call of Duty. Absolutely not. Alright. Star Wars Outlaw. What was this one? Innovation in accessibility. Oh, I think Diablo could win this. Diablo could win that one. But I'm gonna say Dragon Age because I think Dragon Age. Games for Impact or Genshin Impact? Genshin Impact.
Oh, this is
for a
the DEI award.
Game
Games
with
for
a
Impact.
Pro-social meaning or message.
It's the DEI award.
I'm probably going to say Life is Strange. I don't know any of these games, but Life is Strange always has had a very important message within their games. So I'm going to vote Life is Strange. Life is Strange. The best ongoing game. Oh, that's probably going to be Destiny 2, right? Oh, it's probably going to be Fortnite. Oh, but Final Fantasy's still really popular. Final Fantasy Online. I see that everywhere.
Okay.
Is Genshin Impact nominated for anything? I don't know. Best community support? No Man's Sky. No one can even tell me that No Man's Sky shouldn't win this. This game came from doggy doo-doo to one of the best open world exploration games I've ever played. Baldur's Gate's very good. But best community support. I wouldn't be surprised if Baldur's Gate won, to be fair. Final Fantasy, again, a lot of support. Fortnite, I just don't think that I know. It's got a good community, but no. Helldivers has a very good community, but that game fell off in popularity, which tells me the community gave up on it. No Man's Sky all the way. Who's next? Best indie game. I don't know. I mean, Balattro's up for Game of the Year, right? So maybe I'll vote for that. I'm just gonna vote for what I think. The ones that I don't know, I'll just vote for what I think. Best debut indie game.
Balatro.
Again, I don't know, so I'm
He's
gonna
gonna
vote for
put
Balatro.
Balatro?
I think this was up for Game of the Year, I believe so. I think.
Best mobile game is Balatro.
Best mobile
And Balatro is there too.
game.
Balatro is there. And
Now,
Balatro is there.
This one is where it gets interesting.
I mean, Balatro and Pokemon are the real ones here.
Interesting.
Like, who the fuck cares
This
about
is
the
where
rest
it
of the
gets
garbage?
Interesting. Okay. I'm voting for Wuthering Waves. None of you need to ask why, but I'm voting for Wuthering Waves. Now, Zenless Zone Zero had a very good launch, but it's Kuma bait, so anyone that loves waifus and anyone that likes half-naked anime women is probably going to vote for this.
Okay.
I've not played it on mobile. I played it on PC. Pokemon trading card game Pocket has a very good chance of winning because it's such a good casual playing mobile game. It has a very high chance of winning, and Pokemon's community and Pokemon as a whole is such a big IP that I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if it won. Really wouldn't be surprised if it won. Balatro, again, that's up for Game of the Year, I believe, if I saw correctly earlier, so that could win, and it's obviously on mobile as well. AFK Journey had a very good launch, but again, that kind of fell off. It's a good game. It's a very good casual game, but I'm obviously going to be playing Wuthering Waves to the end of time, and I'm always going to support this game. So Wuthering Waves. I play on Wuthering Waves. I'm voting Wuthering Waves because even though, and I've had people say this. People said Wuthering Waves doesn't play well and doesn't look anywhere like it shouldn't be up for Mobile Game of the Year. Now here's the thing. True, the game is going to play by far the best, and most people would consider it more of a PC and a future console game, right? We know this. It doesn't take an idiot. It doesn't. Even an idiot could figure that out. But Kuro Games created Wuthering Waves with the mobile genre in mind, and it was created for the mobile genre. So that's the reason why I'm voting Wuthering Waves, because it technically was built for mobile. Best VR and AR game, Batman. I don't know why. I've not played any. I don't play VR, but I'm gonna vote for this. Imagine voting for a paid mobile game. I know, right? I know. Best action game. Best action game. This is difficult.
Okay.
I'm probably going to say Warhammer 40,000.
Best action they're going
This was insane. I still play this from time to time now with a few
Okay.
of my buddies. Like, this game is so good. Actually, this should win that. This should win it. Best action adventure. I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, we're gonna finish. We're gonna get some sleep after this. We'll finish this, then we'll get some sleep.
I'm gonna vote The Legend of Zelda.
Zelda,
because
sure.
it's Zelda. Because it's Zelda. Best RPG. Elden Ring is gonna win this. Dragon's Dogma. This is the thing. Dragon's Dogma really should have done better than it was. This game, when it came out, fell off so hard. It's unbelievable, and the game itself is really fun. But people boycotted this game, and people came for this game very early on in its release cycle. based on gameplay, I think Dragon's Dogma should have a good chance at winning. But you already know Elden Ring is going to win it. Elden Ring is probably going to win this.
All right. Best fighting game, it's obviously Tekken.
Yo, Grand Blue Fantasy got up there as well? Oh, I don't even know now. I don't even know. I don't even know what to vote for anymore. Oh.
Like, it's obviously that's Tekken, though.
Two of my favorite fighting games are here. Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising is such a good fighting game. Oh, no. Guys, this is sad. This upsets me. Guys, those who don't know, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus is a fighting game I took extremely seriously last year when it came out. I went competitive for a long time. I stopped playing it not because of any particular reason. I think I just got so distracted with so many different things. And plus, I've got it on console. If I had it on PC, I probably would be streaming it a lot. But I still play the game now. Just not competitively. I play casually now. I might jump in for an hour, play a few games, and then log out. Such an amazing fighting game. Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising. Arc System Works basically released a Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. The game was good, but lacked a lot of things. Like, it fell off quite heavily because the game needed left a lot to be desired. They came back, made Rising, and it fixed everything wrong with the original game and added so much more.
But I'm pretty sure this is Tekken 8. Like, this just looks like Tekken 8 category.
It's two entire new story, like
it's just
two
Tekken
entire
8.
New story segments. Like one of the big, like huge.
Like
roster,
I don't play any of these
absolutely
games.
Huge roster.
But I get the feeling it's Tekken.
The balancing is amazing. The game looks incredible
for like this niche. Because it'd be the most known.
Out
of this niche, Tekken.
Because Dragon Ball, people that know me know I am a die-hard Dragon Ball fan, and I love Sparking Zero. But here's the thing. The problem with Sparking Zero is the game had me hooked.
Yeah, like the brand is too big, man. Right? Like more people are going to understand what the hell Tekken is. Marvel versus Capcom, maybe because the Marvel naming. But even then, like Tekken is like for a fighting game, like the two big brands that you think of, right? It's either gonna be Tekken or Street Fighter. Those are like the big ones, the big names that people will think of. The other ones, like, again, like, the fighting game community stuff, this stuff is always, like, very niche. But the three big names that you can think of that, like, your average casual person will think of, it's going to be Street Fighter, it's going to be Tekken, or it's going to be Super Smash Brothers. Any of those three would be, like, the big names. Although, like, Super Smash Brothers, it's its own different type of subgenre of a fighting game, because it doesn't play like the others. But those are like the three things that would come to mind. A lot of people aren't going to think of the other stuff in there, even though they exist. They're the things that people are.
The first 2 months.
And we're almost done with this video. So we'll just finish it.
I have slowly decreased playing this game. As an actual fighting game, Grand Blue Fantasy is better.
And then there's also Mortal Kombat. Yeah, Mortal Kombat's infamous too. That's true. You know, Big Four, yeah, we'll add Mortal Kombat. That one is infamous for its own thing. Mortal Kombat is also infamous with the fatality stuff. And like the early days with the blood and everything, the controversy there. And censorship.
But as an IP, like visuals and to a one-to-one replication of the universe that the fighting game is based on, this is the best Dragon Ball game you'll ever play. This is the best Dragon Ball game you ever. If you really want to feel like you're in Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero is the best fighting game for that IP. But best fighting game in general, like that's actually done insanely well, Grand Blue Fantasy.
No, it's Tekken. Like he's in so deep in the bubble, doesn't realize that like for a broader audience, the thing that people are going to think of is going to be Tekken. That's going to be the bigger thing that people will think of. Right? Like, it's kind of just, yeah, it's gotta be Tekken there.
Didn't even know this was here. Like, Dragon Ball is one of my favorite IPs of all time, but Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising is my favorite fighting game of all time. So I have to, and that upsets me. I might log into another email and vote just to even out.
Like...
Best family game? Oh, Mario Party. Is it here?
Yeah, it's right there. Mario...
No, Super Mario Party. Yeah. By far. I don't even need to. Grand Blue has netcode. DB doesn't. Yeah, true. Best sim or strategy game? I have no idea, except I know what Age of Mythology is, and this is a very good strategy game, so I'm voting for Age of Mythology. Okay. I'm voting for Age of Mythology. Best sports game? I'm not playing for EA, like basically FIFA. I'm not voting for NBA. I'm not voting for. I have to probably vote for F1, to be honest.
The gaming benchmark that people like to use for reviews.
Like it has to be F1. Best multiplayer game? Okay, this is where it gets difficult now. I swear to God, if Call of Duty wins best multiplayer game, I'm going to go berserk. I'm going to go berserk, because there's no way on earth that the exact same game that has been releasing for the past 10+ years is going to win best multiplayer. And if it does, that's going to piss me off. Helldivers was a very good multiplayer experience. Warhammer 40,000 is a good, amazing experience, but multiplayer
and then
experience,
somebody went
not as much. They should win best action game of the year, but I think best multiplayer game of the year, Helldiver should win. Best game adaptation. It's going to be between Arcane and Fallout.
What?
It's going to be between Arcane and Fallout.
It's surprised EA didn't try and buy a spot for The Sims 4.
No, I've not seen Arcane Season 2. I
don't think they care that much.
But I've seen Fallout, and Fallout was a very good one-to-one. Hey, Frozen, a very good one-to-one representation of the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if any of these two win. But I'm gonna vote Arcane because it won best adaptation, I think, last time. I wouldn't be surprised if it won again. Best anticipated game. Grand Theft Auto.
GTA 6, obviously.
Guys. Doesn't matter what I vote for. GTA is going to win this. It is most likely going to win this. Although Fallout uses the same.
Yeah, exactly. No, it does.
Yeah, it does. It does. Actually, that's a good point. Nah, that's a good point. That's actually a good point. I'm gonna vote this instead. I'm voting Fallout instead. No. Bess's point there, like, they went so hard with the adaptation, they literally 3D printed and to the T got every detail from the game right. It was for a live act, amazing. But yeah, GTA's gonna win this. Best and most anticipated game for next year, GTA's gonna win this, and GTA's probably gonna win Game of the Year next year if it has a good launch.
Okay.
If it was up to me, I would say probably Ghost of Yauti or GTA, to be honest. I'm gonna say Ghost of Yauti or Yotai.
No, it's obviously
because
GTA 6
was
though.
Amazing, but I know.
But like, I mean, it's EA, man, with all the freaking thing. It's very close to 100, and it costs more than the actual game.
I know, best content creator of the year? I don't know anyone else other than CISO. Do you guys know who this is? Do you guys?
The only one I know here is freaking Pekara, but that's only because I saw clips of her before.
Know who any of these are?
It's like out of nowhere. It's just random.
Do you guys know who any of these are?
It's just funny. It's just like so random.
Because I have no idea.
You vote Pekara for the memes.
He's the only one that I know, and I've laughed at a lot of his skits.
Like, it's just so random. I'm like, if I was to vote, I'm just gonna vote for Pekara just because it's the most random. I don't watch her stuff, but like,
game.
Hey. Yeah, of course it costs more. It's free now, of course.
It's gonna be probably. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. It's probably gonna be Valorant or
Now you vote CS2 because you can actually play it on Linux.
It's probably gonna be Valorant, right? Or League. Valorant or League, right?
Nah, you won't CS2 because you can play it on Linux.
Right?
I can play it on my Steam Deck if I wanted to.
I like League of Legends more better than the Valorant, but
I'm pretty sure Dota 2 and CS2 are the only games on that list that you can actually play on Linux.
Between Valorant and League.
Only those two could be played on Linux from there.
Is there any British one here?
Nah.
No.
F1 for sports. Best sports game is F1. F1 24. Right, F1 24 is the only one there for racing.
Don't care. Best esports team, I don't care. Notify me when voting opens for each round. Round?
Okay.
Round? Yes. There's rounds to this?
Yeah, it's like under sports, F1.
Hell yeah, I want to know. But there you go, guys. There you go. There's.
Okay. And of course you got some cope crap there. Weird cope. Alright though. That said though, we've been live for almost 8.5 hours. Right, this is just a good way to end it for the night. I need to get some sleep. You guys can already tell I've already been like, you know. Alright. But yeah, as usual though, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. At least we got through more of the React stuff. Even though we spent like a majority of the stream just reacting. But yeah, see you guys. See ya.